Yeah, I think that's the William Hung version. All right, friends, give me 1 second. I think all the streams are live other than TikTok, and we'll see. Maybe TikTok won't give me a violation today. I mean, it probably will, just based on based on numbers, based on what I know already from TikTok. I'd say there's a statistically likely chance that at some point during the conversation today, we will in fact get a violation. But you know what? We press forward. We move on. Right. I think all the streams are up. Give me 1 minute because it looks like the audio isn't being served up to TikTok just yet. Yeah, I know you can't hear. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Now you all should be able to hear me on TikTok. TikTok was just having one of those weird glitches where the audio wasn't, it was decided it wasn't going to feed, but the audio should be working now. How you doing, Marcy?
Hello. I'm
Good
doing
to see you.
grand. Not really. I've had 9 hours of sleep in the past 3 days.
Oh no, why?
My body just won't let me sleep until 3 a.m. I don't really have like a, diagnosis or anything, but like my mom has sleeping disorders and like fairly disabled and she's passing down. Oh, so I'm sorry if you can hear I'm trying to put my headphone on.
Oh no, you're fine.
There we go. Uh, Okay. Yeah, no, my mom's disabled and she's passing down every single one of her disabilities. Every single thing that I'm showing, she showed as a kid, and she has a sleeping disorder, and I'm showing every single sign she showed, and my body will not let me fall asleep until 3 a.m., and then I'm forced to wake up for school at 7 a.m., and it's been like that for the past 3 days.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. I've got the same genetic curse, and it is what it is. You should, this is not medical advice. Talk to your doctor. I've used a number of medications to help with sleep. Some of them work, some of them don't. But one of the reasons why I can stream till 3 in the morning is because I've got the same problem you've got.
Yeah, I've talked to my mom about that, and she said that like she really doesn't want me doing that because she does want me to get me like dependent on sleeping medication in order to fall asleep.
That's a fair concern. I understand why somebody would be concerned about that. But yeah, yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? It is one of those things where you have to like weigh the pros and the cons. If the con is that it's preventing you from like doing what normal people should be able to do, then it's a problem. Um, so I don't know. I have a sister with the same problem. Like I said, it's genetic. But I would say for me personally, is this me? I'd rather be, I don't know, semi-dependent on taking a medication and getting good sleep rather than just never getting good sleep. If that's me personally, don't listen again. I'm not giving medical advice here. That's just where it landed for me. Give me 1 second,
Yeah.
friends. I see all of the chat working here, but for one reason, Slug Racer sent a super chat and it's not showing up in my super chat window. Like I can see it, so I'm gonna recycle my chat window just to make sure, because I see the chat showing up inside of the window, both before and after the super chat, but just that super chat for one reason or another didn't show up in the chat window, which is weird. Actually, two of them didn't show up in the chat window. I see a super chat from Slug Racer and a super chat from Chip, which is really, really strange that it just decided to randomly not show up. Let me check. Social Stream Ninja lately has been acting a fool, and I don't know why. Um, so I'm in Social Stream Ninja. I don't see. Let me see. Deconstruction Zone. I don't see any super chats on Deconstruction Zone, but I think there's two of them on DZ Debates. Yeah, and they're showing up in Social Stream Ninja, which is interesting, but they're not showing up in like my actually aggregate my Super Stream Ninja aggregate window. which that's something I don't fully understand. Um, Nevertheless, give me 1 second. I might just send myself a super chat real quick to see if it's working now, because I can reset it and see if that takes care of it. Anyways, Marcy, what's new? Are you streaming this week?
Yeah, I was waiting for a moment to ask, if it'd be okay if I come up for today. It's perfectly fine if not, if you have someone else planned or you want to do solo, but I was just gonna ask if it'd be cool if I come up for today.
Oh, you're more than welcome to hang out with me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no sweat at all. We do have a, guest already in the box. Okay, I just sent myself a super chat. Let me see if it shows up. I want to make sure this works
Yeah.
before we kick off the live stream, you know?
Yeah, you should throw up the parentheses including Islam under prove me wrong.
Yeah.
If you'd be cool with that. Just so maybe like try to test it out. Maybe we'll try to get like more diverse guests in here.
Well, maybe. So, like, on this particular topic, I get a mix of people wanting to call in. I'll get Christians, I'll get Muslims, I'll get people who believe in, the so-called God of, you know, general theism. Um, but what I could do is, typically what happens is if we get a caller that wants to do like Islamic apologetics, then I actually get a bunch more of them. I usually get them coming in droves. Like they're just like the Philbros that kind of travel in packs. So that's
Yeah.
usually. Oh, there we go. Now it finally loaded. In fact, all of my super chats loaded now. I don't know why Solstice Stream Ninja was kind of behind. It just decided it was going to be behind for one reason or another. So we should be good to go now. Slug Racer, I got your super. Appreciate that, friend. It says, who decides what myths are in the Bible? Why the Bible with Og and his bed there, but Og wielding a mountain with ants or clinging to Noah's Ark isn't? That's a really good question, Slug Racer, and you've probably heard me talk in the past. In the Talmud, they describe how King Og was able to survive the flood, and it said that he clung to the outside of the ark. Also, did the Rama, and so here's my thought on the assembly of the Bible. Of course, I believe in the documentary hypothesis. I'll put a long form video together sometime soon on the documentary hypothesis, but the general idea is this. They had these general mythologies that were floating around in society. And typically, just like early Christianity, there needs to be an impetus to collect them all and to put them into some level of organization, right? And so it seems like the impetus for the Israelites was probably the Assyrian invasion and also the growing cult in Jerusalem. So that the larger the Jerusalem religion grew, and the more bigger and centralized the religion grew, the more they then have to get a standardization of the religion. You need a standardized text, you need a standardized location, you need standardized practices. But it seems like this probably started more or less once the wars started happening. Because once your people are moving around and they're under threat, and some of them are being wiped out and moving to other locations, you do need some standardized format. And so, to me, I think this meant the texts were collected and edited probably during the Assyrian invasion and then after the Babylonian invasion. And because the Judeans were like the only ones left standing, they were the ones that really got to stitch them together and make a large scale, cohesive narrative, which is why we see like the Book of Chronicles going back and correcting the Book of Samuel. We see the Book of Genesis and Exodus telling stories that are purposely designed to bring shame to the northern tribes. Because the people doing this were the Judeans. That's why if you read through Genesis and Exodus and the rest of the Torah, the Judeans are the ones that show up as the heroes all the time. And Chip, thank you for the super chat. For instance, for sleep issues without meds, cognitive behavioral therapy can be helpful. I've never tried that, but I've talked to two different therapists about it. I personally haven't benefited from it. I didn't find it to be all that helpful, but I am aware that it helps for some people. But my biggest problem is I've just got an insane level of energy, and my brain never wants to shut off. You guys can probably gather that from watching my streams. And Gizzards, my friend, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says Twitch says you're streaming Baldur's Gate 3. Probably need to change the topic. Actually, I did that on purpose. I'm gonna tell you why. Because there is no topic for non-gamers. So if you go to Twitch, also I hear somebody's microphone making crazy noises right now. It sounds like someone's pressing
Oh,
a
my
button
bad.
over and over again. Is that?
No,
It's
I
okay.
was. I forgot to mute my mic. I'm sorry. I'm responding to comments. Some people are just being top tier silly individuals.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's that tapping noise? All right. So all right, y'all, on my Twitch. So there is no, like, you have to pick a game when you stream. You're actually not allowed to stream without a game picked, right? And so there was like this Bible game. I forget the name of it. I forget the name of the Bible game. I used to pick that for the longest time. And then I was like, why am I doing that? No one cares about this Bible game on Twitch. Like, it's got like maybe 2 followers. I was like, I should just pick a game that people are actually playing and then be done with it. That being said, I did finally I was forced against my will to play Baldur's Gate 3 just so I could know what the game was. And it was a game for sure. Nevertheless, that's why I have a game picked on Twitch. Is because they won't let me say I'm not gaming. What are you gonna do? And Silatax, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Jesus drove an Accord, but he didn't like to talk about it. For I did not speak on my own accord. John 12 for it. That is the case. And his disciples were a clown car. They were all in one accord, it says in the Bible. So it seems to me that the big benefit of the biblical story has to be Honda. I think Honda, like a big Chinese automotive, might have put the Bible together. And Kevin, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. I appreciate it. Says, love your channel. Well, I really appreciate being here and watching the channel, and your support makes the channel possible, friend. All right, we have some people waiting to get in the guest box, so I won't belabor that any longer. Let's grab Servant of Yeshua, and then John Hernandez will grab after that.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome in, Servant. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Sure. And is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Sure. And what do you think is the best argument for the existence of God, preferably the God you actually believe in?
I mean, for one,
Fair
when it
warning.
comes,
I'm pretty sure I know this person. He's a Phil, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
I think I've talked to Servant of Yeshua before, actually.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think that the proposition that the Christian God is, like real is a provable proposition, but
Here we go. Okay. Well,
God
then
as in, but God
I
as in
guess
the
so.
like
What that
ultimate, as in
what
the
that
ultimate.
I guess what that means is you're not going to give an argument for that God. You're going to give an argument for.
I'm gonna
generic
give an
God.
argument for God. Yeah, for just God.
Sure. Yeah. What's the
Yeah.
argument? Is it
Yeah, I would
is
say
it
that-
premise based? Because if it is, I'll write down the premises.
Not necessarily premise based. I mean, it's really simple. You could put it into premises, but it's really simple. It's just simply the fact that there's no coherent, that without an infinite mind that grounds abstract concepts in the laws of logic, there is no justification for knowledge in itself or truth. Therefore, due to the negation of that proposition, then necessarily an infinite mind must exist.
It's adorable, but it doesn't hold water because you have to believe in transcendentals already, which even if you believe in transcendentals, I don't think this argument works. But in order to convince me of the first step of the argument, you'd have to somehow convince me that transcendentals and abstracts actually existed.
Okay, so yeah, when it comes to like the reason why I would say that abstract concepts in itself exist, like for example, the laws of logic, would you say that they intuitively exist?
No.
They don't exist?
No.
So does truth or true propositions exist?
So no, again, so propositions exist, but truth doesn't exist. So what you're
Truth doesn't
confusing.
exist.
No, I didn't say that. I said propositions exist. Truth itself doesn't exist. Truth isn't
Truth
a thing. If
Okay.
you want me to explain it, or you just want to be stupid the whole time?
You can explain.
Okay.
You can
So
explain.
truth isn't a thing that has existence on its own. It's an evaluation of something. Just like if I said, like, here's a number of words, these words mean something. Well, the thing
Yeah.
that they mean is not something that exists independently of anything else. It's just a description of something. So when I say truth, I'm saying truth is when we go out, we take a proposition and we analyze it, say, hey, does it appear that this is something that actually happens? If I said that the sun sets at night, is it a correct statement that the sun sets at night, and if so, we call that thing true. But truth itself doesn't exist.
Yeah. So again, when it comes to like like let's say I see a yellow pencil and I say this thing is yellow. The reason why I'm saying that it is yellow, it's due to the fact that I'm a alive, conscious, and rational being, right?
Yeah, that's like how words work. Words are
Yeah,
spoken
exactly.
typically by live conscious beings.
Yeah, so like what's like the justification for believing in that our reality that we are viewing in itself is actually objective reality? What's the justification for that?
I never said that the reality I live in is the objective reality. So again,
So it's not.
this is
So
poisoning the well.
if I say
So this is
deconstruction, can I ask you?
so this is poisoning
Can
the
I ask you
well.
something?
I know you want to crash out really bad right now rather than let me
No,
answer, but the reality is like I'm just going to give you the answer to the question you asked me. Like if you don't want me to
Yeah,
answer questions, you could just
you
not
can
ask
answer
me
it.
questions and then I won't have to mute you so I can answer them. Did you want me to answer the question or not?
Yeah, you can answer.
Okay, so now we can restart. What was your question so I can adequately answer it?
Yeah, my question was like what the justification for believing that we have like access to objective reality is.
Again, I didn't say we have access to objective reality. What I would say is that our minds have access to some kind of reality. It seems to be some sort of subjective reality, but we behave as though we are living in
Mm.
an objective reality. Oh, the problem of hard solipsism is going to be one for you and for me. The difference is, like, I'm just willing to admit that hard solipsism hasn't been solved, and you're going to make up a claim that Christianity solves it, but you can't actually demonstrate it, which means you just have the same problem.
Yeah, so do you believe that all like propositions have to be demonstratable? So are you like a physicalist?
I'm a nominalist. I don't believe that all propositions have to be demonstrated. There are some that seem to be just by their own virtue true. So if I said,
Mm.
like, hey, this magnifying glass is upside down. Well, I mean that's only subjectively true because you might actually
Yeah,
want this to be upside down. But you could say that, hey, this magnifying glass doesn't actually exist at the same moment
yeah,
that I'm holding it. Well, that would just be a contradiction. If somebody uttered a contradiction of that nature in what we would refer to as the physical world, I would say, no, I don't believe that is the case based on everything we know. But again, even that's not an absolute claim because there are different different settings in which not
mm.
all the laws of logic would actually hold true. And the best evidence of that, I think, is quantum mechanics. But I'm not
Yeah.
the quantum mechanics guy. Dr. Blitz is.
So under like that, worldview where you're saying that like the laws of logic in itself they wouldn't exist and they'd be purely subjective. If I say that to me in myself
I
that
didn't
God
say that.
exists. So if I say that God exists that God exists due to the fact that we must be created beings, and under my own logic, since logic is subjective,
I didn't say logic
that's
was
true.
subjective. I don't know
Logic
why you
isn't
keep doing that. I never
you
said that.
said logic was you did say the laws of
Nope.
logic were subjective.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so are they objective?
What I said is the way we're using them is subjective. If I said that this magnifying glass is upside down,
Uh-huh.
that's not a violation of the laws of logic because it doesn't appear to be upside down. It only appears to be upside down because the usage of this object is subjective. Like
Okay, but the laws of
you
logic
might
are
want
objective, right?
to you might want to use this upside down. You might have even designed it to be used upside down, but it's still a magnifying glass. So like the laws of logic have ways that it can be used, but this is not a contradiction. A contradiction would be saying that this does exist and does not exist at the same time. And if
Exactly.
somebody says that it does exist and does not exist at the same time, I would say, hey, that seems to violate what we know from the laws of logic. I would
Mm,
need a good reason or a good example to go against this trend, this thing that seems to always be true. But
mm.
again, none of it is 100% certainty on anything because any of us could be wrong about anything.
Yeah, so what you're saying is like as we know of it, the laws of logic are objective, but they're the way we use it
Nope, didn't
to
say that.
describe things are subjective. What? Could you
Nope.
like explain?
Things that have objectivity means that they have ontology that's completely independent. And I don't believe that about the laws of logic. I think the laws of logic don't exist. They're just ways that we
Mm.
describe the behavior of the world. That's all.
Okay, so for example, like if there was a person who sees things completely differently, like a schizophrenic, do you have like justification for saying that what they are seeing, their delusions, do not exist?
Yeah, because we can actually test the delusions. That's the difference between using the laws of logic to create things that are on a true pattern versus a false pattern. Someone makes a proposition and we see if the proposition is true. If they repeatedly make propositions that are untrue because we've
Yeah.
tested them, that means that their brain is having a break with reality.
Okay, so you said that we can test that person's delusions don't actually exist. How would we test that?
I didn't say that they don't exist. What I said is you can test if the person is delusional. If the person is outside and they're saying that the sun is not in the sky, and 50,000 people are outside saying that the sun is in the sky, then that person is having a break with reality.
Wait, why does the fact that more people don't see it show that that's not objectively in reality?
Because data points, and again, I didn't say anything about objective reality. So again, when you have lots of data points for something being true or something being the case, and one person is saying, no, my brain doesn't agree, my brain sees something that doesn't exist, then that person is not in the same reality as the rest of the people. And I'll give you an example, and I'll apologize. I don't know why you're trying to talk over me right now. So again, I'll give you an example. My mother used to tell people that I have a sister. I won't give her name right now. Both of them watch the channel. But my mother, love you to death, used to tell people, and still does, that one of my sisters had a disease that allowed her to walk on walls and ceilings as a baby. Now, we know from science that that's preposterous, absurd, and against the laws of physics, which is why we would say that my mother was having a psychotic break that allowed her to think that my sister had a disease that allowed her to walk on walls and ceilings. That's how we determine if somebody is experiencing psychosis. Psychosis is when you have a break with reality.
Again, but you're making a lot of like presuppositions here. Again, like when it comes, like when it comes to like our consciousness and the way we perceive things, in a sense, your consciousness. Can you prove that your consciousness innately exists and is actually perceiving reality? Can you?
Nope, neither can you. So again, this goes back to the problem of hard solipsism, which you have. You have the same problem I do, which is why every time you go, I don't know why you're talking to me while I'm responding.
Did I finish my point?
No,
I was finishing my point.
You didn't. You already finished your point. I was responding to it. So my point is very clear. Every time you go to the empty well of hard solipsism, you're drowning yourself in that same empty well.
It's not.
So you don't have a solution for solipsism, and neither do I. So every time you go there, all you're doing is wasting time. It's up to you how much time you want to waste there.
Yeah. So again, the reason why I would say that I have I don't have a problem with hard solipsism is because if I presuppose that reality in itself is contained inside some sort of infinite mind, and that infinite mind in itself is rational, then we have justification to believe in rationality. Yeah.
No, you have a code.
While in your worldview, when it comes to like you viewing reality, since you cannot prove your own consciousness, then you still have no justification to say that just because more people are seeing something, it makes that thing true or objectively true. And again, you can't even say objective.
You actually haven't given me the solution yet. So what you've said is, in your worldview, you believe that you have a solution, but you actually don't have a solution.
I do. How don't I?
Just claiming you have a solution isn't the same as actually demonstrating you have a solution. So again, I could easily say, listen, what the fuck are you doing talking over me still? Are you out of your mind? Do you want me to mute you again? So again, just saying you have a solution isn't the same as demonstrating you have a solution. I could easily say that I have a cat that is, it's not a god, but my cat has the metaphysical capability of solving hard solipsism. It's true because I said so. My metaphysical cat is my justification for me not bringing a brain into vat. It's adorable that I can just invent something that fixes the problem, but just inventing something that fixes the problem doesn't actually fix the problem. So what's your demonstration that your God actually exists?
That example wouldn't work due to the fact that a cat by definition would be like some sort of evolutionary development of a feline.
Nope, wrong again. I give you a different definition. I have a metaphysical cat.
Okay, what's the like definition and ontology of this metaphysical cat?
I just told you it's a metaphysical cat that has the specific capability of defeating hard solipsism. It also is a god.
Then you would just say God.
It's also, what the fuck are you doing talking over me again?
You're just calling that God.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm saying that I have a cat. My cat solves the problem of hard solipsism. That's one of its main properties. It also is a god-eating cat, which means your god doesn't exist.
Again, it's fun. So you just be describing
See, it's fun when we just
describing God.
invent solutions to problems without actually demonstrating that the solution exists. So did you have a demonstration that your solution exists, or do you just want to declare that it exists?
Yeah, my demonstration was due to the refutation of your worldview and how you cannot have truth.
I just
And
refuted
in my
yours.
no, again, I could show you how that.
Nope.
I don't want
analogy
to
doesn't
interrupt,
work.
but both Christians and atheists of the viewerships that they really hate this whole argument, and
That's
I
stupid.
think it like I don't want to like cut you off and like not allow you to like interject, servant, and be able to defend your position, servant. But both Christians and atheists, nobody likes this kind of argument, and I feel like it might be more productive to skip the let me prove a God and then try to prove Christianity, and just skip to the proving Christianity part.
Yeah, no,
That people
that's
have
not
been
how it
begging
works.
me to interrupt and try to stop the Phil broage, and I don't know,
For
maybe go
one,
to like the documents of proving Jesus resurrected, or maybe proving the Bible is accurate, something
yeah,
along those lines.
for me, I don't think that's how the conversation works. The
Actually,
conversation
I
when it
love it
comes
when
to
the
for
guest
me,
wants to
it
dictate
it
how the
works.
conversation works. So I'll
Yeah,
make you a
because
deal
obviously
because
you
I was
said
gonna say like
prove
this isn't your
you
live.
said
yeah.
God is
So
magic
let's make a deal, Marcy,
proving
with
God.
servant of Yeshua. How about we'll do the tag argument for another 5 minutes, and then after that he has to read the Bible with us. If we can agree to that, he's already been up here for 15 minutes. That's 20 minutes of tag. That means I get 20 minutes of Bible reading.
I mean, why do I have to agree with it?
Oh, because
You
he'd
don't.
probably
You
drop
can
you
be a
if not,
pussy if you
because this
want.
is an unproductive
No, I
debate.
mean I'm not. You're still
You can be
denying.
a pussy if you want.
You're still running away from the
I'm not
tag
running
argument.
away. 20 minutes of tag is nonsense. You're going to get to the same point
It's
that we get with
nonsense.
every other person that's ever done tag on this live stream. Until you can demonstrate that transcendentals exist, your tag argument's stupid. It doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah. So again, due to the refutation of your worldview, and also
You haven't
for
done
one,
that yet.
when you say exist, what do you mean in a physical sense?
It means that it's actually something that you can measure, test. You can
Yeah,
somehow
in a physical
declare
sense.
that.
So all things are physical, Justin.
Nope.
All things
So
physical.
so
That's not what he
gravity is
said.
gravity is a force. I didn't say all things are physical. Again, straw man my position. It's just going to hurt your
Gravity is still
position.
physical.
Gravity works on physical
No?
things, which is how we know it exists.
Exactly.
But gravity itself, which is a force, as far as we know, is not physical. Now, if you are like
Gravity
really
in itself.
deep in quantum mechanics, you might come to a different conclusion. Again, I don't know quantum mechanics. I can't tell
You
you
know
how
what
gravity
physical?
works on the quantum level. What I can tell you is that gravity is considered a non-physical force, but we know that gravity exists because we can test it. Not even hard. So
Yeah, I
this
don't
doesn't
even think
actually
you
do
understand what
anything
I mean by
for
physical.
for
When I
your
mean by
position.
physical, I mean tangible.
The crash out's
Tangible in
wild.
itself.
On top of this,
For example,
on top of this is you're trying to like say, oh, like my worldview is true due to the fact that I'm refuting your worldview, but refuting another person's worldview doesn't prove your worldview. Process of elimination doesn't work in this situation, because you could easily just say, oh, it's Allah who does this, it's Hashem who does this, so on and so forth. You have to
nobody's
prove
trying
your worldview specifically. So try to prove your worldview specifically Christianity. Also, we've kind of like, we've hit that 5 minute marker. You didn't really progress
It
in
was
any
not
of your
5
parts
minutes.
of the
What are you talking
conversation. So now,
was that 5 minutes?
Justin, if I may have the permission to dictate this, since you've taken up your 5 minutes of Phil
How was
broage
that 5 minutes?
that we have permitted you, we are now moving on to proving
we're gonna mute
Christianity
spam,
specifically. So
I'm gonna take
prove
the
Christianity
concession.
specifically. We
Yeah,
are
I
only,
won.
there is no concession. We are
Nice
asking you to
concession,
prove
buddy.
Christianity.
You
Prove
mute spam
Christianity.
now.
Prove Christianity. You can be unmuted when you start to prove. He
Well,
left.
he ran
Alhamdulillah.
instead. Oh well.
Alhamdulillah.
His
Another
God
win
is
for
very
Islam.
powerful. The Philbro crash outs are some of my favorites. I'll never understand why they think that this is like going to be a successful like method of debating. Like to me it's just silly. Nevertheless,
Yeah.
friends, just give me 1 second. Thank you for being here. I'm going to grab a couple super chats. I accidentally let in might be the right word. I accidentally hit accept on a guest in the guest box that may or may not be opposition. But it looks like they're not loading anyways. So I'm going to read some super chats while they're loading, and then we'll get our next guest in here shortly. Cranky Old Cuber, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It says, yay, finally caught you live again. All hail Doug. Yay, bad arguments for God. Well, thank you, Cranky. I appreciate that. And Marcy had a really good point, which is you can find, let's say, like an error in somebody else's worldview, and it doesn't actually mean that your worldview is true. It might just be that the atheist worldview is still true, but that the person you're talking to just couldn't articulate how the worldview was true. You'll never be able to prove your worldview true just by saying that the other person's worldview has a plot hole in it, or there's something not quite right with it. While it certainly might feel good to point out a contradiction in somebody else's worldview, it's not necessarily proof. So, Parker, thank you for the tree.
Yeah, also, like, even if you were to disprove atheism, that still doesn't lead to Christianity. You could fully 1010% disprove atheism, that still doesn't prove Christianity, which is why I was trying to force the argument to, let's talk about Christianity, prove Christianity. And I love how whenever I said prove Christianity, you can be unmuted when you start to prove Christianity. He dipped out. Hilarious.
Yeah, they'll never defend their religion. Remember, these precept apologetics are not here to prove anything. It's just they do this to engage in bad faith arguments to make them feel better. That's all this is about. Miss Tammy, thank you for the super chat, friend. I hope that you're doing well, and you're awesome. Also, God-eating penguin is with you. Shout out, we had a God-eating kitten just a minute ago. Hell yeah, God-eating cat. I know. Fucking Volta would fuck God up. There's no doubt about that. Have you seen Volta? Volta fucking took my camera out last stream. That Hellcat would take care of God in a second. And Dugosaurus erectus, thank you for the 20-hour super chat, friend. That's huge. Says, I humbly offer up my own moniker of Dugosaurus erectus for the name of T-Rex. Perhaps it doesn't seem scary enough, but man, when you see the erectus part, you will fear and obey. That's crazy. Hold on, I gotta write this one down. Oh boy, Dugosaurus erectus is really good. That's now in the top of the running, my friend. I really appreciate that suggestion. And HP Lovecat says, presupposing everything into existence is cool. Isn't it fun, HP? Like, I can just presuppose any shit I want to. We are living in the dream of Azathoth when he wakes up. Reality ends. Simply wet. Wait, did we miss a letter? SWS, simply wet. FS for Sharon. Horrors unite and rock hard for Doug. It is fun. This is one thing I love about Ems. Ems will be like, okay, yeah, God exists. Now tell me about the Muslim God. Because like precept apologetics is just utter nonsense. When I first started streaming, I didn't even engage them. I would just say, okay, Doug is God. Tell me why the Christian God isn't. Maybe it's time to bring that back for these imbeciles who don't understand that like transcendentals don't exist. And they're always so incredulous. What do you mean transcendentals don't exist? Well, fucking prove that they exist and I'll believe in them. Sonus Percussion, thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate Gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's super, super generous. And Silent Mike, thank you for the super chat. It says, who would you love to debate other than Christians and Muslims? Which religion is underrepresented in your streams? Love your work, Rock Hard for Doug. Fair question. If there's another religion that I'd be interested in debating, it would probably be... I would be interested more in debating the Hindu religion, only because I find it interesting and I don't know enough about it. And I do find that like reincarnation does present some problems, I think, for the religion. Money Snipes, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, I'm so sorry, Justin. The audio choppiness was on my own computer. Always restart first, damn it. Sorry for the confusion. No worries, Money Snipes. Because sometimes the audio actually is my problem. Sometimes my audio is getting goofy on me. But friends, I've got 4 super chats left. I'm going to get our next guest in here. It's going to be John. An infinite mind does not get you out of the vat. Nope. All it does is if you presuppose an infinite mind, it doesn't mean that you're out of the vat. It just presupposes that there is something outside of the vat. It might not be you. It might be that there's an infinite mind and you're still in that fucking vat. And if I had to guess, that guest's brain actually was in a vat. Only LC says, ugh, a Fildo. We spray each month by just keeping coming back, listen, here's the thing. Like we've got one already, which means we're going to have more Fildos coming up. They come in packs. Mr. Cliff says, will there be rock cakes on Doug Day? You know what? Maybe. I've never had a rock cake. I was thinking maybe stone soup would be the official food of Doug, but you know, let me know. Maybe there's a better food that we need to do for Doug. The body and blood of Doug has been discussed at some point, and I think we had a conclusion, but we might need to reiterate that conclusion. But welcome in, John. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 19.
And do you believe in God?
Yes,
Sure.
Which
And which
one?
God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Sure. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for God's existence, preferably the Christian God?
Oh,
So
I was gonna
for
try to see if I couldn't ask. Would you rather present an argument for Christianity or have us present an argument against Christianity? That might help the debates a little more.
Fair question.
uh, I want to debate the existence of a God, right? Because
John,
that
you're
is the
12.
Well,
first
yeah,
step.
no, we got. Yeah, what year were you born?
He's
Oh,
fucking
okay,
12.
bye bye.
That's why he left.
Yeah.
Okay. When he first came in, like his voice sounds a little bit like a falsetto, but I was like, I need to hear him. I need to hear him talk again.
A
And the
little
next time he
more,
talked,
yeah.
it was definitely a 12-year-old. Okay. Well, I guess we'll do negate your mind next. How you doing, negate?
Hey, how's it going, boss? Hey, by the way, just real quick, so sorry, I don't believe in God whatsoever. I just wanted to add to a
Well, cool. All right. We'll get another guest in here, hopefully that does believe in God. Friends, love ya. We're just looking for debates. No one here to see a circle jerk. Everybody wants to see a debate. Please respect the boundaries of my live stream. It ruins the live stream when people just want to come up and circle jerk on atheism. Like I understand I have guests that agree with me that will come up, but these are guests that are like pre-approved to come out and hang out with me, like Marcy. These are people I actually know and I'm friends with, and I've already seen them live stream, and I know that they can debate. But I don't just let random people up on my screen that agree with me, because the whole point of this is to do debates. Okay, let's get our next guest, Reddit history. Maybe. I'm seeing loading signs of death. We'll see if they get loaded up.
Yeah. And let's see if he wants to prove his religion or have us disprove his. Or their, I should say.
Hey, well, listen, we shall see. Reddit history is no, let me make sure I'm reading this right. It says Reddit story. There we go. My brain imagined an H in there. Reddit story. Well, there are certainly some stories on Reddit, but this might not be one of them because they're not loading. So we'll see if they can get loaded
Yeah.
up. Anyways, friends, I'll make the same announcement that I make every live stream. Almost every live stream, I end with 3, 4, 5 people in the guest box. The reason why this happens is because I think people are afraid to be the first person in line to debate, and then they end up requesting when there's like an hour left in the live stream, and then you never get to debate me. Or Marcy, if you want to get on the debate stage, you want to get on at the beginning of the live stream and not end up waiting 3 hours and then not even get into the debate because you were in the queue when there was like an hour left of the stream. So get on in the guest box. We'll get to the guests typically roughly in the order that they come in at. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can get into the debate just by using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. I think that is the best way to get yourself into the debate. You don't have to have an email address. You don't have to sign up for shit. None of that's necessary. All you got to do is make sure to have a viable internet connection, and you'll be ready to rock and roll. Be good to go. Also, give me 1 second. I gotta fix my.
Somebody said that Jesus loves me, which isn't unsurprising, but I just wanted to let him know that I am freshly 18, so you might want to back up a little. You're little too old for me, you know.
Some crazy shit, actually.
It's my favorite go-to thing. Is like, dog, I'm barely 18. Why are you going for me? I'm barely 18.
Yeah, this is a debate space. We're gonna have to ask that people don't sexualize my guests. I would greatly appreciate that if we could keep that if we can keep that rule in place. It certainly would be helpful to me and to the live stream and to those watching the live stream. Nevertheless, I think Reddit story might be back again. Let's see if we can get Reddit story into the conversation this time. Also, Whoopster came up. I don't know if I've talked to Whoopster or not. It can be hard to track sometimes. Well, I gotta be honest. I don't think that. Kitty cat, you're not allowed. Sorry, buddy. I love you. I don't think that Reddit story has enough internet connection to do this. I'm going to avoid bringing them up again. Reddit story, until you can get some better Wi-Fi, I don't think this is going to work out for you. I have no idea why your Wi-Fi is so bad. I also don't know why. Give me 1 second. There's one super chat in particular that I'm trying to monitor everything to see if my software is actually keeping track. There's one super chat in particular from Steve that for some reason it didn't get picked up in my aggregator. But Steve M, thank you so much for your super chat, buddy. $49.99, super generous, and says, Justin, you have no idea how much I appreciate you being, especially late, being there, especially late at night when I can't sleep either. I think my genetics come from ancient humans that used to stay up all night to protect the group. I love to be up all night. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Steve. And you know what? I do agree. I think there are certain people that are more or less wired to be up. Like it's not like a problem for them. And I think I might be one of those people. I don't know exactly like how what like how evolution decided which people were going to get that trait and which one weren't. Probably has something to do with has a little something to do with what tribe you came from. But yeah, I think there's quite a few of us out there, actually, my friend. And also, Hallow, thank you for the super chat. Says, have Philbros ever provided anything? Such word salad, rock hard for Doug. They haven't. Philbros just don't bring anything to the table. That's why the conversations are so unappealing and why nobody actually likes watching them. They don't bring anything worthwhile. And then they want to like shit on the chessboard and strut around like they've just done something special when all they've really done is just claim that they have an answer but not actually demonstrate that their answer really exists. Listen, anyone can claim that they have an answer to a problem. Claiming you have an answer will never actually be a solution to the problem itself. But let's get Whoopster in here and we'll have hopefully some discussion.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you made the claim that transcendental truths don't exist, which entails that there are no analytic truths. So if you don't think
they do travel in packs, so that's kind of what I thought would happen. So we could have a conversation. It sounds like you're not prepared to have a conversation. It sounds like you just came to crash out, which, listen, crashing out's fun. It makes the live stream go like so much more entertaining than not having a crash out. But nevertheless, crashing out's not a good way to demonstrate your position. The best way to demonstrate your position is to actually provide some kind of an argument for why your position's true. And once you do that, now we're going somewhere. Now we can like have a discussion as to the merits of whether or not your position is valid, whether or not your syllogism is sound, different things like that. But if you just came to crash out, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to send you somewhere else. Did you just come to crash out?
Yeah, you'd like have a nice calm
You're pivoting to meta
discussion
because you
where
can't
you're
engage with the
not
substance
hard
of my critique.
rhetoricing. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I hate people who come in instantly so hostile, so rhetoric-y, so fast now. They explain ontological position. What are you, bro? Calm down.
They have no
We're
idea.
both humans. We can have a conversation.
They're hoping as long as they talk fast enough that nobody heard anything they said, they can just demand victory. And I don't know who they think they're convincing here, but it's not going to convince anybody on this live stream, that's for sure. Anyways, next in line, I think, was Anne.
They'll talk so fast and you don't hear them. You're like, what? Can you repeat yourself? And like, so you admit that you weren't listening. So you admit that you weren't grasping the conversation. Imagine how stupid you're going to grasp the conversation. Calm down.
It's crazy too, because like 99% of these Philbros are Christian. Could you imagine being an actual Christian reading the Bible where it talks about loving your enemy and never using a slanderous tongue and always winning over the opposition with love, and then to run around literally just fast talking and insulting people when they actually slow you down and make you defend what you're saying? It's crazy that these Christians actually exist. Also crazy is Carnage Asada. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, are we also not allowed to objectify the host? Asking for the group. You know what? I think maybe I wasn't clear on this, Carnage. You can't objectify me. It is allowed. I will allow it, but not to my guests. I have strictly only approved myself for objectification, but I appreciate you asking for clarification. With that, let's get Fish Incursion into the guest box. How you doing, Fished?
Marceline, you're a tranny. Cut long ways. Hail Hitler. Fuck niggers.
Oh, what a winner! Wow, the Phil Bros are running in packs today. Damn. Okay. I guess I'm Christian now. Is that what's happened? Okay. Sorry you had to hear that, Marcy. Well, there you have it, friend. This is the best Christians have, by the way.
I didn't even get to hear
You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything.
so my internet for some reason swapped to like the downstairs internet, and you lagged out so hard, and I thought it was TikTok, and then I checked my internet. It's like, oh, it swapped against my will. So yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, you didn't miss it. He just came up and shouted a couple insults and ran because he can't actually defend his worldview. But he can crash out. That is a thing that he can do. Okay. Well, they're all here now. All the Phil trolls are here, so I'm sure we'll get some more of it. Let's get Jacoby, not to be confused with Jabroni, into the chat and see what we get. I'm sure it's more nonsense, but what are you gonna do? Welcome in. Yes, I can hear you. How you doing, Jacoby?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Jacoby, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the only true God to exist, the Christian God.
Allah.
Yahweh.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say Allah. Okay. So you're Jewish.
No, I'm Christian.
Well, you said Yahweh.
Yeah, that's his true name.
That's not Jesus' name.
We're not talking about Jesus the Son, we're talking about the Father.
Wait, is Jesus God?
Yes.
Oh, the name of Jesus is Yahweh?
His real name is not Jesus, nor is it Yahweh, but we're talking about the Father. There are
Sure.
three beings. That's what the Trinity is. But we're excluding the Holy Spirit and Jesus because we're talking about the Father.
Well, I have a question. According to the Bible, to whom, actually, maybe to whomst will every knee bow?
To God. To
What the name? What name?
To Yahweh. To God. I don't see why names entirely matter, though.
Well,
but
it is kind of important because the Bible seems to be a little bit mixed on it. The Old Testament says that every knee is going to bow to the name of Yahweh, but the New Testament in Philippians says to the name of Jesus. It says in Philippians,
because once Jesus comes down to earth,
you want me to read the passage for
God.
You?
Go ahead.
Okay, Philippians 2:10 says, "So that in the name given to Jesus, every knee should bend in heaven and on earth and under the earth." So, like, why are they bowing to the name of Jesus when, in fact, it says that everyone's going to bow to the name of Yahweh?
Yahweh and Jesus are the same people if you believe in the Trinity.
No, they can't be the same people. The Trinity is three people in one.
John 10:30, the Father and I are one.
Well, he also says in John 17 that he wishes the disciples to be one as he and the Father are one. So that certainly isn't saying that they're equal.
I'm a little confused on what you're trying to argue, because if Jesus told his disciples that him and his Father are one, meaning they are the same person, why can't Jesus be then separate? So what does it mean then?
Well, no, the argument, the thing that he said was that if Jesus Jesus says the Father and I are one means that he is God, and then Jesus also says he wishes for his apostles and his followers to be one as he is with God. That means that we can't definitively say what he means with oneness, but we know that it's not sameness because he wishes for the same oneness with his followers, the supposed same oneness he has with God.
See, I understand. Sorry, I'm sitting up. I understand your argument, but at the same time, he is stating for them to follow him as the same way they would follow the Father, because they are then equal.
Okay, but
so
Can you address what we said though?
What does it address? I'm answering what you said. That
Well, no, because we were talking about the oneness, and then you started talking about following, like, the teachings
well,
as
yeah,
he
that's
used to follow
what I'm
the Father.
saying. That Jesus is he's asking his disciples to follow him as they would follow God, because
No,
John
that's not what was
10:30.
happening. John 17 is a prayer. Jesus is praying. Jesus the Son is praying to God the Father, saying, "I wish for my disciples to be one with me as I am one with you." He's not asking them to follow the Father. He is saying, "I want them to be one with me as I am one with you." I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines, right, Justin?
Yeah, it's on the screen. Holy Father, protect them in your name that you have given me, so that they may be one as we are one, while I was so on and so forth. So the point that Marcy and I are both making here is that to be one, when Jesus says one in the book of John, it can't be the same as having a shared identity, because that would mean that all the disciples are the same individual too. If the disciples are all one in the same way that Jesus and God are one, it would mean that there's only one disciple.
Well, you're also comparing humans to a divine entity,
So
so
what?
you can't really argue that. That's
Well, that seems to be Jesus's problem. If the disciples can't be one in the same way that God and Jesus are one, that just means that's Jesus's fault for even asking that to happen.
because Jesus is God and the disciples aren't. I don't
I'm
see how
sure,
that's
I was
like.
but you didn't respond to what I said. If the disciples aren't capable of being one in the same way that Jesus and the Father are one, then Jesus praying that them being one, the same method, would be a failure on Jesus's part.
Yeah, and also
So
if you said that the
so
problem why the followers couldn't be one with God in the same way that Jesus is one with God is because they're humans, Jesus is also human, so that would still apply to Jesus.
Well, okay, so I would argue that it's different. So what he's asking for the disciples to do is to essentially follow God,
That's not what
like
he says,
the
though. You're twisting his
but what
words.
I'm not. I'm just
Well,
He
explaining
says
that
he,
well,
but
that's
he,
what the
Well,
go ahead.
let me back up, because I think Marcy and I are pretty clear on this. We want to make sure you're clear on this. You're using the word one to indicate that Jesus and the Father share the same identity. But in the same chapter where Jesus says that he's one with the Father, he asked for the disciples to be one in the same way. So what that means is that being one with the Father cannot mean identical to the Father. It can't be a shared identity, because it's also used of the disciples, and it's not possible for the disciples to share one identity. So it must
I think
mean
it's
something
essentially
else.
asking to be closer to God
Then what that means,
as him and the Father
well,
are.
listen, we don't agree. I'm sorry, we don't disagree. What that means then is to be one doesn't mean you share the same identity, which means your argument that Jesus and the Father are the same person or share the same identity because Jesus said that he's one, that just is not what it means anymore.
Well, I would also throw at you that when Jesus is getting baptized, it is also stated that Jesus is speaking to his Father, and the doves of the heaven, aka the Holy Spirit, they all that it comes down. So the
So what?
three are also separate at the same time. They can
I know
coexist,
they're
and
separate.
I don't. But I would argue that they're not separate at the same time. They
Well,
can be
what makes
separate, but
them
they
one?
can what?
What makes them one God as opposed to three different gods?
if
Um,
I may interject, Justin, you could tell me if you disagree, but I feel like this conversation has just led this way, so it's not necessarily off topic. But this doesn't seem to really address whether or not God is imaginary or whether or not he's real. It's just debate about the Trinity, and once again, Justin, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but we might want to reel this back into, all right, how does God exist?
yeah, do you
Well,
guys want to come back to that conversation or?
we can leave up to the guest. I really enjoy conversations about the Trinity because I think it demonstrates kind of
Mm.
the nonsense of the Christian religion. Because I've never seen a Trinitarian ever adequately explain the Trinity, and if the Trinity is not true,
It's
Christianity's
a hard
just
fundamental.
false.
Yeah, I would say it's hard to argue the Trinity to someone who doesn't believe in God. It's like explaining
Well,
physics
no,
to.
no.
Well,
Jews
yeah,
and
it's
Muslims both rejected Trinity. They believe in God.
they don't believe in the Trinity though. You don't believe in the
I
Trinity
know. Yeah,
because
they
you're
believe
not
in God
Christian.
and they still reject the Trinity. So me not believing in God has nothing to do with rejecting the Trinity. I reject the Trinity for
Well,
the same reason Jews and Muslims reject it,
and what would you say that is?
because it violates the laws of logic, and I don't have a good reason to believe that God
Well,
violates the laws of logic.
isn't that the whole point, that God is supposed to go past the dimensions of our world and time and physics
I
because
don't think
he's
he
a
can.
non-dimensional. Well, then he isn't really God, is he?
Well, no, because let me ask you, laws of logic dictate things that you and I probably agree are impossible. So, for example, can God exist and not exist at the same time?
I would argue he can because he's God.
So God cannot exist and also exist at
If
this
he could
in the
do anything
identical
in the
same
world,
moment.
it would not be possible at the same moment. But if he
That's what I
could
just
control
asked.
it,
I asked in the same
well, now
moment.
you
Can he
clarified it.
that no, I didn't clarify. I said it at the same time. At the same time means in the same moment.
I would argue no then at the same time. But if
There we
you're
go.
talking about
And
in
the
two
reason
separate
why God
timelines,
can't do that is because God follows the laws of logic.
to our understanding, yeah, I would say that. Because if he was also, if he's not God, then he can't bend the rules of our world, right? I believe that God created the
Yeah,
universe and
I'm
time
sure.
itself.
Well, let
And
me stick you with one syllogism, and then we'll move on to whether or not God even exists. Because I think Marcy's
go ahead.
right. I love the Trinity, but I don't know if the audience does. So, tell me if
No,
you
no,
agree or
I'll set
disagree.
the thing toward the Trinity debate.
Okay.
What's up?
Premise
Go
number
ahead and throw the
one.
Trinity.
I'll put it
Okay,
up on the
so what are you
screen
gonna
so you
throw at
can
me?
see it. Premise number one. In 1 John 4:12, it says, "No one has ever seen God." Do we agree?
Okay, so this is cherry picking of the Bible. I'm not
No, I
gonna
didn't cherry pick.
disrespect you, but
I'm just grabbing one verse and reading it for what it
that's what
says. I'm
cherry
not
picking
cherry.
is.
That's not what cherry picking
So
is. Cherry
if
picking is
when
when you
you
read one passage in the Bible and then you ignore the ones that disagree with you. Like the whole idea of cherry picking, like it came from this concept that when you pick cherries, you pick only the good ones and you don't pick the bad ones. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not avoiding other passages just so I can read this one. It just happens to be that this is one passage that is either true or false. So the
so
proposition
no one
in
so
First
saying that
John
no one has ever
4:12,
seen God,
the
so
proposition
saying
in
that no
First
one has
John
seen God,
4:12 is either true or false. Is the
it's
proposition true or
false in the
false?
sense that they have never seen God's true form.
It did
They've
okay.
seen God in the bush of fire, for example. That wasn't obviously God's true form. When God when he revealed himself to Jacob, that doesn't mean that he revealed his true self. Because if we did, we'd be blinded, which is in the Bible. That's happened.
Sure.
If
So when
and
Jesus
it,
says, "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father," he was lying.
No, because it's literally just God
But
taking on.
is Jesus the true form of the Father?
No, he's taken on the human form of
So he's
of
not.
God. So
Colossians
he's
says
taken.
that,
No,
isn't it Colossians that says Jesus is the visible form of the invisible God?
like I said, he's taken the human form of God. So it's not the true
Of
form
all
of
of God or
God.
part of
It's
God?
still it's of God.
No, all of God or part of God. Colossians
It's part of
1:15 says
God.
that. I didn't ask you
It's
if it's
part of
part.
God.
Okay,
You
so
you asked
Jesus,
me if it was olive or of
fair enough.
some.
Yep, you're right. You're right. Colossians 1:15 says that Jesus is the image, meaning exact imprint, the image of the invisible God. So you're telling me that that's not actually true. Jesus is actually the visible image of part of God. Which part of God is he the image of, and why is it that in Trinitarian doctrine Jesus is 100% God?
Jesus. Okay, so I would go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that someone pointed out in the comments that it's not the you don't have the right verse up. It's John 1:18, not John 4:12.
Also,
What
just to
I
just
double
to
checked it.
clarify.
I did 1 John 4:12. Hold on, let me make sure
Oh,
I wrote it
okay.
down
Let's
right.
let's
First
yeah,
John
So
please.
4:12
I
says
just
no one
want
has
to
ever seen
also.
God, but there's a duplicate in John to be clear. It says something very
Okay, okay.
similar to this in another passage. Sorry, go ahead,
So
Jabroni. Jacoby?
So first of all, I just want to clear that up in the comments. I don't understand why people are like, being disrespectful to me. I don't. I'm just trying to debate. I'm not here
Listen,
to make you
I'm
guys
not
feel
reading the
stupid.
comments. I don't think you should read the comments either. I have no idea what they're talking about. Just focus on us three.
Yeah. All right. So what was your question again? Why? How can Jesus be part in all of God? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm asking is, if Jesus is a representation of only part of God, that means Jesus isn't 100% God. And that means you don't actually believe in a Trinity, you believe in partialism, and partialism is a heresy.
So that's like saying that if I take a bite out of, let's say, a cheeseburger and say this is a cheeseburger, is it still a cheeseburger? I just want to throw that at you. Is it?
If you remove the burger from the cheeseburger, it's not a cheeseburger.
Well, I'm just take a bite out of the cheeseburger with lettuce, tomato, whatever comes with the
Well,
cheeseburger.
it could still be a cheeseburger, but it's not 100% of a cheeseburger. It's like 90% of a cheeseburger now.
But that's what I'm trying to get at. It's still God. So
But
there's no
it's only part
partial
of it.
God, or there can't be when it comes to being
Right.
God or not. So
But
it's if I'm a human.
But
Right,
my point is, hold on, buddy, hold on. I don't. You're gonna miss my point. I don't think you've grasped it yet. The Trinitarian doctrine says that Jesus is 100% God, which means he's not like God with a piece missing. 100% of Jesus
No,
is
I believe
identical
that
to
he is
100%
100%
of God.
Jesus. I believe he's 100% Jesus and 100% God. That's the whole
Then,
point of him coming down to die for our sins. Because if he was
if
a
God
regular
and
human,
Jesus are 100% identical to each other, then there's no distinction between the two of them, and that would mean that Jesus is the exact imprint of the Father, which means when he says, "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father," which that means that they're identically the same, which means Jesus couldn't say that no one has ever seen God because they've seen him.
but like I said, when the verse says that no one's seen God, it's never seen God in his true form. So when Jesus,
Wait, is
as I
Jesus not the true
stated,
form of God?
no, because he's a human in that sense. He's taken on human form of God. He is
So,
not God in
so
itself
you've
as
contradicted
without
yourself
form.
again. If Jesus is
And
not
I
the true
haven't.
form of God, then that means it can't be true that Jesus says, "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father." He's only part of the Father.
No, it's not being part of. It's just that he is. So, okay. It's if I show you, okay, Jesus saying that you've seen God through me, that does not mean whether he is fully God, 100% God, 90% God. It doesn't mean anything. It means specifically that he is God, but you have seen it through him and not God's true
Sure.
form.
So does God have parts?
Whatever it is. Go ahead.
Does God have parts? Because you're describing a God that is in parts.
No, there's no part of God. He's
Is
one entity.
Jesus part of God, or is Jesus 100% of God?
He's okay. He's part of God, but he is 100% God.
So if he's part of God, that means God has parts.
No, it's really
Yeah, like
just me saying.
if I said the glass is part of this magnifying device, the glass is a part. It's a piece of
But
it,
if
right?
removing Jesus doesn't equate to God not being fully God. Is if that's because
It
when you
it
say that
is.
there's parts of God, if you say that you are okay, if you remove Jesus, does God still exist? Yes. So I don't see how being that Jesus being part of or not part of invalidates the idea of Jesus being or God
Sure, but
being still God.
you keep stumbling over the same problem, which is according to Trinitarian doctrine, according to Christian doctrine as well, God doesn't have parts. So you keep describing a God that is in parts.
But okay, so what I'm trying to argue is that there is no parts, but Jesus is taken away from God into human form. But there is still no part because God is still
Well,
this one being,
there would
and
be
so is the
parts.
Trinity, the whole Trinity.
There
So when
there would
I'm
be parts
so
if Jesus is not 100% of God, then what that means is that Jesus
because
is
then he
part
would
of
be God the
God.
Father
It
in the
means that
human
Jesus
form.
would, I know what it means. It means that you're heretical. So if
I'm not
Jesus is,
heretical.
if Jesus is not 100% of God, not identical to God, that means he's just part of a God. And if he's part of a God, then you're in heretical territory. You're in heresy land. You're going to super hell.
I don't think there's divisions of hell like super hell or hell, but so
Actually, don't tell that to the Catholics.
I'm
Actually,
not Catholic.
I actually
I
agree.
don't.
I actually agree with the Catholics here. I think Protestants are wrong. I think there are divisions in hell, but I don't want to go there right now. So that's beside the point.
In terms of
Hold on.
yeah,
Don't
okay.
don't get distracted. We're still talking about the Trinity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my point is very clear. Unless Jesus is 100% God, then what that means is either God has parts or it means that there are multiple gods. But it can't necessarily be that Jesus is identical to God. That's for sure not the case.
So this is the part where that not a single Christian could argue that so the Trinity is hard to explain because it's bending the rules of physics,
Yes.
and we know
Yeah,
that.
thank you. You got
So
it. So no, you can end there. You
so
don't have to
I
you
am
don't have to
I
say anything
no
more.
I'm gonna say it's hard
Oh
to
no,
explain.
you said you said the good thing. You don't try to do it. Just say it bends the laws of logic. It's unexplainable. It's a divine mystery, and we can move on.
So what? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that it's hard to explain. It doesn't mean that it cannot be explained.
I
I
gave him
can't
the
explain
out.
because I'm. So I don't understand what you're
I tried to
trying to
help
say
you.
because. So I don't. Again, it's hard to explain. Yes, it's like explaining physics.
All
I
right.
don't know about physics enough.
Fair enough. Go ahead and try to explain it.
Like I said, I'm not very good at explaining. So
Well, that's why I was
if you
trying to
want,
give
we
you the
could.
out.
No, but like I believe in the Trinity. I don't have strong arguments for it. I'll be honest. I'm not a priest. I don't know all these things about the Bible, but I know enough to why I believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
So I'm not going to call myself a mathematician because I know parts of algebra and I know parts of calculus, but I know math. You see what I'm saying? I believe in God, but I don't know every single thing that I could argue
mm-hmm.
about or for God. Doesn't
Well,
mean that
if
I'm
you're
not Christian.
on parts of the religion, then maybe don't argue those parts. You should argue the things that you are knowledgeable
To
about.
be fair, I goaded him into it, but I do have one other question for my friend J Mike. Do you think that Jesus would affirm the proposition that he is the Father?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, because you said J-Mac. What was your question? Because
Um.
just call me Jacob.
Sorry. My buddy J Mike is in the chat. Do
Oh,
you agree with the proposition that Jesus would say that he is the Father?
I would say in terms of divinity, yes, but because that he took on the form of human, I would argue that he would say no, purely because he took on human form.
Can he be God and not God at the same time?
He's 100% God and fully man. So
But
wait, so you asking if he can be God and not be God at the same time? That's an entrapment. So what
that's
I'm gonna
not an
say is
entrapment.
that
It's just a question. Like it's
well,
only an
your question
entrapment
is to
because
make
you.
me dig a hole for
No.
myself.
I'm
I'm
not.
saying
I didn't do that. Your position has done that. I'm not making you dig a hole. I'm asking you a logical question about your position. It just happens to be that your position is digging the hole for you. Because the answer to this question is going to be a violation of the law of identity.
so. Okay, so if he states that he is fully God, then he is not fully man. But that's the problem, is because he is also fully man. That's why he bled blood when he was on the cross. The whole
Mm-hmm.
point of him of to be the to be taking our sins is because he died is because he is fully God, but he took on human form so we could have a second chance to go into heaven.
Sure.
So he cannot argue that, or I cannot argue that he is fully God, but he is also not God because he is still
Uh-huh.
God, but
And
he has just human form.
is the body of Jesus still around?
No, it is not.
Okay. So what that means is that God has parts again, right? If Jesus is 100% God and the body didn't always exist, it means that there's a part of God that once didn't exist, came into existence, and then now doesn't exist again. So
No,
again,
he
this
exists
violates.
though.
this violates divine simplicity. The body of Jesus can't be 100% God if it's disposable.
But that's kind of the whole point, that he came down as a human. So
I know.
if he was only God, then there would be, first of all, you wouldn't even be able to kill him. But secondly, there would be no point of him dying on the cross for our sins.
I know the story, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying, listen, if Jesus is a disposable part of God, it just means that God has parts again, and you're back at partialism. It's a heresy. Now, listen, you can be a partialist and just own it and say, listen, I'm a partialist. I'm okay being a heretic. And that's a perfectly honest position to take. But you actually are, because you keep saying things that only a
because
partialist would
you're
say.
warping what I believe in. What I'm trying to say to you is that Jesus can be God and can be man, but it doesn't mean that he is not God and he is man, and it doesn't mean that he is man and he is not God.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if Jesus the man is part of the 100% God thing, that means that Jesus is not a permanent part of God, which means, for example, when the body of Jesus ceased to exist, that means God himself is not even 100% anymore, because remember, God's nature doesn't change. So if God's nature is unchanging, unchanging and part of God's nature gets eliminated, that means he's changing.
So, but if you're arguing that if Jesus dying means that he isn't fully God, then you're also stating that God without Jesus isn't fully God, which is not what I believe in. Because regardless if Jesus existed or not, he would still be the God, the Father of the universe.
I know what you're saying, but what you've described is not what you believe. Like, so you're describing one state of affairs, and then you're saying, I actually believe another state of affairs, which you don't. So if Jesus is 100% God, then what that means is God has a body. If Jesus' body is disposable, that means when God lost its body, part of God went missing.
Well, he also rose from the dead,
a modalist.
and then he ascended to heaven.
With the body, right?
There's no... Sure, yeah, with the body.
Okay. So you still run the same problem.
But that's
because
what I'm saying is that
to the incarnation, the body didn't exist.
Well, yeah, because what would be the point of coming down as a God, as God? What would the point be? There would be no point, right? So that's kind of the whole point. So
I agree with you. There was no point.
A human. So okay, but what I'm saying, if there is no human form, then he can't take our sins, right? That's kind of why he comes down from heaven as a human.
But
so
again,
you arguing about him being a human, it's not necessarily.
You keep describing, and I'm sorry to interrupt you because you sound like a nice young man, but you're not really on point. Like you keep describing why God did something, but why he did it isn't relevant to what he did, right? We're not asking why, we're asking about the what, right? So I could give a damn what his reasons were. I'm asking, what did he actually do, and what is the nature of God? Because if the nature of God is that he has a disposable body, well, it just means that God's nature includes parts that are disposable, and now you're a partialist.
Well, I don't see how having a body though makes it disposable. It's essentially, it's just coming down as that form.
Do you know what the disposable? Do you know what the word disposable means?
Yes, I know what disposable means.
It just means it's indispensable. You can get rid of it. Yeah, okay. So if Jesus' human body is something that God doesn't require, he can take it or not take it. It's a disposable piece, just like this cup is a disposable cup. So my point is,
argue that he does require the body so we could take on the sins of the world.
So was part of God's body missing prior to the incarnation?
No, because there would be no point. It's like a teacher teaching another teacher. There's no point. They're both at that level. So if Jesus comes down at the level of God, there would be no reason for him to die on the cross. So
that's
him coming down
modalism.
as God is going. So him coming down to our level is kind of the whole point of Jesus
you
dying on the
keep
cross.
describing the reason why he did it, and the reason why he did it has nothing to do with our conversation. Listen, if I
Well, it
asked
kind of
you,
does.
well, no, it doesn't. Just pay attention. If I
It
asked you,
does.
hey, well, Jabril, just hold on a second. If I asked you, does Jabril have 5 brothers? Whether or not you went to the market on Thursday has nothing to do with whether or not you have 5 brothers. I'm not asking you about why you did anything. I'm asking about the nature of your relationship with your brothers. I'm not asking you why God did anything. I'd love to get there. To be fair, I love that conversation, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the nature of the existence of God, not about what he's doing or why he's doing it. So my point is very clear. If God has this piece of him, we're going to call this piece the body. In fact, actually, sometimes I find that illustrations are helpful, and maybe it's just because I need them, not because you need them. But I'll do an illustration here to further demonstrate what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to draw maybe a diagram of sorts, and I'm going to start really easy. I'm going to say this circle here is going to be God. Yeah, we agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does God have any parts inside of this circle?
Wait, I'm sorry, you cut out. What'd you say?
Does God have any parts on the inside of this circle?
No.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, we might say that Jesus, we're just going to put Jesus, JC down here. Jesus is inside of the God circle.
Sure.
Okay. So this means 100% of God includes JC, right? Okay. So 100% of God includes JC. It's going to include the Father, and it's going to include the Holy Spirit, right?
Well, so why are you putting the Father when God is the Father? Are you
Well, hold on. God can't be just the Father. God must also be Jesus. Remember, Jesus and the Holy Spirit are part of God.
Well, he doesn't need to be. There's a reason why Jesus
Okay,
prayed to Father.
So is Jesus not God?
He is God.
Okay. Okay, so if Jesus is God, that means he's included in the God circle. So the God circle is 100% of all things that are God.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so if the God circle is 100% of things that are all God, that means inside of this 100% needs to be the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, because the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God, and Jesus is God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, within this 100% God circle, you're telling me that this part right here, the Jesus Christ part, actually has a secondary piece. That secondary piece, we're just going to draw down here. Well, I'm going to label it right here. This part of the green circle that is outside of the red circle, we're going to call that the body. Because remember, that body didn't always exist. That body once was not part of this circle. It's part of a different circle. So what that means is that Jesus's body was not part of God. Do we agree?
Wait, I'm sorry, cut out in your last 2 seconds. Sorry.
Right. So if Jesus's body did not always exist, that means that Jesus's body is not part of 100% of God. It's something that maybe God entered at one point, like a vessel, but the body itself of Jesus could not have been God, correct?
Sure, but I would
Okay.
also say that, like I said, the body was needed, though.
I didn't know, but I'm not asking about need or desire. I'm asking about the nature of the existence. So if the body of Jesus was not God, then that actually brings up a huge problem. That means down here we have a part of Jesus that is not God, which means Jesus can't be 100% God. Jesus is maybe 50% God and 50% man, but he can't be 100% God.
I would say that argument's false because, again, taking on the body is meant to be
Nope.
able to take on the sins.
Not asking about reasons. I'm asking about states of
No, but I'm
affairs.
not saying that's the
So
reason. I'm just saying that your argument can't be held up
All right,
if you say
it
that he
it
can't be
does
100%
because
God, 100% man.
well,
What
you're
I'm saying is
oh
that
boy,
the
this is getting
part
off the
where he
rails
has to
fast.
be a well, I'm just saying what you're trying to argue, it doesn't make sense because if you're saying that he cannot be 100% God and 100% man, then that's false because the whole point of him
Well,
coming down
I'm
is to
I'm
die
showing
on the
you with a
cross.
demonstration why it's impossible to say that Jesus is 100% God. Because part of Jesus includes his physical body. And you just said that that part, that physical body, is not part of God. So what that means is
It's
that
not
Jesus.
because the body
So,
doesn't
but
need
hold
to
on,
be.
hold on.
Go ahead.
If Jesus has a part of himself that is not God, then what that means is that there's a part of Jesus that is not God, which means Jesus could be 90% God, he could be 80% God, but he can't be 100% God because there's a part of him that's not God.
So I'm just trying to understand why it's not necessarily. So I'm just a little confused why it's not. I wouldn't say clicking because that sounds disrespectful, but I'm confused why it doesn't make sense to you as to why Jesus needs the body in
Nope, the
order for
need.
us.
Listen, every time you say
I
need,
know,
all
I
you're
know
doing
you're
is
trying
losing
to
the plot.
talk
No,
about
I'm not. I'm
need,
not asking
but
you
what
about
I'm,
need. Nope.
but
Again,
that's not.
every
Listen,
time
it's
you
not
every time you
necessarily a
use the word
question
need,
about
all you're
need.
doing is missing the point. No one cares about need.
I'm not talking about
Listen,
specifically the
whenever
need.
you say the word need, just assume I agree with you. I don't care about the need. Just pretend I agree with you on the word need. I don't care about that. I'm asking about what is the nature of this thing's existence. I don't care what it
So
needs or wants.
what
You're
I'm
not arguing
trying to
anything
tell
yet.
you though.
Hold on. This is not difficult, okay? You've already told me that there is a part of Jesus that is not part of God. So that means Jesus has two parts. Do we agree?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to draw a Jesus diagram, and he's got two parts. We're going to say one part is God, and one part is, we'll just call it body. Jesus' body. So Jesus is made up of two individual parts. Now, if there is one singular entity in Jesus, Jesus is only one entity, right? He's not two entities.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if Jesus is only one entity, that means a percentage of that entity is God, and a percentage of that entity is in fact body. Do we agree?
But I would argue that it's still 100% of each.
No, it can't be
It
100% of
just
each.
because I would, but what I've been trying to say about the need, I don't want you to stop me. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say.
Tell you what,
The
I already told you
need
I
is
agree with the
important.
need. I don't care. I already agree.
I
You're
know,
right.
but
He fucking needed the body.
reeling
Let's
it
move
back
on.
in.
No, we
I'm
don't care.
reeling it
Jesus
with.
Jesus needed a body. We don't care if he needed the body. We're questioning whether or not the
Hold on,
body is
but
God.
hold on. You're not letting me get to my point. I'm
You're
not talking about
I
the
agree with your
need. I'm
point. You don't
talking
have to
about
convince me.
why.
I already agree. He needed the body. Let's go. Let's talk about the nature of the body. So again, my point is
So,
very clear. Either Jesus has parts or he doesn't. You just said that Jesus is
but
made
what
up
I
of part
again,
God
I'm
and
trying to
part
argue to
body,
you.
and you can't be 200%.
What I'm telling you is that again, before you keep telling me to not talk about the need, I'm not talking about specifically the need.
Well,
That
tell you what,
I'm not
I'm
going
gonna do
towards that.
this, Jabril. I'm gonna give you one chance to talk about whatever you think this fucking need is doing for your argument, and then I'm gonna make sure you never bring it up again. Okay, so go ahead
Hold
and
on.
tell me what you
You
think.
don't
Oh
need
no,
to be
hold, stop, stop,
respectful.
stop,
You
stop,
don't need
stop,
to be
stop,
respectful.
stop. I don't care about this need argument. I want to dispose of it. So tell me what you think Jesus' body was needed for, and then we can move on and get to the part that actually matters. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'm not trying to interrupt you. Okay. Second of all, I'm not talking about the need. I'm purely stating that the body of Jesus, if we're talking about the human form of God, Jesus, I am purely stating that there is no need besides the taking of sin that for a body of God. The whole point of him coming down is to die on the cross because it's like I said, it'd be stupid to have a God come down, die as a God. You can't die as a God. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that the whole point of your argument, it doesn't coincide with the argument of is God 100% man or 100% God. There's no reason to be arguing if he's 100% man or 100% God because he's
Yes,
still
there is.
100% God.
Nope.
No,
That's what you haven't
because
demonstrated. Declaring it to be true doesn't fix the problem. So this is what we're trying to figure out so far, right? So you've already told me that Jesus is not 100% God because part of Jesus is a body, and that body is not part of God, which means there's a part of Jesus that's not God. So what that means
so I'm
is that
explaining that
what
he
that
is 100%
means.
God,
So
though.
what that no, you haven't. So what that means is that the body of Jesus, as you said, not me, you said this. You said the body of Jesus is not God because of this one. I showed you that the body of Jesus is disposable, which means the body of Jesus can't be part of God because God can't have parts. He certainly can't have disposable parts. So what that means is that Jesus is part body and part God, but he's not 100% body and 100% God.
But what I'm trying to explain to you that again, there is no need for the body. I agree with you on
But
the
I
topic
don't
of that
know
there's
why
no
you
need.
keep saying need. Need has nothing to do with my argument. God could either need it or not. It does nothing for the argument. My only question is what is the identity of Jesus and the parts of
Is
Jesus?
God.
Okay,
There's no
so
part of Jesus. It's only
okay, so
100% God, and the only
is
reason why
Jesus's
he's
body part
man.
of God?
No, I don't think his body is part of God because
Okay, so
there's
is Jesus's body part of Jesus?
yes, because Jesus, the whole point of
Okay,
Jesus
so
was
I'm
to die
gonna
on a cross.
I think you keep like going back on what you said prior. So I'm going to put it on a notepad so you don't forget what you said because you keep reverting back to things you already agreed to. So premise number one is that Jesus had a body. Premise number two is that the body was not part of God. We're still in agreement here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Premise number three is that the body was part of Jesus, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what that means then, in the conclusion, is that the body was part of Jesus that was not God. Do you follow?
Sure.
Okay. So what that means then is that Jesus has at least two parts. He's got part God and part not God, which means there's going to be a percentage. Maybe he's 90% God, maybe he's 50% God, but he can't be 100% God because part of Jesus is defined as not God already.
So I'm confused as to why you're stating that the body declares that he is either 90, 95, whatever percent of God or human. I don't see why that part or why the human form is essentially what declaring whether it's he's God or not.
Are
What
humans
can you
gods?
explain to me? No, because
Okay.
we don't have
So
any.
if
We're
if
not
humans are
divine.
not God by definition and Jesus was part human, that means there's a part of Jesus that was not God. That's just
We're
definitionally
also
true.
not sent by Jesus or by God Himself.
Who cares? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the nature
Well,
of
because you're comparing
Jesus.
humans, you're comparing sinners to a non-sinner.
No, I'm not.
That's the problem.
I'm comparing identity to identity. The fact that we sin is irrelevant to whether or not Jesus has parts.
Well, because if you're saying that if we're part God, which we're not, then therefore Jesus is part God. But that's not true because
I didn't
again,
say that.
that's that's what you just said.
I don't
That
think you're actually
because
listening
that
to me. I
since
didn't say anything about us. What I'm saying is that Jesus has at least two parts. One part that's God and one part that isn't God. That's it.
and
If you
why can't they coexist? That's what I'm
because
asking.
because one is strictly not God. No one's asking can they coexist. We're asking what is the percentage. So let me do this very quickly. So Jesus, right? This circle here represents
Hmm.
100% of Jesus. So inside of this circle is 100% of Jesus. We agree?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm
Now,
grabbing my charger. Continue.
if this circle is 100% of Jesus, everything that is Jesus is in this circle, then what that means is that Jesus has at least two parts. One part that's God and one part that is not God, because the body is not God. Now, you can't be not God and also God 100% because they're opposites of each other, right? So for example, if I said that this crayon is 100% crayon and 100% not crayon, that's a direct contradiction. You can't be 100% crayon and 100% not crayon. So Jesus can't be 100% God and 100% body because the body is defined as not God. So he's got to be part.
Okay.
He's got to be part God and part body.
But again, you're comparing. So you're using like a human. So humans, we sin, but the whole point was for Jesus to come as a human, and that's why I'm trying to say that
I
you
have
can't
no
really
idea why
argue.
you keep going back to this. I don't care what
I'm
his
not
point
talking about
was.
the need.
If God
So,
wanted to
but
come
what I'm
back as a
talking about,
human, if God wanted to come back as a human, he could have done so in a way that didn't violate the laws of logic. He could have always
so,
had a
but what
body.
I'm
Hold on. He could have always had a body, or he could have just transformed. He could say, I'm a spirit now, I'll be a body tomorrow. He could, that's modalism. He could have also
but
just
what I'm
always had a
telling
body,
you
but he
that
doesn't always
is
have a
that.
body.
But what I'm telling you that there's a divinity and there isn't when you're talking about the human and Jesus's body. Jesus's body is completely different versus my body or your
What's the
body
difference?
or Marcy's. The
What's the
difference is
difference?
that he was divine and that
So
he
the
didn't
body,
sin.
no, you
We
just said you said the body wasn't divine.
Yeah,
See this?
ours is the
No,
bodies
no, no,
of
no.
the
Oh,
human,
no. Now you
not
see this.
Jesus's body.
This is why
Because
I'm
like I
making
said,
notes because you keep going back on what you said. You said
no, no,
premise
no,
number
no, hold
one, and
on.
you agreed
No,
to it
no,
that
hold
Jesus
on.
had a body,
No,
and that body was not part of God. So is the body part
what
of
I'm
God? Yes or
telling
no?
you, oh my gosh, the body is completely Jesus's body is different from the body that you and
Is
I share because
Jesus's body
Jesus
part
was
of God?
sinless.
Yes or no?
Jesus was sinless.
Was his
What I'm trying to
body
point to
part
you,
of God? Yes or no?
we already established this. What I'm
Okay,
arguing
so
to
if the
you
body was
is,
not
hold
God,
on,
then
don't
you
cut me
can't say
off.
that the body
Don't
is
cut me off.
divine. I'm not cutting you off. I'm stopping you before you go back on what you said prior.
That's
I'm
what
trying
cutting me off
to
is.
redirect you back to the point that you already agreed to. You already agreed that Jesus's body was not God, which means you can't say that it's divine. To be divine means that it has a divine substance, like it's made up of God substance. So if it's not made up of God substance, then you can't say that it's not God.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that the body that Jesus took on is different from the body that you and I have. I don't
What's
see why
different about
that's a
it?
problem. Like I said, he was sinless, and we have
So what?
literally so much. What do you mean so what? So that
What's it
proves that he
being
was
sinless?
divine.
But no, it doesn't prove he's
So
divine.
that means he, yeah, it does prove he's
What does
divine.
being
So the
sinless
whole
have to do
point
with
of being
divinity?
sinful. So what I'm telling you is that being sinful means that you go against God, that you are rebelling against God, whether
So
you
what?
mean to or not.
So what?
So what? So that means that the human body, that my body is completely different from the body that Jesus had because Jesus was
So
sinless. I don't
what?
see how that's
Being sinless
so.
doesn't
Jesus,
make you God because Zechariah and
it
Elizabeth,
does.
according to
It
Luke
makes
chapter
him a
1,
God.
were righteous according to all the laws of God.
Righteous does not mean sinless.
I didn't say
David
sinless; they
was
were
righteous,
righteous. So again,
but that's
the
what you're arguing.
laws
That's what you're trying to
the
tell
laws
me.
of God don't entail that you'll never sin. And the God of the Hebrew Bible never once said anything about being perfect or being completely sinless. He just says, "Hey, when you sin, make sure you do this thing." He's not actually worried about whether or not you screw up every now and then. He's okay with that.
Well, that's what sin is. Sin is okay. First of all, no, that's not true. You saying
No,
that
it is
God
true.
is okay with you sinning, that is not true.
No,
God is
I
not
didn't.
okay with us
No, I say
sinning.
he anticipates that you are going to sin, and he gives you like specific examples of what to do when you do sin.
Yes, repentance. Yes. So, uh, so, I'm a little confused again as to why you think there is no difference between God's body, Jesus's body, versus you or mine. Or
Because you told
I
me
don't see.
already. So you already told me that Jesus' body is not part of God. So if Jesus' body is not part of God, then you can't then go back and say it is part of God. Either Jesus' body is part of God or it's not. Which is it?
So what again, are you
Wait, are you
okay,
suggesting that if I live a sinless life, I just become divine?
you can't live a sinless life. So
I said
no.
if I lived a sinless
It's
life,
not
would I
possible,
become
so no.
divine? Well, it is
No.
possible. So we'll try this again. If I lived a sinless
It is
life, would
not
I just
possible, but
what?
okay.
It's a hypothetical. Just fucking answer it, man. If I live a sinless life, do I become part of God?
But no, you don't, because
Do I become
not
divine?
just no, not just divine.
Why? Okay, so
I was giving a specific
living,
example.
I don't need an example. If me living a
You do
sinless
need an
life,
example,
no,
clearly.
I don't. If me
Well, you kind of do,
if
because I'm
me
explaining to you
living,
that
you're
it
not
was just.
explaining anything. You're confused. Just listen to what I'm
I'm
saying,
not
and maybe
confused. I
you'll
know what I'm
grasp it.
saying.
So if I
I don't.
living a
There's no
sinless
need for the
life,
disrespect.
if I living a
We're having a
sinless
simple
life,
conversation.
if I living a
Mm-hmm.
sinless life doesn't mean that I become divine, then that means Jesus living a sinless life doesn't mean that he becomes divine, which means the
So
sinlessness.
before you continue, what I was
Stop. I wasn't finished. So what that means is Jesus' divinity, if he has any, has nothing to do with him being sinless. The sinlessness does not have anything to do with him being becoming or being divine. You could do it the other way. You could say he was sinless because he was divine, but it doesn't go the other way. But that doesn't fix the problem
I
because
wasn't arguing that.
you already told me that
I
the
was
body
giving just an
of
example.
Jesus was not God. So it doesn't matter. Whatever you say about sin, none of it matters because you already agreed on premise number 2 that Jesus' body was not God.
Okay, but again, what I'm trying to say is not that being divine isn't purely because he was sinless. I was just giving an example, but now you're switching with what I'm saying.
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
sin,
Sinlessness has nothing to
but
do
what
with
I
it.
mean,
What do you think
I'm
it
just
means to be
explaining to
divine?
you. Okay, we're not talking. I wasn't
What do you
saying.
believe the word divine means? Because I suspect you're misusing it.
I believe that it means, in the context of Jesus, that it's sent down, that they're sent down by God.
I'm not
When you
asking.
say
I'm not asking about in the context of Jesus. I'm asking what do you think the word itself means?
chosen by God to be,
So
I'm
then
not entirely sure.
that doesn't do anything for you because then David would be divine. David was chosen by God.
I would not argue. I'm
Well,
not
then this does
saying
nothing
that.
for your argument. If Jesus and David are divine in the same manner, that means that doesn't mean that David is part of the Trinity. This you've literally just ruined your argument now.
Well, I'm not saying that divinity explicitly means that he's God. I'm just saying that
But that's what
because
you
of
said.
divinity. Oh, I'm
You said
still
his body
talking though.
was
I'm
divine.
saying, yeah, that's what separates the
So what does
that's
it
what's
mean?
creating that difference
What's that mean for the
between.
Trinity?
We're not talking about the Trinity right now. We're talking about
We've
God.
talked
It's
about
the
the Trinity the
divinity.
entire time. We're talking about
Okay, so what?
whether or not Jesus has parts.
So what? Like as I was saying, the
All right. Well,
divinity is
listen,
what's separating
um,
my body from his. I don't see how that's.
Jacoby, you are literally out of your mind right now, and that you've
I'm
bent
not out of my
yourself
mind.
into so
I'm
many
just
pretzels on the
answering your question.
Trinities. You're not. You've bent yourself into so many pretzels over the Trinity. I think it might be time to move on to a different argument. Do you want to provide an
Okay,
argument that's not Trinity
let's
related?
argue about if God is imaginary. Why do you think
Right.
God is imaginary?
Go for it.
Let's go
Oh, you
with
want
that.
my
Well,
excuse?
I'm
Oh,
asking.
yeah. Well, I
I
think
just want
God's imaginary.
one pinnacle point in your life that was like God's not real. Just I want to know why.
Yeah, because of logic. So, the God that is almost genuinely, generally described in classical theism entails contradictions. I don't think that contradictions exist. And so, if you tell me there's a God that is perfectly loving, perfectly powerful, and omnipresent, meaning he's in all places, I say poppycock. I don't think that you, first of all, I don't think you can even exist outside of space and time. That means you can't actually do anything because you need time to do things. And also, if God was perfectly loving and he had the power to do what is always the good thing, always the best thing, and then he doesn't do it, then that God either isn't perfectly loving or it does not exist. And the fact that natural disasters exist, I think, prove that the God we're
So
talking
if
about either
kids
doesn't
die of
exist.
cancer,
I didn't
do
say
doctors
cancer.
exist?
Didn't say cancer at
No, no,
all.
I'm just
So I've
stating.
said natural
I'm just saying.
disasters. I said natural disasters.
What?
I said natural disasters because natural disasters, first of all, cancer is another good argument, but I said natural disasters because you and I probably both agree that God is responsible for natural disasters.
Well, what I'm saying, I'm giving you a question to answer, like as an answer.
Why?
So because just let me get there. I'll explain to you.
All right.
If kids die of cancer, do doctors exist? So
Yeah,
if bad things happen in the world,
doctors didn't
does
design
God
cancer.
exist?
No, because God designed the world. That's the difference. See, doctors didn't design cancer, but God designed cancer. So God can't be all loving and then also
God
design children
did
to
not
have
design
cancer.
cancer.
So
God
yes,
did
he
not
did.
design them.
Yes, he did. So God
Well,
designed a human body. Yeah.
He created Adam and Eve,
Sure.
but when they
And
had ate from the tree
could God
of
have made it so
knowledge,
that the human body doesn't get cancer?
he made it to where we were quote perfect in terms of not able to see the evil, the perverted, mind of ours. That's why
Mhm.
when Adam and Eve ate from the tree, that's why they had to put themselves with clothes. They had to clothe themselves because they were perverted.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question. Could God have designed the human body in such a way that it wouldn't have cancer? And you kind of almost said it. You said yes. So what happened was Adam and Eve ate the fruit, and then God
And then
redesigned the
therefore,
human body. So
no, because
God
Adam and Eve
redesigned it.
had
God
kids.
redesigned it so that they would have cancer after the fall.
No, he didn't redesign anything. After the fall,
Well,
everything came to shit. That's the truth.
That's because
Everything
God
and
designed it to be
everything.
that way. Like, listen, I design machines for a living. If I design a machine so that, I don't know, there's a safety mechanism. If you do the wrong thing and you try to run the machine with the doors open, there's a safety mechanism to make sure that you don't do that. And if you do that, the machine shuts down. Boom. It doesn't let you hurt yourself. That's a reactionary control mechanism, right? But God didn't do that. When Adam and Eve got off the rails, he cursed them and made it 10 times worse. He redesigned the human body so that after they would fall, they would get cancer. That's not something that humans did. Humans didn't design the human body. God did.
So yeah, I agree with in terms of God did, but I also disagree with the idea of people dying purely because it was through
Well,
God.
I didn't
I
say
know,
dying
I
at
know.
all. We're talking about cancer. What do you guys say, Marcy?
That's what cancer does.
I was just gonna say, like, we were like, Justin's original argument was about natural disasters, not necessarily cancer, and you kind of like pivoted to cancer with like a really bad analogy comparing humans to God. Just to reel it back in just a little and refine like the words Justin might have used. An evidence that God isn't real is that God is supposedly an all-loving, perfect creator, and then we look at the creation, and the creation itself isn't perfect because the creation, kills thousands of children every year, and that's horrible. So we look at like the supposed creator, and we would guess that if it's a perfect creator who's all loving and all good, he would create a maybe not perfect, absolute heaven on earth, but obviously it shouldn't have genuine atrocities happening every single year. So we look at the evidence that's in front of our face, and it doesn't match what we would expect upon having a perfect creator.
So what I would throw at you is that if God did create a perfect world, that would
I
mean that
explicitly
he
went
isn't.
against that. I explicitly went against that. I
Well, I
specifically
know.
said not
I'm
a
stating
perfect
to you.
heaven.
No, we're talking about world, not heaven. But okay,
I
so
know. I'm sorry. Are you
what I'm
listening to any of the words that I'm saying? I don't want to be rude, but like it seems like you just didn't
no,
listen to
I
a
heard
word that
what
I
you
said.
said. I
What did
did.
I say? What was my argument?
You were asked. So you said that if God, he wouldn't be all loving if he created a world where bad things can happen. That's essentially your
No.
argument.
That was not essentially my argument. Essentially my
It
argument
sounds
is
like it.
with a perfect with no, that's not. I'll restate it for you. My argument essentially to simplify it was that we have a perfect supposedly perfect creator who supposedly is all powerful, who supposedly loves us all. So we would expect the creation to reflect that. And sure, it doesn't have to be heaven. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to have not a single flaw at all ever where nothing bad ever happens, but we would at least expect that atrocities wouldn't happen every single year, killing hundreds of thousands, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of children every single year. That doesn't really reflect a perfect creator. So we look at the evidence in front of our face, which is children are dying every single year, atrocities are happening every single year, and that's just not what we would expect if we had a supposedly perfect creator that supposedly loved us.
So if God made a world where we wouldn't have to go through those things, would that mean he's all loving? No, because he's essentially creating a world of robots. Because if
I
okay,
don't
for
think you
example, if
understand the argument. I don't think you
I
understand
do
the
under
argument.
I do understand,
I'm
but what I'm
saying
throwing at
that the
you,
claim no, you're not. I'm saying the claim that God is all loving and all perfect and has a perfect creation doesn't reflect the reality that we see in front of us. I'm not trying to make an objection of, oh, God isn't all loving or God isn't all powerful or something along those lines. I'm not rejecting one of God's properties. I'm saying that God's supposed properties does not reflect the evidence in front of our face.
so but what I'm trying to throw at you is that it can, but I'm assuming that you don't believe in God. Well, what I'm gathering from you is that you're kind of perverting the idea of a world that God created. So the world
No.
that we live in.
So I'll really
I
explain my
mean,
argument for like a seventh
so
time
you
now.
already.
We're
I
looking
don't.
at the claim
I
that there is
understand
a
what your
perfect
argument
creator.
is,
No, you
but
don't,
what
because your
I'm
response to
but
it
I'm
isn't addressing anything I said. Your
Yeah.
response to it isn't addressing anything I said. We have a supposed perfect creator, which would reflect with a relatively good creation, but the creation, their supposed creation, is not good. So the claim is not matching the evidence in front of our face. That's like the structure of the argument, is that the claim doesn't match the evidence in front of our face.
Right. So, Jacoby, I think the reason why this conversation
I
is
don't know
so
why you had to
painful
mute me
is
though.
because,
It's disrespectful.
well, you weren't listening to Marcy, and then you started talking over
I
her.
listened. I heard it like three
So,
times.
Jacoby, you can
But
talk over me. I actually don't mind it all that much, but please don't talk over Marcy. So, I think
I
the reason
wasn't
why this
talking over
conversation
her.
is getting, we all watched you do it. The reason why this conversation is getting painful is
Okay.
because like we keep stating our position on something, and then you completely strawman what we said. Like that's not at all what the argument was. So Marcy left the room for a second. I'm not sure what's going on there, but the point is, like, if God is completely benevolent and good, then there's an expectation, right, that this world would not have unnecessary suffering.
And I'm trying to say that just because the world is imperfect doesn't mean that there isn't an all loving God. That's what I'm
So
trying to say,
once again, we're
regardless
not
if that's
asking
what
for
you're still
perfection.
arguing.
We aren't
But that's
asking for perfection.
okay. Okay. First of all, I don't need you to raise your voice at me. Okay.
Marcy
Secondly,
did not raise
I
her
don't.
voice.
There was a
I mean,
time
I
to it.
kind of
So
I kind of did, but it is getting really frustrating whenever we keep on
okay,
making the
it can
same
be
argument and
frustrating,
you keep
but
on not understanding it.
I do completely
So,
understand what you're saying, but what I'm okay,
but
but it sounds
Jabroni,
like you guys
this is the
aren't
problem. Is
understanding.
like Marcy and I have both restated our claim like 3 times, and you're still not listening to us. Neither one of us has ever said that there should be perfection here. But no one said there should be zero suffering
I
here.
didn't say that
What we
you guys
said
said that.
is that it is unexpected in your worldview that there would be unnecessary suffering. So
Okay, and
it's
I'm trying to
mhm.
explain that, but you guys keep thinking that I'm
Well,
not, and
you're
I'm
not trying to
clearly
explain it because
stating
you said perfection and we never did.
I'm not stating
Yeah, you said just
exactly
because the world
perfection.
isn't
I'm
perfect
saying
as doesn't mean that there's not a creator, and we keep on
okay,
saying that we're
if
not
just
asking for
because the world
perfection.
isn't as good as you would expect it to be from a perfect God, there. If the world isn't that, that doesn't inherently mean that there is not an all-loving God.
It actually is.
I
Because that
know
there's
that's an evidence. It's an evidence against it that we have a claim that would lead us to this conclusion, but we don't have that conclusion. The conclusion doesn't match reality. So the claim would lead us to believe this thing, but this thing doesn't exist. So the claim
so if
has
God
evidence
forced the
against
world,
us.
if God forced a world where there wasn't any atrocities, then he wouldn't be all loving. I'm not stating that has
No,
to be
that's not
perfect,
true.
but if
What does
it
that
would be
even
true because
mean?
Are you suggesting that in
of course.
heaven, like in Revelation 21, when the heaven comes down to earth and there's no more suffering, that God's no longer good?
No, because that's
Here,
when
let's
judgment
just
happens, and that's
let's let
when.
him explain. Like, let's let him explain, expand on. Go ahead and we'll give you a second to expand on that thought of like God making the world not have extraordinarily extreme atrocities would somehow mean that he's no longer all loving. Please expand on that thought.
So what I'm trying to say is, just because those are stripped away from the earth does not mean that he is not there, that he is not all, or sorry, okay. If those things like cancer, natural disasters, murder, if all that was taken away, that would be taking away the idea that he is all loving, because he is allowing us, I'm getting there, because he is allowing us, for example, just as murder as an example. I'm not straying away from the conversation, okay? I'm just making that clear. As an
And I
example,
don't want
as
to interrupt
murder,
you,
that's
and
an
I know that you're not
atrocity.
trying to stray away, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Murder is an
Saying that
atrocity.
you're straying away, but I feel like the murder part, like nobody brought it up, and it doesn't really align with the critique that we're making.
Right.
Because
No one said
murder
anything
is
about
like a
murder.
human
It's an
action
atrocity.
that someone
Is
does of their
Nope.
own free will, but we're talking about the
So would you
creation.
agree that
So
murder is an
again,
atrocity?
Jacoby, this is the problem. You're not listening to what we're saying.
I am
Nobody.
listening.
No,
I get
no,
what
you're
you're
not. No,
saying.
you're not. You
And
don't get what we're
I'm
saying
Okay,
giving
because
you
you
an
keep.
let me
argument.
explain.
Hold on,
Well,
hold on. Stop
hold
yelling.
on.
Let me
No,
explain.
I'm
Allow me
yelling
So
and I'm
don't
muting.
mute me.
Everyone, shut up.
You don't need.
We're not doing this 10 times.
So
Okay.
you don't
This
need
is
to mute
easy.
me.
Nobody's talking about free will. All right. No
You
one's saying that human beings shouldn't have free will. All of us,
you could just.
Marcy and myself, are both talking specifically about things that are outside of human free will. Baby cancer, natural disasters. These are not things that are inside of human free will. So every time you bring up something like murder, you're not listening to her or I. Neither one of us are talking about human free will. So please, for the last time, can you address what
And
we're saying rather than what you
I'm
want
not
us to
talking about
say?
free will. I'm just
Murder's a
and
free,
saying
that's
as a
no,
murder is a
because
whole.
free will
hold
decision.
on. Yeah, that's why I was trying to correct you before you like got too deep into your rebuttal. Is I wanted to give you a chance to like talk and expand on your thoughts. I was just trying to say that when you bring up murder, something we haven't brought up, you're talking about an action that is done by a human, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the designs inside of the creation, such as the tectonic plates on the earth that cause earthquakes, which kill like I believe 300,000 people a year, about around that number. 300,000 people die a year because of God's specific, supposedly specific design. It's not an action that's taken by a human, but it's specifically the design of his supposed creation. So I would prefer if you would address something like that, like a design of the creation, such as the examples that we gave, like natural disasters, because it's not done by a human, it's specifically a design of the supposed creation.
And
So please expand
I'm
on your thought with that.
okay. So because if you remove that, it doesn't mean, or if you don't remove that, it doesn't mean that God is still, if he's all loving or not. It doesn't. That's they're not.
I'm not objecting that.
So
I'm
why?
not
So why are
making
you
an objection
arguing
of
that?
God's attributes. Okay,
I
I'll
understand,
try to
but
explain it to you
what I'm
simply.
asking you, I don't need it to be simpler. I'm just asking.
Apparently you
So
do because you're
why?
not
So
understanding
why?
it.
Okay. So why? I'm asking you why, if it's removed, why does that make him
If what's
more or
removed?
less? Huh?
If earthquakes are removed, you mean?
No, if removed of like natural disasters, whatever you guys would
Yeah. Why would
specifically
removing
talking about
natural
like that.
disasters make them more loving?
So why would it make him more or less of what he is?
Because somebody that
Okay,
is
so
perfectly loving doesn't commit unnecessary suffering. Sorry, Marcy, go ahead.
But he's not committing them himself.
no,
He's
I
causing
just
them.
wanted to like I need to reframe the argument for you because I swear I'm trying to let you talk. I'm trying to let you critique the argument, but it doesn't seem like you're critiquing the format of the argument that I'm presenting. I'm saying that I'm not making an objection to one of his attributes or anything along those lines. I'm saying, okay, the claim, all loving, all perfect creator, so on and so forth, all attributes. does not match what we see in front of us. I'm not saying that he isn't all-loving. I'm saying that with the claim that he is all-loving, he is all-powerful, so on and so forth, that claim doesn't match what we see in front of us. So that is evidence against the claim that God is real, due to the fact that what we see in front of us does not reflect what the claim is making.
So, but what I'm trying to get you guys to understand is that if it's taken away, that doesn't mean that he is more loving or not. I would argue that if he
I
takes
disagree.
the natural things of this
So,
world,
Jacoby, you
then
didn't.
he will
First of
not
all,
be loving.
you didn't address what
So-
Marcy said. So what you heard was Marcy restated her position, and then you promptly ignored it. So to be fair, I actually do think that if God removed natural disasters, we would classify him as being more loving. But that's not what she said. What she said was that in the hypothesis that a God exists that is all loving and all powerful, it is unexpected that this thing would cause suffering through natural disasters.
No,
So
I understand.
can you address that?
But okay. I'm gonna lay it on the table that I'm not God, so I cannot fully explain
Thank
why
you.
I know.
That's what you need to say. You need to say,
You
I
can
don't
just say
know.
that you don't know.
That's all you got to
Okay,
say.
no, I'm getting to the. Okay, so I'm saying that I don't know why God would allow it. I am not all knowing, so I don't see how that's necessarily defeating what I want to say, or not defeating. Regardless of me
It
not
doesn't
knowing,
defeat what you
it
want to
shouldn't.
say. It demonstrates the validity of the position that Marcy and I hold. It demonstrates that these types of natural disasters are actually unexplained in the God hypothesis that you hold.
So, but
And
what I
keep in
want to.
mind that we have talked about like this exact thing of like, you know, the hypothesis of God being a perfect creator, what means that we would have at least a good creation, and then we look at the creation in front of us and it isn't good, so it's unexpected on the worldview. We've had this debate with like hundreds, if not literal thousands of Christians. None of them ever explain it. So keep in mind that this isn't just, oh, I personally am not knowledgeable enough to explain this. This is unexplainable. Not a single Christian has ever explained why God needed to make earthquakes or how earthquakes would be expected under the God hypothesis. He did. Do you understand? Quick question. I don't want to demean you. I don't want to demean you. So this is a genuine question. Do you understand how and why earthquakes happen?
Yes, I do. So what I'm trying to say that though is that all the evil that happens in the world is not through God but through the devil. I would not
So God-
say that.
God let the devil create tectonic plates?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Did the devil create tectonic plates or God?
No, I'm talking about the evil stuff that happens in the world. So that includes
No.
the death.
Did God or Satan create tectonic
again.
plates?
Again, I'm talking about the evil, the death of the tectonic
we're
plates.
talking right
In
now about
itself.
tectonic
what we're
plates.
talking about.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that within itself, the natural disaster is not evil nor is it good. It's just is what it is.
It's a bad thing that happens.
So no, not necessarily. So what I'm saying,
Earthquakes aren't bad.
That what comes with it.
Wait, are earthquakes bad or not?
The deaths that come with it.
Are earthquakes bad or not?
But it's bad for us.
Well, you just said they weren't bad.
Because it's not like it has a mind. It's not like
what's bad about them?
No, we're not saying the earthquake itself is an entity that is an immoral entity that takes actions.
I know that.
We are saying that
I'm stating the evil
that
comes
effects.
with it. Yes, and I'm saying
I don't think you understand what we're trying to critique. Your response, was that the devil. Your response was that the devil is at fault for the evil in the world. Your response was that the devil is at fault for the evil in the world. But the exact evil that we are bringing up is a design of the earth, which is God's creation. Which is why Justin then asked you, do you think that the devil created tectonic plates? And I would hope that I'm not strawmanning you when I say no, because God created the earth. God created tectonic plates, and the tectonic plates
creates earthquakes, which kills 300,000 people a year, which is, once again, as I've stated before, unexpected on the God hypothesis.
Okay, so but what I'm trying to say that the deaths that come from the tectonic plates shifting, let's just call them earthquakes, the earthquakes that kill those people, that the killing is coming from the devil. God did not create.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
This is painful.
Okay, so God created the tectonic plates. God created the tectonic plates. The tectonic plates kill humans. So,
Okay,
so
but that's
who's
like
killing
saying
the humans?
God
Who
is the.
created?
That's
Okay,
like
no.
saying,
Answer this. Who created the system that is killing the humans? Who created the design that is killing the humans?
Adam and Eve, the fall.
Okay, so if I murder somebody, that's on Adam and Eve, not on me.
No, it's on you because that's how the
Oh,
law
so there's
works.
responsibility for actions. Okay, go ahead, Mercy.
So Adam and Eve did not create the tectonic plates. The tectonic plates are the design that kills the humans, which God created, which, as we are saying, is unexpected on the hypothesis that God is all loving and all powerful. If he knew that creating tectonic plates would kill 300,000 humans a year, then it is unexpected that he would create tectonic plates given the fact that he is supposedly all loving. If he is all loving, he wouldn't create a system that is unnecessary. It doesn't need to be in place that kills 300,000 humans every single year.
So, are you trying to say that God is bad, or like, what's your like end
No,
goal?
we're trying
This
to
is
say
crazy.
we're trying.
If it's crazy, you can just kick
the
me off. I'm just
17th
trying to
time,
understand.
for the 17th, for like the 7th. Okay, he's gone. Oh dear God.
I have
Oh,
no
dear
idea
God, bro.
why
He's-
it was so hard to track. None of these points were difficult. Okay then. Well, friends, that was fun. We're gonna move on to another guest after I read just a couple of super chats. And if I'm no, actually, Jacoby did come back. Maybe it was an accidental slip. We're not going to belabor this very long, though. Let's want to make sure they get the last word. How you doing back?
I accidentally swiped on
Yeah,
my
that
phone.
happens. So,
all right.
Can you respond to
yeah,
what Marcy was saying?
I kind of forgot, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough.
Okay, no, I was about to say that to restate the argument format for like the 17th time now, the criticism is that the hypothesis is that God is all loving, all powerful, all knowing, so on and so forth. Then we would expect a creation that reflects that. However, it doesn't. With the given example that God supposedly designed a system, tectonic plates, which kills 300,000 humans a year, every single year. That is unexpected with the hypothesis that God is all loving, all powerful, all knowing, so on and so forth.
So, but okay, so I'm trying to ask you though, out of like your argument, like what's your end goal of the argument? Are you trying to like disprove God, or like
Nope.
bye?
The end goal of the argument is that it is evidence against the hypothesis that God is real if the creation does not reflect
Val.
it.
I understand, but I'm asking you, like, at the end of this, when we're done talking about whatever's at fault, right? What I'm trying to see, like, are you trying to defeat the idea of God? Are you like,
No.
What do you?
So I'll repeat
Wait, why
again. This is
why are you trying to
evidence
predict where
against
this
the
is going?
hypothesis.
Again, no.
Listen,
I'm just stating.
Stop,
If you say
stop
he's not
trying to
all-loving,
just stop trying to get ahead of the argument and just participate in it.
I am. I'm just asking what the end is. That's all. I'm just simply asking.
Yeah, because you're trying to get ahead of it.
The goal of this argument.
It's not getting
The
ahead
goal
of it.
of this argument is that it is merely evidence against it. To make an analogy with a similar structure of this, if there was a hypothesis that I punched my brother, we would expect my brother to have a red mark on his arm due to the impact. And then we look at my brother's arm, and there's no red mark, and he is not in pain. And that is unexpected under the hypothesis that I punched my brother. So that is evidence against that I punched my brother. Now, maybe I punched him and it was so light that it didn't leave a mark. It could be that way, which is why it is evidence against it, not absolute 1000% definitive disproving it. And that's what we're doing with God, is that we would expect under the hypothesis that God is all-loving, so on and so forth, that the creation would reflect that, yet it doesn't. So it is evidence against God, the God hypothesis. This is merely, hey, this thing, if this thing were to exist, we would expect this, but we don't see it. So more than likely, this doesn't exist.
Okay, and so I'm trying to understand, how does that disprove it though? Like,
No one said
entirely
that.
see what
Okay,
no
so
one said that it did.
For like
hold on.
for like the third, fourth, maybe
I
fifth
agree
time,
with you
I said
that
evidence.
I could see why.
Okay,
Yes.
question, and I'll let me ask you a question, and I'll answer you. I'll educate you honestly, because not everybody knows the difference. Do you understand the difference between evidence and proof?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, evidence is simply, all right, this is kind of what we're leaning towards given what's in front of us, and proof is 100% you can't deny this. You're asking how, like, why, how does this disprove God? We're not saying that. We're saying that this is evidence against it due to the fact that it is unlikely under the God hypothesis. It is just simply unexpected, it's unexplainable, and it is evidence against it. Key word, evidence, not proof.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand how it's evidence towards why he's not all loving, as death isn't, it's natural.
That's not
Because
what we're trying to make.
So you just said it's evidence of against that he's all loving. That's been the
No,
argument for the
evidence
past
against his
15
existence.
minutes.
It's evidence against his existence.
Well, 15, 20 minutes ago, you said it was against him being all loving. Now you're saying it's
What-
against
Yeah,
What
because
I-
15, 20 minutes ago we were arguing. Because 15,
Right.
20 minutes ago we were arguing if he removed earthquakes, would it make him more or less loving? But we have moved on slightly from that topic, and we went back to his existence merely.
Right. And what I said was, and what I said is not identical to what Marcy was arguing. I said that if it's true that natural disasters and whatnot are caused by the God, it's evidence either that the thing doesn't exist or that the properties aren't what you think they are. Like he can't be all loving or whatever. But listen, like you've been up here for well over an hour, and as much as I do enjoy this conversation, this like the problem of evil is one of my favorites. I know my audience well enough to know that once the conversation gets over an hour, people start checking out because they're getting bored of hearing it go in circles. So, tell you what, please think about this. Come back. We can do another round on the problem of evil if you really want to, but I don't want to make my audience check out because we're dragging the same conversation out 10 times over. Okay.
No, I completely understand. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm sorry if you've had any bad impressions of Christians. I'm going to speak on behalf
of
of
you.
myself. Thank you. But I just want to lay it out here that I don't see you guys any differently as the way I would see my mom or my dad or my sister, whatever it is, because I have full respect for you guys. I respect you for having a respectful conversation with me and having me up here for as long as that I was. And I fully respect your guys' beliefs. I'm not going to diminish that, or I'm not going to, belittle you, because,
Sure, we appreciate the virtue signal.
I'm just laying it on the table. I have no hatred against you guys. You guys are great people. I'm sorry if
We didn't
any
really
of you
think
have
you
bad
did, so it's kind of
impressions.
odd that you state that.
No, I'm just letting you know because I've had a lot of conversations with people who think I'm a bad person for what I believe in, when I'm just purely debating. I'm glad you guys let me up on here.
No worries. Hey, listen, thanks for
Sure,
coming by
see
and
ya.
chatting with us, Jacoby. Take some time to think about some of these things. Coming back and chat with us again. I was once a Christian in your shoes, fighting on the other side, and I think the logic and evidence of the whole thing brought me over. And maybe one day I'll be back on your side, but until the evidence is presented, I guess I can't see that ever happening. But we do appreciate the conversation.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having me on. But you know, have a good one, you guys.
Cheers. Well, he gave it his all. He sounded young. I didn't ask. I don't think I asked how old he was, but it sounded like he was working with a pretty small toolbox, probably given to him by watching YouTube videos. But to be fair, even like well-trained apologists make this mistake. I was watching a video by who was it nowadays? I forget somebody. It was a YouTube video recently where like a big name apologist was even going back to the dry well of, oh well, the reason why we have these natural disasters is because of the fall. Well, that doesn't answer the question. You can't end there. The conversation has to keep going because that's not a good excuse. But let me grab some super chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. As far as I can tell, we had quite a bit of turnover inside of the guest box. So I think next in line is no comment. And then we'll get it going. Terrifier says a +1 for Deconstruction erectus. And let me get our spreadsheet out of the various names. I'm going to put a +1 in here because now we're getting some tallies going. If you want to vote for a name already that's on the list or a new one, let me know. But Deconstruction erectus is already got a +1. We also do have a +1 for both. Two other ones from our last stream, which is going to be, one second, it's Exodus. Oh, fucking, I gotta look at my. Hold on, where is this thing? Rexegesis. There we go.
Liking the live and following the both of us. If you enjoy this content and would like to see this content more often, follow the both of us. I do my own lives on Islam specifically. He typically debates all, but mainly Christianity. So make sure you like the live and follow the both of us if you like this great content.
Thank you. Yeah, so in the top running so far is Rexegesis, Deconstruction erectus. We've got a couple other really good mentions too. I might put a vote together in the Discord eventually to make sure we get a solid vote. And Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says, Phil, bro, I can solve hard solipsism by literally inventing a solution. Checkmate, heathen. Yeah, mate, that's all airtight logic. I know. Isn't it crazy? They think just inventing something fixes the problem. I have no idea. None of your business. Thank you for the super chat. Says, would you debate Andrew Wissam? He's an ass. I would, but he doesn't do the atheism debates. He just does like the goofy politics and Christian nationalism shit, which isn't really like, as much as I enjoy politics, I don't want, as far as at this point in my career, I don't want to get drug into doing endless political debates. Even though I think everyone is pretty much aware of my political positions. I kind of want to keep the main thing for now. God Sinner, thank you for the super chat. Says, sorry for spelling. Hard solipsism has always nagged at my brain. Is there a time I could ask you or someone else about it? Love, Doug from Kara. Well, there is on the 12th. I'll be doing a Q&A. So that's not this weekend. It'll be next weekend. I'll be doing a Q&A on that Sunday. So I guess it'd be the 13th, right? Or, fuck. Forget which day is Sunday. Anyways, next weekend I'll be doing a Q&A. Please do drop in and we'll talk. Actually, that's this weekend. Hold on. See, now I take that back. One second. On the 12th, I'll be on AXP. The weekend after that, I'm going to be in California for the California meetup on the 18th. So it means the 19th I'll be doing the Q&A. So on the 19th, friend, come by. We'll have a chit chat. Prisoner fan, good to see you. It says, happy Rex Manning Day. Have you seen the 90s movie Empire Records? You know what? I actually haven't. It is one of those movies I feel like I'd actually enjoy because it's roughly about my time period, but no, I haven't. And I'm kind of a movie loser. Sometimes I'll get around to it though. I am actually doing some anime now. I'm doing the Vinland Saga. And it's pretty phenomenal. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the super chat. Says, Phil Bros are the Arby's of interlocutors. And while I think you're right, I do think this might be throwing some unnecessary shade at Arby because I do love the meats, even though I'm not eating them anymore. And I have always appreciated that Arby's had a higher quality fast food than the others. But, you know, I'm not really eating there anymore. Mega Trex, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, are we having white or red wine tonight? You know what? I'm not having any wine yet, but later tonight I'll probably have a little bit of wine, and I don't know what I'm going to have just yet, whatever strikes me, but I am going to have some grapes eventually to snack on because now that it's the warm weather is coming around, fruit is more abundant, and it makes for an amazing stack. Re-AI, thank you for the super chat. It says, new atheist here. You've helped me a lot and still are. I'm still getting through your clips. Letting go of eternal life was not pleasant. I get that. How did you do it? I still feel myself craving it. Well, I don't think you ever get over it, but it's like most things. Like the way I would describe it is I do remember like when I was like a young man, when I was like in high school and I had like my first heartbreak, it feels like you'll never get over it. It can be so painful. It just feels like the whole world is crumbling around you. But then you do what everyone does and you get over it. So my advice would be this: let it pass. Embrace it for now. It's frustrating. It's angering. It might keep you up at night, but embrace it for now. Talk about it. Have conversations with a therapist if you need to. Have conversations with people in the Discord. We've all gone through it. And eventually, you will, in fact, move through this. You're going to go through the stages of grief. You're going to be angry. I remember specifically when I hit my angry phase, I needed to watch Matt Dillahunty on AXP because sometimes he would say things that really helped me. I can tell that, he and I were probably on the same page there. And sometimes, I was just, he'd be debating people and sometimes he'd get a little hot under the collar. I'm like, yeah, he feels what I feel. It's okay to be angry and to let, express your emotions. But I can tell you that you'll kind of get past it. But the thing that you might want to do is go ahead and to say, okay, I don't know if I'm going to live forever, but what can I do today to make today a valuable day? Because just because the movie is going to end doesn't mean you don't want to enjoy the movie. Enjoy the movie. You're already at the theater. Eat some fucking popcorn and have a good time. X Million, my friend, thank you for the super chat. And did you change your screen name? Anyways, Dear Prophet, Hebrews 5, 8, and 9 says the Son was made perfect. He was cheating, lacking free will, and the ability to sin. Indeed. So this is actually, I've made this case before. It's in Colossians and Hebrews. Basically, it talks about his perfect nature. If he was perfect, he couldn't have been tempted. James says the same thing, says God cannot be tempted, which means we've got a contradiction. Either Jesus overcame all temptation to be sinless, or he didn't. He clearly didn't if he's God. But of course, free will doesn't exist at all. But super rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon, and super gay for Justin. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And X Million, you're 100%, you're hitting the nail on the head here. Jesus didn't do shit if Jesus was divine and Jesus was God. He just maybe had a rough weekend. And thank you for the follow-up super chat. It says, also, it is true that if you lack faith in Doug, he may choose to remind you of his divinity by stubbing your toe, or does mankind simply bring that calamity upon himself by taking his eye off Doug? Well, see, that's the thing. You don't want to take your eye off of Doug because that's where the ground is, where your feet are going to go. So it seems like this is not strictly something that Doug wants, but something that does remind you to keep your eye on Doug. But I do understand getting a stubbed toe on the ground is unpleasant. I have quite a few of them. It's if you ever had turf toe, you understand. But see, the reason why turf toe is so prevalent is because it's a warning not to replace Doug with fake earth. That's why all these football players and soccer players are getting turf toe. It's a reminder from Doug to go back to natural ground. And Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, I tried a limerick for some previous callers. Beware of the Philbros of fill their words account for nil. A barrage of their scripts defining words omits. Their ways will make you ill. That's pretty good, actually. Rock hard for Doug. Thank you for that, Dylan. Y'all come up with some pretty good rhymes, but I'm really bad at this. This is one thing I appreciate the community for, is there's like a lot of artistry in the community, and it's something I never got. I wasn't gifted with artistry. So thank you for bringing some to the channel. I've got 3 more super chats, friends. Actually, I got a bunch more, but I'm going to read 3 more super chats. That way we don't drop all of our guests out waiting. But Caroline, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, Ugaritic text questions. Love it. Are there texts from the catalog, that's KTU is the catalog of Ugaritic texts in German, only translated in German? Well yeah, it is. If yes, are there the UT and CTA still good to read? I may not speak German, but I do French and English. Love Montreal. Well, big W all the way to Montreal. So you'll find various translations in the catalog. CTA is one of them, KT is one of them, and the Ugaritic tablets is another one. I personally, I've struggled to find any of them in English. I think the best way to find English tablets is probably through the Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative. Almost every cuneiform tablet that I know of from the Ugaritic is probably up there, and if there is an English translation that's widely available, it's usually up there. There are some books that you can buy, and I realize that there are some that are poorly named that would make you think that these are English translations of the Ugaritic tablets. In fact, probably about 6 years ago, I asked one of my old Hebrew professors where I can find an English translation, and I got nothing. To be fair, unless somebody else knows of it, I still don't know of any resource that has a comprehensive English translation of all of the catalog of Ugaritic tablets. It's just one of those things where you just have to see what you can find. There are a lot of books that detail Northwest Semitic inscriptions that will have them, but I don't know of an exhaustive one. If somebody knows of an exhaustive one, let me know and I'll add it to the resources list on the cheat sheet. Dogan, thank you for the super chat. It says, can these Phil bros even make a peanut butter sandwich? No, their mom's doing it because they live in their mom's basement still. They'd be paralyzed trying to determine if the peanuts were grounded or not. Fair point. Fair point. All of their peanut butter jelly sandwiches are chunky, super chunky. And last super chat from our friend Atlas. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Jacoby, I don't get why you don't understand my illogical argument. That's about what it is. Holy smokes, it's incredible that you can explain the problems with the Trinity for that long and the clue train never arrives at the station. And Justin's fucking rock. Well, thank you, Alice. Listen, I literally broke out crayons and drew a diagram, even a Venn diagram, showing that there's not a perfect overlap between Jesus and God. And for some reason, it still just, it didn't hit. Sometimes even a well-drawn diagram isn't enough to get somebody over the hump of learning, but we do what we can. All right, let's get Lily in here from our TikTok queue, and we'll get some conversation. I do see Mathis came back. Mathis, I'll get you here after we get a couple people that came in before you, so hang tight, friend. And welcome in, no comment. Are you at least 18? No comment? Do you fall asleep on us, friend?
I think no comment has an on that.
I guess they got no comment, huh? Okay. Well. Maybe they're really interested in method acting today. I don't know. I guess next in line is going to be Leo and then Minty. So let's get Leo in here. Also, I didn't turn my streaming lights on yet. So chat, now that the sun's gone down, if my video is too dark, let me know. I can turn on one of the streaming lights. But I thought the background lights might have enough. I'm not really sure. But Leo, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir. I may sound young, but I am 18.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. Glory to the triune God.
Gotcha. So you're a Christian? Are you a Protestant or a Catholic?
Catholic, good sir.
Cool. Are you driving?
Catholic, yeah. No, I just parked, so.
Gotcha. Okay. What do you think is
Not driving, no, sir.
I believe you. I'll give you the honor policy. What do you think is the best evidence or most convincing argument for God's existence? Preferably the God you believe in, but we'll take anything.
Yep. So I really started off, it's not gonna be long, but I really started off atheist, and the argument that really convinced me is twofold, but I'd just go right now with creation. So I'd pretty much go with St. Thomas Aquinas's sort of reasons, and the most compelling to me is the argument from change. So
okay. So we're pretty familiar with Aquinas's 5 ways. So if you want, one thing I can do is write down your premises. I don't know if you have them all memorized, but I can kind of write them down while you're working through them. So we have them on a notepad. We can go through the argument from change. So what's your first premise?
Well, my first premise would be that everything changes, obviously. Including the universe and everything in the universe. But I kind of honestly wanted to argue with you about how you see the Big Bang and how you see sort of how that fits with your view of, is there a deity or not? Sort of how you think that happened, or how do you see the Big Bang specifically?
So I don't think that the Big Bang is the beginning of all things. I think it is the start of the rapid expansion of the universe, driven either by a black hole bounce or by rapid deposits into the dark energy field. But I don't particularly think that there's a good reason to believe that prior to the expansion event that there was nothing. I don't know of any science that would tell us there was nothing.
Yeah.
And so until there's like a good reason to believe that all the stuff in the universe once didn't exist, I don't believe it.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. So from my understanding, you have the sort of like the background of the universe. I forget the name now, but we can sort of see that like there were certain elements, right? And like you said, I think you represented it accurately, that expanded, but so you think the cause of that sort of just happened randomly because of a black hole,
No,
or because of really just chance, and things aligned?
Nope, not randomly.
So something caused it?
Well, yeah, I don't believe that they're uncaused causes. I think there's an infinite string of them, but I don't think that they're uncaused. Now, to be fair, and I'll have to ask Dr. Blitz about it. Dr. Blitz does have some cases from quantum mechanics where things are uncaused. That's not my field. I don't know shit about quantum mechanics, so I'm not going to go there. But what I would say is, in my worldview, excluding what I would call quantum mechanics, I do believe that all of the events are preceded by causes.
Can you expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so like for example,
how those events were preceded by causes, because
I'm sorry, what's that?
I'm seeing in the comments this person has talked to like 8 different other of our atheist groups, and he keeps on the exact same argument. So we probably aren't going to get anywhere with this. Because apparently he's doing the same thing.
I only,
at least for the new watchers, it'll be.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I say at least for the new watchers,
I only talked to one
interesting.
person today.
That's fine. I'm not too worried about who.
I don't know where you got that 8 figure from, but
I'm seeing like a bunch of different names that you've talked to. Maybe not today, but whatever. Apologies, anyways.
So, anyways,
no, you're good. I mean, I only talked to those black. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So, I believe that prior to the Big Bang, there was a series of causes. If we conclude that the Big Bang is like a really interesting episode of black hole bounce, well, you can go to some of the articles on how black hole bounces work, and you would just explain it via the mechanisms of black hole bounce. If it was the rapid deposit of dark energy, then you could go to how dark energy works and just work out the cause that way. That being said, I don't believe that the universe just came out of nothing or that it was random. I still think that it was preceded by causes.
Okay. Sure. All right, that's fair. So I guess the next thing I would ask is about the creation of life, how you see that happening, because Marcelli, I can't really see her full name on my phone here, but I've talked to one person about atheism things today, actually, and one thing they were saying is they think life was created through chemical processes. So I just want to kind of know if you have that same view, or do you think it happened some other way?
I mean, relatively, it's a little deeper than that, but relatively, like the building blocks made building, here, maybe let me reword it, like, there's certain chemicals that when mixed together, they turn into amino acids. When amino acids mix together, they turn into proteins. And I'm not the most educated on it. I'm 18. I'm still in high school. I'm not a biologist, but I'm not going to be able to go too deep into the details, but kind of like they end up mixing together and forming proteins. The proteins gain metabolism. Once again, I'm not too sure how. I'm not a biologist. I'm still in high school. I'm just explaining what the academic consensus is. They gain the ability to metabolize. Then they start to self-replicate, and then slowly, once it gets more and more complex, they start to develop like singular cell life forms. Then after a while, the singular self life form was able to slightly evolve, and billions and billions and billions and billions of years later, we got us. So relatively kind of, it's detailed. I'm not too knowledgeable on it. Once again, I'm 18, still in high school. I'm not a biologist, so I'm not going to be able to argue it too much in detail, but relatively, yeah.
No, yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're on the same playing field here. I'm also 18. I don't really obviously I'm not an expert, but yeah, because to me the scientific consensus from my research is that we haven't seen or observed anything in the natural world where you have nothing and you have the starting point, pretty much chemicals or no life, that then turns into life through some miraculous, I guess you could call, chemical process.
Well, no, it's not miraculous.
I thought
it's
the
not
scientific
really miraculous.
consensus
I explained it.
was that we don't really know how the first.
No, we do know.
I said, can you please not interrupt me, because I didn't interrupt you, so that would be fair.
I apologize to be rude, but you were making objectively false claims about my position, so I'm trying to correct you.
Also, we're gonna need you to pull over, Leo. We can hear you driving.
How? Okay. I said that the scientists don't know exactly how it happened.
No, we do.
So, you do understand that knowing how something happens and personally witnessing it are two separate things.
Yeah, you can go ahead if you want to talk. You go ahead, the floor is yours.
So, I mean, you said something really interesting, though, which is that, it can't be true because we haven't observed it, but, we've never observed God, right? So, abiogenesis is based on scientific findings and then also inferences from the scientific findings. So just saying, unless you see it with your own two eyes, that means it didn't exist, would actually mean that your position is false too. So I'm not sure that's the bar you want to raise to.
Yeah. So the reason I said miraculous is because, like I said, scientists don't know exactly how it happened.
So what? Well, actually, I disagree with that.
So I guess that's my point.
That's why I don't want to be rude, because you asked me not to interrupt you. But you've said this for the fourth time now, and we keep on saying yes, we know. I explained it to you already, and I did give you the simpler version. But we do the scientists. I don't know who we is. I'm not a scientist, but the scientists, they do know how it happened. A simpler version, as I explained it to you, was that I don't know the exact chemical names, but there's multiple chemicals that when put together can form amino acids. Then amino acids can be put together, and I don't want to say put, because that kind of implies intention or like an entity or something, but when mixed together inside of the ocean, that had the chemical ocean, they mix together, they turn into amino acids. The amino acids, years and years and thousands of years, will slowly turn into protein, and then protein will gain the ability to metabolize, then to self-replicate, then you get into the singular cell life form, so on and so forth. And this is over a very vast period of time, and it's a lot more complicated than the way I'm explaining it. I'm giving you the simple explanation.
Okay. All right. Can I ask the host a question?
Yeah.
RoboGoat is also begging to get in.
Yeah.
I think they got
what denomination did you come out of?
So I came out of.
Okay. I was gonna ask him what his denomination was, because obviously I've seen that he.
I came out of a combination of Protestantism and Catholicism. I was in Catholic school for 12 years, although I never committed myself to the Catholic faith because the Catholic Church was a horror show. So I was a Protestant. However, I would definitely say that my theological viewpoints were heavily aligned with Catholicism, even though I didn't identify with the Catholic Church.
Okay, cool. That's interesting. So it was like a combination. It wasn't just one. Okay. So I guess I kind of also wanted to talk about, because earlier you guys talking about the problem of evil.
Yeah, we're losing your connection because
I don't know. I just don't see a problem with the
You're clearly
explanation
Leo. We can
of
hear you
the
driving again.
Yeah, it's fine. I probably
It's
should
not
just
fine.
go because I'm on the road now.
Buddy,
so-
you're gonna get my.
Also, apparently, Minty is a Muslim, and yeah, my bad. But
Oh,
yeah, go
Minty
on.
is? Cool. Well, they were next in line anyway, so we're gonna do Minty and then we're gonna do Mathis after that, and we'll get them in that order. I'm gonna read a couple of super chats, friends, and we'll get our next conversation going. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, I felt so seen when you shouted at sweet little demon Volta the other night. I have 4 big rescue mutts that never listen and are always destroying something. I know. Volta especially. Volta in the middle of the stream was yanking my camera cord out of my camera. I don't know what to do with him. I did bring up today a bottle of water to spritz at them, so maybe that'll work. And by them, I specifically mean Volta. Faraday doesn't seem to have this problem. There was a time earlier when they were younger that both of them yanked my power cable out of the wall and ended my stream that way, killed the whole thing. But anyways, I'm doing what I can. We love them. Our fur babies are family to us, but sometimes, boy, they really do wreak some havoc on on our house, And God eating Pam, good to hear from you again. Says HH Nerds. Who's HH? HH Holmes. I know it. HH Holmes. He's a serial killer. HH Nerd.
Oh, the mustache dude.
Oh, gotcha. HH Nerds are so desperate for any type of attention that they waste time calling into live streams to make no point Shitler was a failure like them. Fair point, actually. Yeah. That guy that called in that started ripping out slurs and then ran. Yeah. That's definitely something I expect from these types. They don't really have anything of substance to offer, so that's what they have to do with their free time. And Gaius Husky says no to micro slop. Good to see the name change, Gaius Husky. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Says, what do you call a lone wise Digimon? A Solomon. I don't know what a Digimon is, but I know what Solomon is. And I see the solo mon in here, so I assume a Digimon is some type of entity. And one of them singularly would be a solo mon. So well done. But while we're at it, my friends, what's a Digimon? What is this, like a cartoon thing? Is what the kids are doing? It's a digital monster? Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, hope you're doing well, Gaius Husky. And John Thomas, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, hey, Justin, this is my first ever super chat. Well, thank you for using it on my stream. I've been listening to you since 2024. I think it's just now that I got the means to contribute. Thank you for all that you do. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. And thank you. Well, John, thank you for supporting the stream. It's because of awesome supporters and listeners like you that I can even do the stream. Remember, the stream is basically audience funded. Watching my videos, supporting me via super chats, becoming a member. All things that help to support the stream. And Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if it's the McDonald's CEO, it is indeed 100% of the cheeseburger, even after the bite. Rock, doing it again. Hey, stop! Goddamn Volta. All right, hold on. I gotta reset my camera.
While I have some free time, Robot Goat is not gonna like me for this one. Oh wait, no, my guitar's so out of tune. Whatever.
It sounded great even out of tune though. It's better than I can do. Anyways, Jennifer, to your point, yes. If the McDonald's CEO took a bite of the cheeseburger, it wouldn't be 100% of a cheeseburger still. It would be like 90% of the cheeseburger, even though the cheeseburger would still be in the cheeseburger category, if that's what you're saying. Let me read it again. If it's the McDonald's CEO, is it indeed 100% of the cheeseburger, even after... Oh, the fair point. Yeah, I mean, after he took a bite of the cheeseburger, to be fair, it was such a tiny bite, I might even say it was like 99.999999% cheeseburger after that. That's how small of a bite. He hates the food, absolutely hates the food he's eating. House says, tithe for Justin's magnified nostrils. Well, thank you, House. I really appreciate that. Hey, why? Why are we doing this? Get off my table.
I only do that to annoy Robogo.
Sounds pretty good, though.
That won't happen again.
Dread Goose, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Jesus was not just God's cocoon. He may have not been a very hungry caterpillar, but Jesus had holes in him, just like the book does. Fair enough. This is the problem with the Trinity, right? You have to assume that Jesus is some kind of a vessel for God as opposed to being God. But because of the way the church wrote down the Trinitary doctrine, you have to say that he's 100% God, which is just logically incoherent. And House 70 with another super chat says Trinitarian gets drowned in their own pseudo logic, tries to fight it, and sinks to the bottom of the sea of the reasoning sea. Yes, that's typically when you bring up the Trinity, it's someone's going to get drowned in like 2 inches of water. And Slow TDI, good to see it, says Holy Great Doug, I think guests deserve 30 seconds. I see what you're saying. The 30 seconds to preach. We might get around to that tonight. Still yet, we'll have to see. If a guest presents itself that is capable of doing that for us. And Chodicus, thank you for the super chat, says Jesus math works fine. Just divide by 0. Of course. What was I thinking? We just got to divide by 0, and then it all works out. That's all you needed. And Slow TDI with a follow-up says Afrin exists. Agreed, Afrin does exist. Premise 2, guess got the perpetual sniffles. True. Conclusion, God is real. Atheists hate this argument. Actually, that is the case. Sound and valid. Good question says using logic against a trinity is like using a stick to prove magic wands fail while discussing Harry Potter at the book reading club. Fair. This is true. Like when we're talking about mythological creatures, whether or not they break the laws of logic is kind of irrelevant if they're all mythological. But you got to remember, from my point of view, I try to cede as much ground as possible to the believer so you can kind of baby step them into the right direction rather than dragging them kicking and screaming. And I've just got, 3 more super chats after this, and then we'll get our next guest. I'm trying not to get too backed up so we don't spend 2 hours at the end. Plus, because a lot of people are sending super chats that are kind of relevant to the discussions happening, and I want to, if I can, read them in relevant time, in a time frame relevant to the conversations. Kilowatt Kid, hey, thank you for the super chat. Awesome name too. It says, hey Justin, would you consider doing a meetup or hangout in Detroit? I fucking would. We are doing a Midwest meetup this fall, and we haven't decided. It might be Indianapolis. It might actually be Wisconsin. We're like Milwaukee. We got a couple different locations. Chicago's in the running. Detroit could be in the running. We'll have to settle it soon and figure it out. But yeah, I'd perfectly be amenable to a Detroit meetup. Chris, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, see, Justin, you have to pour logic and reading skills through a metaphorical cheese grater. Then you'll understand this Christian nonsense. Hail Doug, the rock of grammar and logic. Indeed, if I know anything about Doug, it's that Doug agrees that words have meanings and grammar matters, unlike Christians. And Low Bar Bill, good to see your friend, says Jacoby Paul reminds me of Billy Madison quote, everyone in this room is now dumber. Actually, hold on, I gotcha.
I award you no points. And may God have mercy on your soul.
100% reminiscent of that. I'm actually on board with your friend. And last super chat for now from our friend Pat. Good to see us. Says, I absolutely love it when these wingnuts claim we have free will, but at every turn God creates hardening of hearts and causing massive confusion and inputting evil spirits in the people. Where in the hell is free will? It's not there. And you know what, Pat? This reminds me. I used to do a live stream that was just Christians don't have free will. And I would discuss this based on, the biblical readings that you're bringing up. It might be time to go back to doing some of that. But let's bring in Minty Bum Bum, and then we'll do Mathis after Minty. Also, for anyone who has access to the cheat sheet, I added a new tab at the end of it. I'm adding another one today, literally as we're debating. I've been adding it in between conversations. And it's going to be on Deuteronomy 22 and going through the Talmudic sources and other sources demonstrating how this practice happened and what they did about it and why it's a valid argument. But Nitty Bum Bum, welcome in our ULC team.
Hello?
You're not 18. Minty Bum Bum,
great.
sorry.
I am
Minty,
18. I'm 23. I'm sorry.
okay, you sounded really
Salam
young.
alaikum. I'm 23. Oh,
All right,
sorry about that.
Minty, you sound really young. Don't worry. I'm wrong, apparently, on
I
your age.
know. I just kind of have a cold. I'm sorry.
Fair
But
enough. So, Minty, are you a believer?
I was born Muslim, and I guess I still believe in Islam, but
For now.
there's a little bit of a problem that I've been facing recently, which is why I want to, hear you guys out a little more.
Well, I'll tell you what, Marcy knows quite a bit about the Islamic faith. And so I'm going to give Marcy the precedent during this conversation. I might hang out and work on the cheat sheet while you and Marcy are getting down to brass tacks.
It's not exactly like a textbook kind of a thing. It's more of a philosophical thing I'm going through. But
Sure.
so, I'm pretty sure Marcy would know at least that, Islam has certain views about, the LGBT community, and that if you're somebody that's like attracted to the same sex, it in itself is not a wrong thing. But when you have a crush on somebody that's like the same gender, you can't like act on it. And that was what I believe for most.
Burned to death.
Yeah, and that's what I believe for pretty much all my life. And then I kind of got a crush on my best friend. So now I'm a little stuck, easier said than done kind of situation. Yeah, I'm a little on the fence about it because the way I feel, I don't understand why it would be something I should be burned for, because what I feel for her is like a genuine thing. It's not like a perversion or whatever. So I'm just struggling with that right now. Is there anything you can add?
I don't know how I would try to approach that. Because like I don't want to try to convince you that your God hates you or something along those lines, but at the same time, like that academic consensus, Muhammad's words, Allah's actions, all of it points to if you dare, love somebody who it doesn't fit what he defines as love, that you should be put to death. I don't really know how to like really go about it. Like I'm not too sure how to interact with that specifically.
I'm from like the brown community, and I don't have like a lot of information when it comes to like LGBT. It's not something that we talk about a lot, so I'm still like I'm pretty much in the closet, and I don't know how to tell my parents or just come out in my community.
You don't.
You don't have to.
And I don't want to like try to, yeah. I don't want to like try to tell you to hide yourself, but like if you have a Muslim family, you live in like if you do live in a Muslim society, I don't know if you do, but like, it is very dangerous to out yourself.
I moved away recently. Maybe that's why I'm kind of, trying to look over on the other side. But yeah, I just, what is like, because I feel so emotionally attached to Allah that it's just this, even though I know that it's wrong and I completely agree with everything you're saying, it's like this emotional connection that's kind of holding me back, and I don't know how to let go of that emotional attachment that I have to Allah. Every time I'm worried, it's Allah taking care of me, and I don't know how to handle my emotions without prayer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, go ahead, Marcy.
Ems is in the box. Yeah, I was gonna say Ems is in the box, but also yeah, whenever like you're only given like a few different ways to regulate your emotions, like with prayer, oh you're feeling sad, go pray to Allah. Oh you're feeling sad, go read Quran. You aren't gonna like be able to know how to like cope with your emotions because those are the only tools that you have ever been given. And I'm not like a therapist, so I wouldn't really know what to recommend. But like try to find out other ways to help yourself when you feel sad or you're uncomfortable or you're looking for some sort of affirmation. Try to get it from like within yourself or from like within a reason or something along those lines, because whenever you get it from like a God or through prayer or through a book like the Quran, you are limiting yourself a lot with the tools that you have to cope with. And like, you know, the lens in which you view yourself, because the lens in which one would view themselves through the accurate Islamic lens that being queer is deserving of death, and then you're trying to see yourself as a queer individual, you aren't going to end up viewing yourself in a good light. So you have to find other ways to like regulate yourself and help yourself and like cope with your emotions. Not that you need to cope, because your love is love. It's not something that you should be ashamed of, or you like should hide. Like, well, if it puts you in danger, you should hide it. But if it's not and you're safe, it doesn't have to be something that you have to hide or be ashamed of, or, you know, not accept yourself for. You just the only advice I could give with that specifically is try to find other tools to help regulate other than through religion.
Honestly, just the way Islam is, it is so strict that I feel like just growing up, I was not given any other coping mechanisms. You know, it's growing up one thing. I'm worried about my test tomorrow. Go pray. I'm feeling lonely. I don't have a friend. Go pray. Everything Allah is with you. Allah will help you. Allah will this. Allah will that. So when I'm doing something
And
that
then he
I
never
know,
does.
yeah, and something is happening to me, and I don't know why he's doing this, and I don't know why he doesn't like it. So I'm just so confused, and I'm so glad that you talked to me about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're gonna like understand what I'm gonna say, or if what I'm gonna say is gonna even make sense. But if it's harder, or if it's easier to try to understand that maybe Islam has, or like you have a misunderstanding of what Islam actually says about queer people than it is to let go of Allah, then try to think, how could Allah, the all-loving God, hate love, that it doesn't harm people? If it's easier to understand, or like to like not think that your God hates you rather than try to think that your God doesn't exist, then think that your creator loves you rather than hates you. If it's easier for you, you don't need to hate yourself or believe that your creator hates you.
I always believed that if God made you gay, for example, it was because he was putting you through a test, and if you know, don't give into it, then you go to heaven. And
But why
now
would
I'm
he do
feeling,
that?
why do I get to do the extra test, but a straight girl doesn't?
Yeah, that's an impeccable point, is that like, why would the supposedly all just God who treats everybody equally according to their deeds, why would he put you through a harder test than somebody else? And also, why would Allah test people if he knows everything, and he written down everything on the stone tablet before like the creation of the universe, or whatever the specific belief is, something along the lines of like Allah wrote down everything that will happen on a stone tablet before like everything was made. It's something like that. But like,
Why could
why is
Muhammad
your
have
God
11 wives and I can't have one?
impeccable logic? That's why you should have 12 wives instead.
One him up.
Get as many women as you can, as many of them as you can. Enjoy women to the fullest extent which you are comfortable with and which they are comfortable with.
Thank you. I've never spoken to somebody, you know, who's like an atheist LGBT person, so I guess you're the first, and we're in the same community now, I guess. And I really appreciate that you spoke to me about this. It means a lot. I know it doesn't mean a lot, but it means a lot to me.
Well,
No, that's okay.
welcome
That's
to
okay.
step number 1 of being honest with yourself. Looks like you're doing it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible? Do you think it's possible that maybe there is a God? It's just not the God of Islam?
Honestly, I do feel like I've had a connection with Allah, whether you want to, Allah is just like God in Arabic, I know technically. But when I was researching more into atheism, I started learning a lot more about nihilism. I don't know if it goes hand in hand or if you can find a balance in the middle somewhere. But that seems like the complete opposite extreme, and it says that we don't have meaning. And if I am to be very honest, it's kind of a bummer. But
Yeah,
it's
that's
what makes
to
it makes
to
the most sense to me. Nietzsche makes more sense to me than Muhammad, and I know that's a bad thing, but I don't know how to feel about that.
But Minty, I have a question.
Yeah.
What purpose do you think does Allah give you?
A pretty shitty one, let's be real.
Exactly.
Just
Yeah,
pray
it's
to
to
him.
worship him.
He says
Yeah.
in the Quran that the only reason I've made mankind and deem kind is to worship me.
That
So
just
you ha-
means
you
he
have-
made
Yeah.
little fans for himself. I don't want to be a little
Yeah.
fan for somebody.
So you
Yeah,
don't have much
like,
of a
if
purpose either
you-
way. So
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there's
that's what I
like
was saying. Also, with atheism, you don't need to subscribe to nihilism, or at least not like pessimistic and depressive nihilism. It's kind of like like trying to get. This is like slightly unrelated, but I'm just kind of like bringing up the concept. It's kind of like whenever somebody's trying to get over social anxiety, and you have the dichotomy of, oh my God, nobody cares about me. That's so sad, and nobody will ever notice what I'll ever do. Or you could think about it like, nobody cares about me. Nobody cares what I'm gonna do, you know? You just have to think
Right.
about it with like a positive mindset, because like you could be like, oh, nobody cares about me or anything that I'll ever do, and that makes me so sad. Or you could just be like, nobody cares what I'm gonna do. Nobody's judging me. Nobody's making me do anything. Nobody cares what I do. Let me do me, you know?
Right. I feel like most people that you debate on the basis of Bible, you debate on the basis of scripture, you debate on the basis of textbook. But for most of us that are really struggling, it's an emotional thing. It
Mhm.
is. You could
Yeah.
open the Quran and you can show me 20 things that are wrong in there, and I would not be able to defend it. But it's an emotional thing, and it kind of, at one point, it's like, can't take a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah.
We get it. Listen, friend, I know this, you're going through a really difficult spot, and I think there's a lot of people in our community that have gone through it already. I don't know if you're into Discord or not, but I would definitely recommend getting into our Discord. There's a lot of people that are in the same, or have been in the same position as you, and it might be helpful to be able to dialogue offline with some people that might be able to give you some life experience on this particular matter.
It's really nice because in the Muslim community, it's not very good to question any part of it at all. So even if I tried to talk to my imam, and he was like, your faith isn't strong enough or something like that.
Right.
So it's like, is it my fault? That's what I'm struggling with. Is
They
there
always
something
want
wrong
you
with
to be
me?
the problem.
Yeah. Is it me, or is it 1 billion people?
Right. Yeah, it's the problem's not with you. The problem's with the religion.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I needed to hear that.
If you
Thank
wanna
you.
follow me if you're not already, and then like go into my DMs, we could talk
I
later.
just followed you right
if
now.
that's something you'd like. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you want to talk to me later, we can do that. I'm not opposed to that. I'm always willing to help somebody who's genuinely looking for help.
Thank you. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was kind of homophobic and transphobic until, all of this. I'm sorry about that. I feel terrible about it now. I just want to put that out there. Thank you so much.
No,
Thank you. I'll let you get on with the other people. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah.
Well, it was good to hear from you. That's a tough place to be in.
Bye-bye.
I would say this, and I don't know what.
How does Marceline speak so well for an 18-year-old? What?
I have no idea. I couldn't when I was 18. I was a mess.
I'm just chill like that.
Some people have gifts.
Take it back.
What'd you
This
say?
is hard
Ems?
though.
I said I take it back.
All right, friends, I'm going to
Astaghfirullah.
read a couple super chats, and then I'm going to I get Mathis in here next. Prior to that, though, I need to use the restroom real quick, and I'll repeat again. Hey, these live streams have been generously sponsored by private internet access. So I'm going to use this as a moment to play a commercial from our sponsor. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds long, and I'm going to take this moment and use the restroom, and we'll be back in just over a minute, and we'll keep the debates flowing, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using Private Internet Access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick Private Internet Access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Fantastic. Hey, friends, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We really do appreciate everyone being here. And also, I'll take this opportunity to say, make sure you're following my friends Ems and Marcy. Awesome people in this space, bring a lot of knowledge and skill to the table. I'm going to read just a couple of super chats. We're going to get Mathis in here, and then after Mathis, we're going to do Mikhail, and we'll keep the debates going.
If Ems is Ems and my name starts with an M, are we M&Ms?
Yeah,
we're M and
indeed.
M. We're M and M. Alhamdulillah.
Has to be the case. Design Sonic, good to see you, friend. It says, remember, kids, the rule-making God that will punish every one of your ancestors for not following his rules doesn't want robots. Isn't it crazy that they'll go on this nonsense and say, well, God had to give us free will because he doesn't want robots. He wants us to freely choose him. But also, if you don't choose exactly what he fucking wants, he will roast you alive. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance there. And Hank says, I'm sure Kaboobies... is anyone old enough to remember Wonder Twins and their flying camel Kabooby? I'm sure Kabooby's debate went way better last night when he was arguing with his Paw Patrol figurines. Fucking crazy. Actually, now that you mention it, hold on. I wonder if I can find an image. Wonder Twins flying was a camel, right? Let's see. Yeah, a Kabooby of the flying camel from Wonder Twins. I wasn't making this up. This is an old reference, actually. There is a crazy show, a cartoon from like the 80s and 90s called The Wonder Twins. And they literally have a flying camel named Kabooby. Here's the roughly what it looked like. A little bit like Space Ghost almost in the looks of the animation. But yeah, it's a pretty wild. Here's part of it. Wonder Twins Power Activate. Anyways, it's a fun show, y'all. Nevertheless, I haven't heard Kabooby come up in any manner for a long time. Now I'm gonna have to use it more often. And Diabolus, thank you for the super chat, says Jacob makes me angrier than any Philbro. I can laugh at Philbros, but Jacob represents why we are now here and we are right now. Where we are here and right now. Yeah, I mean, that is the case. You know, and to be fair, like good, well-meaning people doing bad cope apologetics plays into why we're here right now. And again, decent, well-meaning people are the ones driving it. Not all believers are evil entities wanting to force Christian nationalism on you. Sometimes they're just people that are obtuse. Why I prefer the old saying, always attribute to incompetence. Sorry, what was it? Always attribute to incompetence. Let me see. never attribute to malice what is better explained by incompetence. That's what I would say. I think that's where most Christians are, to be honest. And I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the fall was an inside job. It was planned, obviously. We know that, Big Cheese. Jesus was slain before the foundation of the earth. Yes, Ephesians chapter 1 and Revelation chapter 7. And Satan was a liar, evil since the beginning. Then the fall is demonstrably God's false flag operation. New debate topic. It is. Actually, I've done this before a long, long time ago. The garden was a setup. I ran that live stream just once before I was even on YouTube. It might be time to go back to that, demonstrate that the garden was indeed a setup. And Duskframe, good to see you tonight. Something that drives me up the wall is callers talking to people with the wrong speciality for their question. They call you with philosophy, Dr. Blitz with scripture, and Ian with physics. That's exactly the case. Listen, if you really want to know answers to your physics questions, ask a physicist. If you really want philosophical answers, talk to someone who's into philosophy. If you want science answers, talk to a science man. You want Bible answers, talk to me. They're not looking for answers. They're looking to debate, which I think is different. And Chodicus, good to see you, says 1 person today, 17 yesterday. This might be in reference to something that you said prior, because I might not fully understand it, but yes. Like as if you're referring to God having disposable parts. I may not understand the context, buddy. But love you. And Chodicus says, what Leo wants, Leo gets, except the brain. We've got quite a few scarecrows up in here in the debate stage. And PDX Geek says, I'm an atheist, but I like what ifs. Perhaps God was the hot dense state. The Big Bang is the death that being. We are living in the decomposition. I don't know what it means to be the death of being or the death that being. But if God was a hot dense state and it brought death, I guess maybe he's dead now too. And Chodicus says, have a self-love addiction? Don't worry. Jesus is here to lend a hand. Oh, if Jesus was capable of doing anything post-death, I think self-love might be in that category for obvious reasons. He did ask Thomas to put his finger in his holes. And Sonus Percussion, thank you for the super chat, says, well, you named him Volta. What did you expect? You know what? That's on me. This is fair. This is a prophetic naming that came to cook me specifically for my own misdeeds. I've got just 2 more super chats. Sorry, I'm trying not to get too far behind tonight. Shirley, Temple Black, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hi, Justin. I'm not sure why, but some people say not to spray your cats with water, to discipline them. Also, I never won a battle of wills with my cat. I indulge her every silly whim. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sheridan, and gave for Justin. Well, I try to, but the reality is, I can't allow the cat to just knock out my stream whenever it wants to. So I'm left with very few options. And being that water is fairly benign, they just don't like it because they don't like to be wet. I feel like that's probably an adequate method of trying to get them off. I could spray the cables down with something, a smell that they hate or a taste that they hate. I just haven't found it yet. I think lime juice they don't like. So I am looking into some solutions rather than letting the cat destroy my set. And Dogan, thank you for the super chat, says, Hitchens, it's not leaving the party that's so hard. It's knowing the party will be going on without you. Yes. You nailed it, Dogan. I say this a lot. Dying's not a problem. The only problem with dying is that you know you're dying, and knowing you're dying sucks. That's why animals don't mourn over their future death. They don't worry about it because they don't really even know that they're dying. So, dying's not really a problem. Once you're dead, you don't give a shit about anything. It's just that knowing that you're dying, that's not a good time. That's not fun. So, Mathis, we're going to bring in Mathis. We talked to a couple days ago, I believe. Welcome back, Mathis. Mathis? You've been in the box too long, buddy. Is your equipment plugged in? Says that you've got a microphone plugged in. You can refresh it, maybe. Mathis, I hope didn't fall asleep. We talked to Mathis on 4-6. And we went through Malachi 4 and also the prophecy of John and Elijah. But I'm not saying that Mathis is with us. So Mathis, my friend, I'm sorry I got to drop you. But come on back if you wake up or if you want to have the conversation again for that. Now we're going to bring in Mikhail. Hopefully I said that correctly. Welcome in, Mikhail. Are you at least 18? And did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, you did. A little bit off. Good evening. My name is Mikhail. I'm 18, and yes.
Awesome.
I'm here to, yes, hello there.
And
just wanted to tell you that
believe in God?
Sorry. Yes, I do. I just wanted to say that I've been watching your stuff for a while. I'm glad to meet you, man. Finally. I wanted to queue up for some debates, but, a lot of people were going in, so I didn't think it was the right time. I thought I'd join earlier to get a chance.
That is the right thing. And I say at the beginning of every live stream, if you want to get into the chat, you want to get in at the beginning of the stream, not the end. Every stream, I'm saddened that I have to end the stream with people in the guest box because they didn't request up sooner. But anyways, which God do you believe in, friend? More than happy to talk about it.
Yeah, I believe in Allah, the Muslim God.
Sure.
Barakallah feek. Why is your name Mikhail?
Alhamdulillah.
Why is my name Mikhail? I just like the name, man.
Hello, is that your name? Because that
It's
is
not
not a
my
standard
actual
Muslim
name.
name.
It's a pseudonym. It's a pseudonym. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, let's go through the steps then. What do you think is a good evidence or argument for the Islamic God existing?
Because the Quran is the most, it's the most, how do I say, it's the most succinct and the most clear revelation, divine revelation that has ever been produced in the history of.
Can I ask you something?
Do you speak Arabic?
No, but.
Then how would you know?
Well, because I use the translations of.
Translations are not the actual scripture, though.
Well, the thing is, I know that one translation is like no accurate ways to multitude.
Could you say that again? And could you speak up? He's quiet on my end.
Sorry, I was saying that I used a multitude of translations to try and get an average idea of what the Quran
Sure,
is.
but the problem is if something is a linguistic miracle, then you would go to the linguistics it was written in. You wouldn't use translations. Using a translation of the linguistics that were used in a specific origin language does not translate well into the new destination language. So the English Quran does not carry forth the linguistic miracle of the Arabic Quran. And you not knowing Arabic would mean you wouldn't know the linguistic miracle in the Quran.
I mean, just because I may not have.
Am I not making sense?
You are making sense, obviously, considering it would be best for me to learn the language before I actually know the Quran in itself, right? But the thing is that the way I went about it is, you're right, it's not the most straightforward approach, considering I didn't actually learn the language, but what I did do instead, the best step I took was that I just took a multitude of translations and got an average idea of what the Quran was trying to say.
But what it was trying to say, what the Quran is trying to say, does not communicate a linguistic miracle in the same way that the original text would.
Well, yeah, that's perfect. That's a fault on my end entirely. I don't.
So you need to argue something that you can argue, and of course, Marceline, go ahead.
But yeah, so allow me to lay down the foundations for my findings. So the Islamic idea of monotheism, and essentially like the idea of one God creating everything, it's so clear and so like, it's Christianity and Judaism, they're not as succinct, they're not as like clear as Islam is. Islam is always very clear with like monotheism and who's responsible, so it's
sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something then? I just want to slightly pivot with this, just to like it might get like into more of a debate versus kind of like how do you know this? Well, how do you know this? How do you believe that the Quran is scientifically accurate? That it's divine. It can't contain errors and so on and so forth along those lines.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Do you believe there is any scientific contradiction?
Yeah, I think that, as well as also like pretty crazy immoral stuff, if you want to go to there. That's my specialty, is like the immorality of the things that is talked about in the Quran. I mean, I could talk about science, but I think it might be a little more interesting to talk about like the morality of some of the stuff in there.
We usually like keep the last thing for last, the morality one for last, because it's usually the thing that gets them dropped. So
Yeah. Okay. So then with that,
Yes. Okay.
yeah, I'll yeah, let's hit like let's talk about like one scientific thing, maybe two no, let's do two scientific things, and then we can hop into the morality. All right, I kind of want to cover all three. So like if we end up hitting like a roadblock on the scientific thing, we'll move on, and then hit a roadblock, and we'll move on to the morality thing. I'll have two objections. You can for the scientific part, you can choose which one you want. The Quran states that mountains are tossed onto the earth or placed upon them as paperweights, but we know that that's not how mountains are formed. Mountains are formed from the ground up. They aren't thrown onto the earth as if you were casting like cards or sticks. Or in the second one, that the Quran states that semen is produced from the backbone, the spine of a man, or male, I should say.
Yes, that is a very common contention. I'll answer the second one because that is the one I've most commonly heard. So, you're talking about.
Okay. Here,
Go-
also, I'm gonna hate to. I might end up interrupting you. You can like continue talking if I do end up interrupting you because I'll like
Yeah,
ask
sure,
Justin to pull something up. So like if I say like, hey Justin, can you pull up blah blah blah, and like you're talking, like please continue
Yeah.
talking. Justin, can you pull up here, I'll try to send you the link or just go on Google and look up tafsir.app.
Yeah, I've got all the tafsir, so
just,
if you tell me what you need, I'll pull it up.
So
just don't.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say
tafsir
pull up
app
Ibn
one, 'cause,
Kathir on
Marceline,
86.6.
it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work on the stream because the website is in Arabic, and we'll have to have Justin navigate through the Arabic, so it would just bore everybody. Just open up the
You
normal
can use
Quran app or
the
Quran X commentary.
Yeah, specifically the Quran X, because the Quran.com app is always translating Ibn Kathir as like with such a liberal translation.
But yeah, so
make
you're
Ibn
talking
Kathir
about,
say things he never said.
you're talking about Surat
Anyways, yeah, as you were saying.
verse 5 to 7, which specifically states that if I just get it up here, just so I don't misquote it. There we go.
It says,
Let
let
the
man
people
consider what he was made from. He was made from a spurting fluid, stemming or leaving between the backbone and the ribs. Yes.
Yes. So the here's the thing. So during the embryonic stage, when the baby is developing,
Nope. No. I'll stop you right there.
Oh,
The
yes,
linguistics, which is again why you have to know Arabic. The yakhruju, the verb of khuruj, is referring to something that is mentioned within the text. So it either has to refer to the baby himself leaving from between the backbone and the ribs, or it has to be referring to the liquid itself. It cannot be referring to testes.
So I have a question for you. So yakhruju means emerging, right? To means come out.
No, a better translation is leave.
So, like for example, if I were to pour a water bottle on my desk, the best way to describe the water coming out of the bottle is yakhruju, like leaving the bottle on the desk. No.
Yakhruju is describing a masculine object leaving from an area. Jamil, pouring something is not the same as the act of leaving. That is number one. A sub would be the act of pouring something. Leaving again, the verb itself, yakhruju, is leaving. That is not the same thing. And the verb that is being used as an action doer. The action doer, which is how we describe words in Arabic, we have an action doer, and a thing that the action is being done to. So we have the action doer and the action. The action here is the khuruj, or the leaving, and the action doer has to be mentioned within the context. It either has to be the baby himself, as in the man, let man consider what he was made from, and then a sentence in the middle that has nothing to do with it, and then the verb referring back to the baby. Or it could be referring to the liquid itself. It cannot be referring to testes.
Yeah, because it specifically refers to a spilling fluid. Yes, I know. But I was asking you, and so you're just saying that it's specifically the yakhruju is like the masculine form of just referring to what? Sperm leaving?
Yeah, sperm or the man himself.
Which we both know is not actually what happens. It's not the actual process, right?
Yes.
So the word is used incorrectly.
It's not, the word is not used incorrectly. The person who wrote the verse does not know how to use it.
Wait, but if the word is used, so if it's not used incorrectly, I'm getting
grammatically it is not, syntactically and grammatically it is not incorrect. The content itself is incorrect.
Okay, so right, that makes perfect sense. They just used the right word but in the wrong context.
Justin, can you help me explain what I was saying? If you understood what I said.
Is that not like...
I said that the syntax applies and the grammar is correct, but the content is what is wrong.
Oh, yes. Okay, makes perfect sense. Right, that's perfectly succinct. Right. Well, I guess we've addressed that once, that one contention. There's not really much else for me to say. Now you've kind of completely proved me wrong. Could you that second objection? I believe the Quran was being entirely metaphorical because
it wasn't. No,
it wasn't.
Because all of the scholars,
do you mind if I finish? I was going to say.
Of course. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that when, as a Muslim, like when you're defending the Quran, one common tactic you must do is whatever makes sense, you have to say is actually like what the Quran is trying to articulate. But what doesn't seem to make sense, you have to say it's metaphorical. So that's why I'm picking and choosing.
Where did you get that from?
Oh no, it's just a tactic to it's how you defend the Quran really. Like whatever doesn't make sense. Wait 1 second. Whatever doesn't make sense, you claim is metaphorical. But what does make sense, you actually defend and use that. Say it does.
Are you trolling?
I'm telling you, that's how you.
I feel like this.
How you defend it, yeah.
I feel like this is a troll.
Mm-hmm. Because
listen, I don't, Mikhail, I don't want to besmirch your name. I don't know if this is a troll or not, but you have to understand that saying something outlandish, like if you don't like what it says, like you just convert it to a metaphor, you understand why that would be silly, right?
I mean, of course. I mean, I guess, but it's the defense mechanism nonetheless. Like it is. You have to defend the books, man.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I was reading like the Iliad and the Odyssey to you, and it got to a part where, by the way, ancient Greeks thought these were true stories. If I got to the part where I'm trying to tell you these are true stories, but we get to the part where like they go down to Hades and they see Sisyphus pushing up a rock on a large hill for all of eternity, and you're like, hey, listen, I don't know how you can push a rock upwards for all of eternity. This sounds like an implausible story. I wouldn't then be like, well, it must be a metaphor. You'd be like, well, listen, either he's really pushing a rock or he's not. Why would you just now randomly choose to make it a metaphor just because it sounds weird?
Well, yeah, it makes perfect sense why you bring up that contention. And the only way I can answer that question honestly is that, implicitly, we both know, we're not idiots, right? We both know that when defending this book, it's just it's just moving the goalpost and linguistic shifting most of the time. It's not actually trying to prove a point. It's just trying to make it seem like you've proven a point, really. Just as you've shown with your contention. So that's why I've said, when you say something is metaphorical, it's because it obviously doesn't make sense. Like Ems pointed out, if you actually know Arabic, you'd know it doesn't make sense. But what actually does seem to kind of make sense, you say, yes, this is what a book actually articulates. Yes, hello.
Just to confirm you're not a troll. What does the second page of the Quran say?
The second page of the Quran?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a Surah Al-Fatiha and then there's Surah Al-Baqarah.
The beginning of Al-Baqarah, what does it say?
Alif Lam Mim Dhalika al-Kitab la rayba fihi hudal lil-muttaqin.
Alladina what?
Alladina. I don't know the other, but I just know the first. Yeah.
Okay. Good enough. I don't think he's trolling.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm trying to be as honest as I can with you, gentlemen. That's as much as I can tell you about the book.
I mean, I guess I'm a little bit shocked that you're just openly admitting that when the parts disagree with reality, that you're just going to tell me it's a metaphor. I guess I appreciate the honesty, but you got to understand from our point of view that's kind of like conceding that the thing doesn't make sense.
Deconstruction Zone. Have you not? I've watched some of your videos, especially with Muslims, that when you've collaborated with them, and have you not seen the same trend? Whenever they, when they're defending or when they're performing apologetics, it's usual, you'll either see goalposting or linguistic shifts, or you'll just notice that outright lying or just uneducated. I mean, Ems, for example, I remember he was bullying that one Muslim, with his like showing, like cornering him, showing him where he was wrong, and aggressively showing him. And the Muslim was kind of like a bit, like shocked with how fast that Ems was coming at him. I mean, you guys clearly see the same tactics circulating on over and over again. It's, I gotta be honest, it's just the tactic really. Accept what you can and like kind of shift the goalpost when it comes to what you can't accept. Yeah.
It sounds like you're being honest, and I'm not going to fault you for being honest. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm mad at you for it. It's shocking to hear somebody admit it. You know what I mean? So, what are we saying now? Are we suggesting that the semen is metaphorical?
We're suggesting that the Quran is entirely incorrect when it comes to describing the process of whatever it seems to articulate. I don't know whether it's describing insemination or development of the testes. I don't know, maybe formation of sperm. I have no idea. But whatever it's trying to describe, it's obviously inaccurate. So
I just want to point out, like, the scholars do take this literally. Like, the scholars do not understand this to be a metaphor. And like, sure, the scholars aren't the Quran or blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But like, when we go to the academics, and the academics, like, nobody understands this to be a metaphor, but they all understand it. Like, the people of the highest knowledge understand this to be a literal, supposedly accurate description of the formation of mountains. And like, sure, you aren't like forced to follow every single scholar, and you could say, oh well, it's my belief that it's metaphorical, but like, you just kind of have to prove that.
Well, whether or not they believe, good contention.
I just like all the scholars understand this to be a literal description of how mountains form. So whenever you say it's just a metaphor, it might not like be the.
May I politely just stop you right there? I didn't say it's a metaphor. I said when something doesn't make sense, you paint it out to be a metaphor. But when something kind of does make sense, you actually say it is real. It is what the Quran is trying to articulate. So whether or not the scholars are saying it's real, it's a metaphor, they're still wrong about it either way. Whether or not they wish to take it.
Can Justin, we might end up wrapping this topic up real quick, but I'm gonna try just a little bit. Could you pull up 3310 or 3110? I mean, I sent the screenshot in there.
Yep. Yeah, I got it right here. Give me a second.
With multiple different translations, even M's could go into like the actual Arabic word itself. But like, I know you're like me, you don't speak Arabic, and you like to use multitude of translations, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But each individual use is going to be like, or each individual translation is going to say that mountains are thrown onto the earth, like that, like Allah took it with his God hand, or maybe not his hand. He somehow did it. He took mountains and just kind of tossed them onto the earth, and that's how mountains are supposedly formed. But that's not how mountains are formed. At all. So the Quran clearly gets it wrong.
Yeah. And as you can see, if you notice, I'll read it out for you. He created the heavens without pillars, as you can see, and placed firm mountains upon the earth, so that it does not shake with you, and scattered throughout it all types of creatures. And we send down rain from the sky, causing every type of fine plant to grow on earth. So there was this. So the only origin of the verse I can understand it to be is that somehow there was this ongoing, like, alternating apprehension that somehow mountains held the earth. We know that.
Well, that's not really like the contention that we're having. The contention is that mountains, every single mountain on this earth, is formed from the ground upwards through tectonic plates. So whenever the Quran says that no, it's not from tectonic plates, Allah had placed them down upon the earth. And there's another verse, I don't remember exactly which one it is, but like, I'm not a liar, so please trust me, where like it had like kind of described it slightly differently, where it said that Allah had placed them onto the earth as if they were paperweights. So like, we know that this is an extraordinarily inaccurate description of how mountains are formed. They are not placed upon the earth, they aren't tossed onto the earth. They form from the ground upwards, and there's not a single mountain that doesn't show thousands of pieces of evidence that they were formed from the ground upwards rather than being tossed onto the earth or placed individually or something along those lines, which the Quran describes it to be.
Yeah, And like I said before, I understand the contention that it's wrong, which is perfectly understandable considering it is wrong by every interpretation. And like I said, the way this verse is touted out to be as a defense is that, well, I don't even know how they defend it. They just make it out to be some sort of metaphor, really. I honestly have nothing to say about
No, they
that.
don't.
I mean, I've seen, like, I have personally not debated, but I've seen apologists use this for whenever they blow this verse, they use it as
Apologists are not scholars. Muslim Lantern and Orthodox Muslim and those YouTubers and TikTokers are not scholars. Like, you can't just like appeal to some random guy on YouTube called Muslim Lantern and say, "Oh, he said it's a metaphor." You know what I'm saying? You go to actual scholars.
I understand that, but I'm not appealing to anyone. I'm just showing it's an example used.
I know, but I'm telling you that when you actually appeal to scholars who have books published, they don't say that. The only people who do are TikTokers.
I understand. I wasn't quite aware of that fact. I kind of thought they were all under the same apprehension, really.
All right. Would you like to move on to the morality debate?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to debate.
Would that be okay with you?
I'd love to do that.
All right, yeah. I have a few different objections of the morality of Islam. Most of it's from the Quran. Only one of them isn't. Though it technically is in the Quran, it's just easier to argue with the Hadith.
Please present
so
your first
the topics. Yeah, like or you can choose whichever one you want. Just because like I have a multitude of them. You could. Like my typical main points against it is child marriage, sex slavery, sexism, and apostasy killings. So which one would you like to talk about?
Could you mention all of them against the child marriage, apostasy killings, and then what were the others?
Sexism and sex slavery.
Could you show me can we start with sexism, please?
Yeah, here, let me think of one to do because there's always so many.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, sure. Do you think that it is like blatantly like I would hope you would agree that it would be very blatantly sexist to try to say that men are rulers of women, not like, caretakers, not like they provide for women, but specifically they are rulers of women. They rule over women. Like that would be very blatantly sexist.
I agree. Producing authoritarianism amongst genders is very sexist.
All right, and give me just a second to send a quick link to Justin so he can pull it up in front of us. It's for... Wait, shit, my bad. Hold on. I'm just taking me a second to get to it. Yeah, 434. God damn
yes,
it,
the most highly debated verse. Not a single one.
Well, yeah, Yeah, the main contention with Surah 434 is typically the wife beating part, and we could get to that, but it's just not my favorite topic. I'd rather talk about the very first two sentences where it says Allah made men rulers over women, and Allah had given men more rights than women. That's basically the wording of it. And if you go to the scholars, they specifically state that it is ruling over women, that Allah had made the men rulers over women. And Ems can confirm this. I'm not sure if it's true. I'm pretty sure it's in also the Arabic. The Arabic word is to rule over, or the root word of the Arabic word is to rule over somebody.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And also chapter 4 in the beginning verses, I believe verse 5, it literally describes women as fools.
As
fools.
Surah 4 verse 5, where it says don't give your money to the foolish. If you go into the commentary on it, what the consensus of the scholars, maybe not consensus is too much of a word, but when you go to the scholars and what they say about it, the foolish are women and children and people with severe mental disabilities. So women, just all of women, are just in the exact same category of intelligence as people with mental disabilities and children.
So as-sufaha translates to foolish, dependent.
It translates to the foolish, yes.
Because
Yeah,
for
we're not
some
talking about
reason,
like the disputation. We're not talking about like the word itself. We're talking about what the word describes, like who the word describes, and the word
yes,
is describing women and children.
yeah, I find that to be very, very off-putting. And the reason why, I mean, yeah, I agree. This is blatantly sexist. I mean, of course, I already knew Sufar. Like, I've read multiple translations. They say dependence, but I think Sufar more accurately translates to the foolish. And I agree, this is a very sexist and abhorrent way to describe women and children. So, yeah, me and you on the same
Okay.
page.
Let me ask you a lot more of a violent one then. Do you think that women should be able to tell their husbands, like, you know, she got married to somebody and she has her husband's like, hey honey, you know, I'm kind of in the mood right now, we should have sex, and then the wife is like, I'm simply not in the mood right now, I don't want to. Do you think like that's a perfectly okay thing to do for the wife to do, to just say no, I don't want to, and then that's just that?
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, Islam does not agree with that. There are, you could go to the scholar specifically, but there are also the angel cursing hadith, where if a woman is to refuse her husband in bed, she is cursed by Allah Himself, because what she's doing by not consenting to her husband at every single whim is a sin. And there's also another hadith. I could try to pull it up real quick.
The angels
Where
curse her to
Muhammad.
Muhammad, right?
Yeah, Muhammad had said that women must, they are required to obey their husband when they say to come to bed, even if they're at the oven. Meaning, like, it doesn't matter if the wife is trying to cook food for the family. If the husband wants it, the husband gets it.
Ems, do you have that hadith? Do you know the hadith for that?
I don't have it
Yeah,
memorized.
it's in it's in
take it
Termidor.
from me.
I believe it's yeah, it's Termidor like
By the way,
1156,
Justin,
I believe.
did you know that if your wife is fasting for God, she's fasting for God, and you get horny, your wife has to break her fast to sleep with you.
What?
Yeah, he's not lying. That is true. That is true. If your wife is fasting and you feel like you want to get it on, she can break her fast. She has to break her fast to sleep with you.
That's
He's
crazy.
not
It is
lying.
not that she can; she has to.
No, so
She,
not that.
she
Yeah, you're
must.
right. You're right. Sorry.
If she before fasting, she has to take the permission of her husband because he might be horny.
He's not lying.
Yeah, that's the one about the thing, when a man calls his wife to fulfill his need, then let her come even if she is at the oven. That is Termidor 1160. So yeah, we have a hadith that says that not consenting to your husband every single time he asks of you, Allah personally curses you. Then we have another hadith that says women must fulfill their husband's. Hold on, I'm sorry. My parents just got home and my dog's freaking out to get out. It is another hadith. Charlie, calm down. Another hadith that says a woman must fulfill her husband's needs even if she's at the oven. And then we have another hadith that says that a man can force his wife to stop fasting just so they can have sex. The scholars have come to the conclusion, which all the hadiths support it, that a wife is not permitted to simply say, no, I don't wish to have sex. But it seems like you're kind of like really agreeing with everything we're saying. So maybe you want to move on to a different topic other than sexism.
I mean, yeah, it seems like. I mean, unless we have any other contentions, I think we're on the same page so far, really.
It sounds like, let me reframe it. I mean,
Yeah, sure.
it sounds like our objections you mostly agree with. And I'm not really sure where to take the conversation from here if you keep agreeing with us. I guess the more this goes on, the more it sounds like maybe you should just be an atheist, because if this God is, the Quran says he's the most merciful. This God is the most merciful, but he allows these horrific things. It just seems like the religion
Also, don't
contains a pretty
forget-
severe contradiction.
That's a pretty good, very, very astute observation. And don't forget, too, like, the claims, the Asma al-Husna, the 99 names of Allah, that call him to be the most merciful, the most compassionate. But yet he resorts to chucking human beings in hell merely for choosing their own religion.
Right.
So, of course, that's a bit of contradictory, don't you think? But a
Yeah,
little
it
bit
is.
like strange.
Yeah.
But yes, please continue with your contentions. I'd love to hear more objections you have.
Well, it sounds to me like you're actually an atheist and you might be pretending to be a Muslim, because I've never seen a Muslim concede all this. And as nice as you are and as beautiful as your voice is, I think we have to move on to somebody who might actually be a little more in disagreement with us.
Oh yeah, you're ready to catch me out. I'm an apostate.
That's all right. Fair enough. We're glad you're an apostate.
I kind of looked at your following and saw that you were following Ems and Justin. I was just kind of like, I don't know about this one.
Well, thank you. I mean, out of all four of you, Ems kind of caught on to me pretty quickly. But yeah, the only reason why, but thank you guys for having me. The only reason why I wanted to be here was because, I was kind of trying to show you that they all use the same tactics, really, to try and defend the faith. I hope my broad honesty kind of led you towards being more stronger in that conclusion.
I mean, we agree with you actually on that. They don't have a whole lot of tools in the toolbox, which is why they do the same thing over and over again. But man, we appreciate you sharing with us, and best of luck on your journey. Please be safe as an apostate. I know it's dangerous.
Thank you very much. Your praise for me are appreciated.
I did look up some numbers recently, collected through Pew Research. I'm going to be putting those on the cheat sheet for discussion purposes soon, about the amount of people in modern Islam who are still okay with murdering apostates and other things. The data, I got to be honest, was more shocking than I thought it would be, and it's shocking enough that I think everybody should see it. So look for those coming up in the near future, and I think it'll be interesting. Now, we have somebody in the guest box that's actually already got their camera on and their mic plugged in, and they're ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read just a couple super chats, and we're going to get Sam in here in real quick fashion, since Sam's actually ready and prepared. As I've always said, if you're in the YouTube guest box and it looks like you're actually prepared to go, like you're ready to rock and roll, I try to prioritize people that are actually ready to go so we can have robust conversations. And Brian says,
thank you for having me. I'm going to go to bed. Have a
I
beautiful night.
totally get it. Thanks for get some sleep. Thanks for being here, buddy. Brian says, I can't tell if Jacoby is unable to track or too dishonest to attempt to track. Didn't get a single restatement correct. Could not participate. And to me, that was the most frustrating part about the Jacoby conversation. Is it sounded like he was trying to be genuine, but just could not follow. And I get it. Not everybody is good at logic. Some people can't follow, and some people can't listen very well either. But if you restate it 5 times and they still don't get it, I guess I don't understand why you're not getting it. But Klein, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's your most favorite part of the Bible to debate? And if you were to pick one topic to dismantle Christianity, what would you pick? My favorite topic ever is to talk about the prophecies, and the reason why it's my favorite is because it is the one topic that just dismantles Christianity to its core. Listen, you can argue day and night about if God exists, but the minute you demonstrate that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, it's over. The other thing is the Trinity. If the Trinity is not true, then Christianity is not true. Either one of those things, it's dunzo capunzo for Christianity. And Layla Tanvast says, a way to dissuade cats from messing with something is to cover it in wax paper. You can call me Voss. Well, thank you. And Voss, I'll have to give that a try. I don't know how I can cover cables in wax paper, but I could probably cover them in some spray wax, like some fluid film spray wax would be fine. And Sully says, God didn't kill Dahmer before he killed because it distracted his free will, but ordered Amalekite toddler paste to stop them from sinning. Contradiction? 100%. Listen, if God needed to murder the Amalekites so that the Amalekites wouldn't do something he didn't want, then he could just inflict distractions or diversions on anyone's free will he wants. He doesn't have to pick and choose. You know what I mean? If murdering the Amalekites was the right thing to do to prevent them from growing up evil, he could have done that with anybody that was evil. Fair point. And Chodika says, Houston meetup when? I don't know anything about a Houston meetup, but I do know in the fall we're going to be doing the Rocket City Reason in Huntsville, Alabama. If you're down in Houston, maybe you can make it to Huntsville. It's a short plane ride. And Design says, what I gleaned from science agency presenting as life seems to emerge from materials and anthropic systems, like green emerging from yellow and blue. That's a fair point. Listen, life seems to just be like an emergent nature of the universe. Like the universe could exist without life. It just happens to exist with life. I think the reason why life is almost inevitable in the universe is because the universe seems to be essentially timeless. Like there's an infinite amount of time for it to develop. And Mike G says, north, south, east, west, verticals is the best. Well, glad to see some people watching over on Vertical Land. And Unashamed Apostate, good to see you tonight, says, wanted to give a shout out for Recovering from Religion. They have support groups in person and online and chat tech support. It's free. They won't pressure or judge, just listen and support. And we've got a thread in our own Discord that's managed by 2 people from Recovering from Religion. Is it Recovering from Religion or Freedom from Religion? Shoot, I always get the 2 of them mixed. I'll have to check that out. But nevertheless, in our own Discord now, there are some people you can chat with on, if you need support, or just the people that are actually in the chat. So, friends, we got lots of time in the stream still tonight. If you want to get in and debate the existence of God, get into the guest queue. We've got time to get you in. This is one of the rare occasions where I think we're 3/4 or halfway through the stream, and we don't have a bunch of people waiting to get in. Usually by now we got a bunch of people waiting to get in. So now is still a great time to get into the guest queue. And with that, let's bring in Sam, and we'll have some more discussion. Welcome, Sam. And Sam can't hear me, it seems. Sam, because my audio didn't get selected. Let me try it again. Sam, welcome in. Are you at least 18? I can hear you. Give me 1 second, though. I don't know if the soundboard heard you. Let me make sure. Yeah, let me make sure that the output's working. All right, what about now? Let's see if it works.
Hey, check.
I think it should be working now. Y'all hear him?
Check.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I think everyone can hear you. Yeah, I think
Awesome.
I had accidentally muted the tab by accident. I must have clicked on the wrong thing. But Sam, welcome in. You're at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
I would just like to say that I am an EMT on duty. The way that works is if I get a call, I got to drop everything and go right away. So if you see me just kind of like jump up real quick, that's why.
Right. And also, we've never talked before, just to be clear, right?
No.
Okay, just checking.
No.
I had another Sam that I recently talked to, and I'm like, if I remember correctly, this is not the same Sam. I just want to mark it down. But anyways, Sam, you said you believed in God, right?
Yeah, correct. I am more specifically a Christian, Protestant, if that means anything to you. But today you said prove just God, as in just a theist God. So if you're okay with it, that's kind of would be my main angle. We can get into the specifics. Obviously, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of religions on the planet, but that's an entirely different discussion. So
Sure.
maybe I was kind of planning on just the general theism.
So,
and then maybe, depending on how I do in this one, narrow it down.
I'm not at all averse to doing an argument for general theism. The only thing I would say is, though, if we're in the middle of talking about the God concept and there's something that you're describing that is contradictory to the Bible, I might point that out. But sure. Generally speaking, yeah, I'm perfectly happy hearing an argument for a God concept.
All right, and just for the sake of time.
Yeah, I mean, like, this isn't my live, but like.
What's that, Marcy?
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, this isn't my live, and I think people would probably agree with me that, like, if we're just gonna go from, like, obviously, like, you can do it anyways because Justin said so, but like, if we're just gonna end up going from like proving theism and then proving Christianity, like, why don't we just start with proving Christianity if that's just your worldview?
Well, because Christianity.
But I mean, like, if that's not what you want to do, this isn't my life. He said it's okay if it's okay with you,
I mean, I suppose there'd be several reasons why. One, obviously Christianity is dependent on theism. Two, even if Christianity was found to be false, that would not necessarily disprove theism. And three, as the resurrection of Jesus Christ, I think is the most, is definitely generally accepted as the strongest proof for Christianity.
Interesting.
I can't be trying to prove Jesus Christ rose from the dead if you guys don't even believe in a God, because if there's no God, or if there's nothing impossible about the beginning of the cosmos, then it's a complete non-starter. The odds could be 1 to 500 trillion that Jesus Christ didn't rise from the dead, and you'd go with that one.
Well, generally, I actually don't disagree with you. I would say this, though. If I was in, like, we can do general religious experience for now. So if I was in a room, say that I was in a room and somebody was doing like an exorcism, and just pretend I'm an atheism, right? And I witnessed like a 12-year-old girl pick up a grown man and throw him across the room. That might be fucked. There might be some demonic spirits going on here, despite the fact that I don't believe in them, right? So if the evidence is good enough for something very specific, it could persuade somebody towards theism, which is why I think if you think like Jesus being the Messiah or Jesus resurrection from dead, if you think there's good evidence for that, I'm not saying that it wouldn't convince some people. What I'm saying is it still counts as evidence. So maybe let's do this. Let's do an argument for a generic God concept. And then when we're done with that, maybe, because it sounds like you're coming up in good faith and we're probably going to have a good conversation. Maybe after that, we could turn to maybe some reasons why the Christian God doesn't make a whole lot of sense, even if there is a God.
Sure. Obviously, I think I'd probably take the counter for that. But so would you consider yourself hardcore atheist or more just like atheist agnostic?
I would say I'm technically considered an agnostic atheist, meaning I don't have knowledge of God. But I do specifically, though, I'm a hard atheist towards just about all of the identifiable religious gods, like the God of Islam, the God of Christianity, the God of Judaism. I have really, really strong reasons to believe that those God concepts don't exist.
Okay. Sure, fair enough, I suppose. So just general theism. Do you believe the universe is eternal? The cosmos is eternal, whether it's multiverse, universe, existence as we know it is eternal. Physical existence as we know it is eternal.
I do. I don't see any evidence or compelling reason to believe that the universe once didn't exist. And I do understand that typically, like if you're going to do like the arguments from Aquinas, like the five ways or anything related to them, it's going to hinge on somehow trying to find a contradiction with an eternal past. So, but I mean, whatever your argument is, let's go ahead and have it. I'm more than happy to follow your lead here.
Sure. I wrote stuff down on my phone, so if you give me a minute.
No rush. Listen, I say this about everybody. If the guest is being nice and polite, I have no problems letting them take their time and do what they need to do. I only get heated with guests that are up here being pricks.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. I am pretty much the same way. And honestly, if I thought that you were going to be a jerk, I probably just wouldn't have logged on. And I don't know. At the very least, if Christianity is false, I can at least put a good taste of Christians in your mouth.
Sure.
Anyway, so you're obviously familiar with the first law of thermodynamics, established that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. In an isolated system, it can only transition from one form to another.
Mm-hmm.
And that obviously physical existence as we know it is actually an isolated system, in that there can't be something outside of physical existence. There can't be something physical outside of physical existence, the totality of physical existence.
I think
whether you believe in a universe or a multiverse, it is an isolated system.
So I think depending on how you're envisioning the universe, you could come to the conclusion that it's isolated because of like semantics. So for example, if the universe is not infinite in size, which I don't think we have a way of knowing that yet, then you could say that it's an isolated system, because eventually there's a boundary. Like there's a part where the infinite universe, or where the finite universe stops, and then therefore it could be treated like a single system. But I would say in order to come to that conclusion, I think we would need some evidence. And I don't think we even have the ability to make that conclusion yet. Maybe one day we will. But I don't, and maybe you know one that I don't. I don't know of a good reason to believe that the universe has like a end point to it.
Sure. Well, obviously all of us have to be humble and a little bit agnostic about this, because none of us know for sure. But from the little bit of research that I've done, which I'm an EMT, take with a massive grain of salt. I'm not claiming to have exhausted this category. The idea of the expansion of the universe as we know it seems to be a good reason to believe that it is finite, in that the universe, every single person that I've seen talk about agrees that the universe is currently expanding, right?
Sure. Well, I would add something to that, though, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
So when we talk about the universe, I think scientists are typically talking about the known universe or the observable universe. So when we say that the universe is expanding, we're really saying the amount of universe that we can see is expanding. It might actually be possible that there's more beyond our universe. In fact, there's so much more beyond our universe that what we can see is actually just kind of a blip of expansion inside of a much larger universe that might not actually be actively expanding.
Well, I suppose then that you would just kind of subscribe to the multiverse theory, given that.
Well,
so the
maybe.
idea is our universe. Yeah, sorry.
I don't. Maybe you can help me out. I actually don't know how people are defining the multiverse, but I think my point is kind of this. I believe in one universe. I'm just saying that this is what we can observe, and it's possible that this, what we're calling the observable universe, is actually just part of a giant system, and where our expanding piece is kind of like inside of a pocket somewhere. So I'm not sure if we can make statements about what's beyond the observable universe.
Well, I suppose that would be a fair enough thing, in that at that point the universe would just be the infinite. The universe would just be the equivalent of the Christian's God, as far as the Genesis goes.
What do you mean?
In that, it's very natural for all humans to wonder, where did we come from, not only biologically immediately, but cosmologically, where did we come from? So I think that every worldview, from agnostic to Muslim to Buddhist to Christian, is trying to answer that question. So your posit would be, as an agnostic, you're not claiming anything definitively. You're just saying, I think that there's a very good chance that outside of the observable universe is simply more universe. So that
I don't know what the chances are. I'm just saying from your point of view, it's going to be difficult to support the idea that the entire universe is expanding, because now we're kind of making claims about things that we don't have information about. That's like if I said all horses are either brown, red, or black or white. Well, it might be true that I've never seen one, but it might also be true that somewhere out in another country we've actually got a purple horse. The reality is it's difficult to support claims about things that we have no way of investigating, if that makes sense.
Sure, but I will say, as far as the observable universe goes, it is undoubtedly expanding.
Agreed.
As far as anyone that I've ever seen.
Yep.
Talk about it.
Yeah, we agree.
So, given that, in our observable universe must have had a beginning. Yeah?
I don't think so.
The observable universe must have had a beginning?
No, I don't think so.
What? If it's currently expanding, if it had been expanding for an infinite amount of time, there wouldn't be any meaningful, there'd be too much space between all atoms at that point, because finite things, physical things, have been expanding for an infinite amount of time. Do you see the paradox there? If there had been a finite,
I don't think it's been expanding for an infinite amount of time.
For an infinite amount of time, it would have expanded into infinity.
Right, but I don't believe that's the case.
So you don't believe that the observable universe is expanding?
No, I don't think it's been expanding forever.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I agree with that. So then, what happened? What do, in your worldview?
So there's a couple.
If there's a moment that it started to expand, what would? Yeah,
I think there are a couple models for cyclical universes. One model is Big Bang, Big Crunch. I think that one makes a lot of sense to me, given what we know about the universe, which basically posits that eventually the expansion acceleration rate of the universe will continue to decrease so much that it actually starts decelerating, and then eventually gravity pulls it all back in. And when gravity pulls it all back in, it returns to another hot, dense state until we have another Big Bang moment. So it's basically an infinite cycle of Big Bangs and Big Crunches. There are other models you can go with, like cosmic inflation, quantum foam, and different things like that. But for what I can see from the data points that we have, I personally think that the cyclical Big Bang, Big Crunch universe makes the most sense.
Okay, with the cyclical model, have you? I'm assuming you've heard of entropy, the idea of all energy is constantly losing some usable energy, and that usable energy gets converted into entropy. It's like a useless, dead, static energy.
I don't know if that's the way I would describe it. So entropy as a measure of disorder is really basically just measuring energy in the form of heat typically. So according to what we know about entropy, entropy basically always increases until it reaches equilibrium. And it's not to say that like the amount of entropy inside of an isolated system increases, because it doesn't. It always remains the same. But it always increases within the subsets of that set. So if the universe expanded to be 1 trillion times larger than it was, it still contained the same amount of entropy over the size of the observable universe. It would just be spread out further and further from each other, which is why we talk about things like a possible heat death, because if all the bodies that have energy are so far away from each other that they can't interact with each other anymore, and the energy from them can't really reach each other, then you could see like we would end up with a cold, dark universe where energy is no longer being useful because it's so far away from everything else. But the energy would still be there.
Yeah, well, I agree. The energy itself would still be there. It would just be converted into entropy. Yes.
I don't think that's the way I would describe it. I don't think energy is converted into entropy. I think entropy is a measure of energy. So, for example, when I went to school for engineering, and I was lucky enough I took a course in metallurgy at one point, and we did a little bit of entropy work. And it turned out like the way we understand entropy is probably not communicated well. When we talk about entropy, we're talking about the amount of disorder typically on a macro scale or a micro scale. Like the individual atoms inside and the molecules inside of like a piece of iron, when it's hot, they move around more. It's got more amplitude and more frequency in their movements. So we call that a higher state of disorder. So when we talk about entropy, we're really just saying, listen, the individual subsets inside of a set, when they have more energy, they basically move around a lot more and a lot faster. We just call that disorder. And that disorder is basically measuring how much heat, like usable heat in the form of energy, is inside of the system.
Hey, Quantanauts in the box.
Sure. Yeah, I see Quanta. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't want to bombard Sam. He's up here having a good faith conversation. I don't want to overload him just yet, fellas. Or actually, fella, Quanta. Let me get Quanta on the screen.
Yeah, no worries.
Sam, does that make sense? So entropy isn't like something that's going to be used up. Like the entropy in a system is always going to remain the same. Like if I have, I don't know, 1,000 joules inside of an isolated system, it's going to remain 1,000 joules within that system, right?
Sure. You mean energy, right? Not entropy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I should clarify that. So energy. Explain the second law of thermodynamics. I may actually just have to log off and do a lot more research on entropy because, if so,
I can summarize that. The second law of thermodynamics essentially says that in a closed system, or rather in a system where energy is conserved, typically that system will evolve in such a way that the number of microstates per macrostate, so the number of possibilities you could arrange microscopically all the atoms to give the same overall picture, like the same temperature and pressure, will either increase or stay the same over time. But the important things to note here is that this is a derived law. This is like, you can actually prove it from like first principles rather than like being an actual law of physics, like gravity, for example. So you will have many cases where this law is actually not, the requirements for this law are not satisfied. One of those is like in the case of our universe. Our universe would not be described as a closed system. The total amount of energy in our universe actually does change over time, which means that you cannot use the second law of thermodynamics in that case. You can only do it for like small systems, like on Earth, for example, where the energy does not change over time.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. So, help me out here. So then, if And at this point, you guys are just teaching me about entropy. I'm sorry, this is embarrassing. I probably should
Yeah,
have
yeah.
done more research. But
it's a hard subject.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. The way I kind of understood it is entropy is kind of like having a block of wood, right? And that block of wood is slowly burning, and the mass of that wood just gets converted into ash or maybe some smoke or whatever. And let's just say you could have a completely closed system. The total amount of mass of that block of wood would not change, assuming that we could prevent all of it escaping. But it would be converted from usable, like a block of wood, to basically unusable ash. Is that not how entropy works? If so, then I'll probably
it's
want
related.
to log off.
Yeah, it is related to that. So, if you want to talk about like usable versus unusable energy, that's more regards to temperature variations. So, in order to do mechanical work, you need a thermal reservoir that's hot and a thermal reservoir that's cold. And by transferring energy from the hot to the cold reservoir, you can perform mechanical work. And as entropy increases, then temperature variations will average out, and you won't get any differences in temperature between two regions. Therefore, you're more unable to do mechanical work.
All right. Yeah, that's what I understood. It's entropy, as I understood, was basically just equilibrium, meaning that the energy can't go from low to high, high to low, because it's all perfectly even.
Well, it can. It's a statistical law, so if you wait long enough, it will. But this is just saying, on average, what will happen is that temperature variations will even out. But like, if you say you have a box with just a bunch of particles bouncing around in it, and all the particles start in one corner of the box, the second law of thermodynamics says that on average, those particles will start expanding until they fill the space evenly. But it's not. It does not prevent. In fact, if you wait long enough, eventually you will find a case where all of those particles just happen to go back into the same corner. Like, it will happen eventually. It's just that it won't be a typical event.
And forgive me if this is a stupid question. Like I said, at this point, I'm just kind of, I guess, relearning about entropy, which is not how I anticipated this going, but it is what it is. How would it do? So let's just say you got some electrons.
It's just like random chance. Like a better example would be like if you have a deck of cards.
Because there's no, if it's perfect equilibrium, wouldn't they be completely unable to move?
No, they'll keep bouncing around. It'll just maintain like the constant temperature throughout. But the energy of each molecule will still be like about the same on average.
Sure, but like, what would cause?
But a better example is like if you have a deck of cards. If you have a deck of cards that are all started like sorted, like in the way that they are out of the box, the second law of thermodynamics that says that if you shuffle them, the more you shuffle them, the more you will likely get to a disordered state. But it doesn't prevent the possibility that if you keep shuffling, eventually at some point it's going to be ordered again. It's just that that's a rare event.
That the shuffling continues to happen. So maybe I'm just
but that's what happens in an ideal gas. Ideal gases don't like lose energy. The molecules are all still bouncing around throughout the entire event. Even when there's no usable energy left, the molecules are still all bouncing around. It's just that you can't do mechanical work with them. The ability to do mechanical work. So there is a type of, in thermodynamics, the ability to do mechanical work is to essentially like apply a force on an object. Essentially, that's what a motor does. And in order to do this, you need a temperature difference between two thermal baths. That's like what an engine does.
Yeah. So then, how does entropy affect usable energy?
It decreases it because, as I said, in order to have usable energy, you need a temperature difference between two locations. But as the entropy increases, those two temperature differences will start equaling each other.
All right, and given that the totality of existence can't have existence outside of it, doesn't it make sense to believe that the totality of existence would be a closed system and that it's not receiving energy from anything outside of itself? I mean, I
you'd be
just
correct in
Googled
that
it,
it's
and
not
I know,
receiving
yes,
energy
forgive
from
me,
outside of
according to
itself. You'd be correct that it's not receiving energy from outside of itself. However, your intuition would not be correct in that the total energy is conserved. In fact, in our universe, more energy is just created. Like, it's not coming from anywhere, it's just being created in the form
so
of,
then
like, dark
energy
energy,
is
for
not.
example.
So then energy is not.
Energy is not actually
Energy
a
can be
conserved
created
quantity
then.
in our universe.
So then the first law of thermodynamics doesn't apply? I'm sorry.
You're
If these are
correct.
stupid questions,
On
I'm
our
sorry.
universal scale, the second law of thermodynamics does not apply.
How about the first law? Does the first law apply?
It does not, because that is energy
okay.
conservation. So if you want to get deeper into the physics, which I don't want to take this stream too off topic,
Sure.
but essentially, conserved quantities like energy come from symmetries in the system. So, for example, if you were to take the entire universe and shift everything in the universe over to the left by 1 foot, would you notice the difference?
No, of course not.
Yeah, we call that a symmetry. It's a change you can apply to the system that results in the system behaving exactly as it was before. And in that case, you can use something called Noether's theorem to show that because the universe obeys this spatial translation symmetry, you get conservation of linear momentum. Now, in a similar way, if your system obeys time translational symmetry, meaning if you were to take your system and teleport it into the future by like a day, if it still acts the same, then it obeys that symmetry, and you can use that to prove that it obeys conservation of energy. But it just so happens that in our universe that is expanding over time, if you took all the stars and planets and galaxies in our universe and teleported it like 1 billion years into the future, we would notice the difference, because suddenly the universe would start expanding much faster than it was yesterday. That's what we would observe from our point of view, at least. And so therefore, over long time scales, our universe does not obey this symmetry, meaning that our universe does not obey conservation of energy. But on small time scales, like on the order of days, thousands of years, even millions of years, the difference in how the universe is expanding is so small that essentially energy might as well be conserved. But when you're talking about cosmology as a whole, that symmetry is broken, and therefore you can't use conservation of energy. It's very weird.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest, that's not exactly how I anticipated that conversation going. I'll look into it. So when and this is gonna sound like a really stupid question. Bear with me. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, or
we don't think you are.
Apologetic at this point.
No, these are good questions.
When I just Googled, is our universe a closed system? The answer I got was yes. And the reason for that is our universe, as defined as the totality of physical existence, can't have anything outside of it.
That's probably what the AI overview will. That's probably what the AI overview will tell you, and it is correct in that we don't say that there's anything outside the universe going in. But if you define a closed system as being a system in which energy is conserved, then it is not.
Okay, thank you. Let me write that down.
So you should instead ask, in cosmology, is energy conserved? And it will tell you no.
Yeah, thank you. Energy conserved. Well, you've definitely given me a lot to think about. That was...
That's how physics goes.
Awesome. Yeah. So as regards cosmology, energy is not conserved. Huh.
There you go.
Cosmology.
If you really want to dive into this more and do more reading, I strongly recommend looking up Noether's theorem, Noether. Brilliant mathematician and physicist, often overlooked in the history of physics. Strongly look that up.
All right, will do. Thank you very much. Well, it is up to you. I definitely think that this is we'll just chalk this up as an L for me for now anyway, until I've learned a little bit more about that.
It's not an L if you're just here having a conversation with us. Not every one of these conversations has to be like somebody winning or losing. Sometimes when we're just having a conversation, everybody gets to win. I would say this. It sounds like maybe your argument for God might have hinged on the idea that you needed something to bring, because if you believe there was once nothing and you can't get something from nothing, then you need an entity to bring it about. Is that okay? So this is a pretty common argument. Yeah. Let me ask you a question though. Let's imagine for a sec, we'll do a thought experiment. Let's imagine that the universe once didn't exist. And then it came into existence. Why would I posit that a god caused it coming into existence rather than like a naturalistic cause?
Well, that was actually basically where I was going with this, which is either way, something beyond the laws of physics and logic as we know it must have happened at the beginning of the cosmos.
Sure, but why would we say that it's a god? For example, if I say, listen, it's actually, let's pretend that there's another force. Let's say dark energy is a force. Let's say we're going to call it rainbow energy. Let's say that there's actually, we haven't discovered it yet, but there's a rainbow energy that has the ability to bring things into existence even itself when there is absolutely nothing. I'm just going to invent a thing, right? What would lead me to believe that the universe came into being through God versus rainbow energy?
Well, at that point, it would just be a 50-50. What do you prefer?
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the problems with it's not your fault. This is a very, by the way, what you're doing is a very popular argument. I think the problem with the argument a lot of times, because it kind of falls into what we might define as like a God of the gaps argument, which is, hey, here's something I can't explain, but if you throw a God into that gap, it has an explanation. But the typical problem with that is there's actually typically more explanations other than God. Like, I realize that you could invent an explanation, call it God, and boom, problem solved. But I could invent an explanation that's not God and also solve the problem. So I guess what that means is that plugging God into the gap might not get you as far as you actually want it to go.
Okay. Well, I suppose like, for instance, if we could have agreed that the universe must have had a beginning, we can say with absolute confidence that science will never discover a square circle. By definition, that is impossible. Science cannot ever, no matter how much time you give it, no matter how brilliant the minds attack it, they will never find a square circle. That's a logical impossibility.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, I think that something from nothing is just as much as an impossibility. If, however, your point is, well, I don't need there to have ever been a state of nothing because of the Noether's theorem, in cosmology, energy is not conserved. That, I think, would make that something I'm gonna have to wrestle with, kind of attack, think about. But if you guys, let's just say theoretically, you guys were to succeed, yes, the universe must have had a beginning, then you have to get into, well, the universe cannot cause itself. So something completely outside the laws of physics and logic must have caused this.
Right.
Or, yeah.
Right, and that's Rainbow Force.
Sure. And,
right.
and if you want to call it Rainbow Force and I want to call it God, I think at that point I would have established at least deism.
Sure, but I guess I think maybe the chasm between the two of us in terms of Rainbow Force versus God is Rainbow Force doesn't have a mind. It's not sentient. It's actually just basically random. In fact, it's so random it doesn't even comport to the laws of logic. That's why it can do things metaphysically random. So I get it. You would need something outside of what we would call the laws of logic, because the laws of logic seem to suggest that you wouldn't get something from nothing. But again, I guess I don't see putting God in there. It seems like too much, because, for example, once you put a God in there, you run up to like Occam's razor. Now we have to give God attributes. And typically God is omnipresent. He's outside of space and time. The thing has has typically like omnibenevolence, but the thing that's omnibenevolent also created natural disasters that randomly hurt and maim like 200,000 people a year, which to me seems to be a contradiction with the properties of God. So with the rainbow force, I don't have to explain any of that away. The rainbow force is actually just random metaphysical thing that causes the universes to come into being. I don't actually have to explain why God like hurts his own creation, even though he loves it, or why he has to like murder his own son, or none of that really needs to be explained anymore.
Sure. Basically, the idea would be me and you would both, I guess, have unanswered questions, but in my theory, there are. I open up a can of worms 10 times the size of the can of worms that you open up.
That's basically it, right? Because you might have some unanswered questions about Rainbow Force, but you never have to worry about why it does anything because it's just naturalistically random.
All right. I suppose that's fair enough. Definitely give me a lot
I
of
want to
Sure.
mention a model of cosmology where this is a really weird one, and I'm not actually sure if I'm convinced of this myself, but I would be more inclined to believe this than I would a theistic explanation. There's Vilenkin's theory, or proposal of cosmology that describes how if you truly do have nothing, but just like the laws of quantum mechanics are true in this nothing state of affairs, you could get a situation where the universe quantum tunnels itself into existence, which is very strange, but maybe something worth looking into.
Well, I'll look up. I'll look into that. But that sounds like you'd need at least 40 IQ points more than I have to understand it. But I'll look into that. I suppose one question, and this really isn't an apologetic anymore. How would you escape nihilism? Because one thing I've noticed is that in a lot of countries that don't believe in God, they slowly start to creep towards antipathy, nihilism. You know what I mean?
Well,
like if you look at communism, killed over 100 million people in the course of 80 years.
So did the church. The church killed millions of people.
No, not millions. The church in the
I disagree actually.
Maybe in the most critical of the church that you could be, maybe is 10,000, I believe. Here, I'll Google it, but it pales in comparison to communism.
It depends on like what we're referring to and what time period. Like if you're just referring to the Inquisition, there was a lot of people killed during the Inquisition, but the Inquisition alone isn't the number we're capturing. We're also including the amount of people that died for holy wars, and all the way from the beginning of the church. So there is a guy, David something or another, that did a pretty exhaustive tally of the number of people that would have been killed during the Inquisition, and it was well over the 1 million mark. And I would also add that, like, just I would say misinformation from the church. For example, they had this idea. They taught that witches and like cats were evil, and so getting rid of the cats during the bubonic plague actually turned out to be problematic for them because the cats,
and thereby by proxy ended up killing millions of people.
Yeah, there's quite a few ways to suss out how many people that are killed by the church. But that being said, I don't know if that means a whole lot, because we are kind of talking about nihilistic or countries that are kind of without God. And I would say this. Now, I don't think that the not believing God causes people necessarily to be nihilistic, because most of the Buddhists in China actually do believe in some kind of a spirit afterlife. So I don't think that their nihilism comes from the same place that it would for like me as an atheist who doesn't believe in an afterlife. I don't think that they're actually that nihilistic. I just think that developing countries tend to be much barbaric, and they can be pretty ruthless. And once they get a little more wealth and people have a little more status, they tend to calm down a little bit. But like, look at some countries like Japan. Japan back during World War II, when they were doing kamikazes, they were marching to their death and different things like that. They were doing not internment camps. They were doing torture camps, basically, the same way that the Germans were. Well, those people believed in deities. They had a very strong religious belief that typically included worship of the emperor, but they were pretty religious, and they weren't Christian either. It seems to be that having a religion doesn't actually do much one way or another for nihilism. But I would say this: if you're an atheist, there comes a point, especially when you're a new atheist, where you wrestle with, hey, does anything matter at all? Like, if we're going to be wiped out, we're not going to live on, the universe is going to come to an end one day. Does anything matter? And that's certainly something that I think people should have to wrestle with. I don't believe that the atheists I'm familiar with typically fall into depression nihilism. I think they're more like happy nihilists, which is like kind of where I'm at. I agree. I think based on my worldview that nothing really matters all that much in the long run, but I think it matters a lot in the short run. But that's a whole different argument. So I would say to nihilism, I don't know if nihilism is something that a lot of atheists worry too much about. When I was a Christian, nihilism was something that Christians talked about because they thought if I don't believe, I would fall into nihilism. But for the people that already are in the non-believing camp, I personally haven't seen many of them that are like extremely nihilistic.
Yeah, also, like, I was born and raised an atheist. I wasn't raised with any sort of religion or anything. And, like, oh my God, what's my purpose? Oh my God, does anything matter? Like, that just never really, like, mattered. Like, I was born, I'm gotta go to school, and then after I gotta go to school, I gotta go to work, and then, get a wife, so on and so forth. You just kind of, like, live life. It's not just, oh my God, what's the point of everything? We're just a floating speck of debt. Like, that just never really crossed the mind. And of course, I'm gonna have a vastly different experience because, like, there's not a lot of people who weren't raised with some kind of religion, but I was really just raised as, like, my mom gave birth to me, then, she loved and cared for me, then I started going to school, and then after school I got to go get a job, and so on and so forth, and just continue down the line of life. It never really, like, the whole what's my purpose thing never really kind of came about because it just kind of didn't really matter. I'm here, make the most out of it, kiss as many cute girls as I can.
I really like that I can assign my own purpose to myself. Frankly, I would feel like more depressed if I was handed a purpose down from above and I had absolutely no say in what that was. Right?
Yeah, Ian always makes the argument that, like, if your God assigns you a purpose, then you are an object. But if you assign yourself a purpose, you're a subject. If your God tells you this is what you are, this is what you do, this is what your purpose is, that's what we do for, like, hammers and nails. A hammer, it only really hammers things because that's what we decide it does. It could be used for other things, but we decide the point of a hammer is to hammer things in, and that's what it does. That's its purpose, is to hammer things in. And it only does that because we just decide that it does that. So if your God tells you this is what you are, this is what you do, this is your purpose, what's the difference between you and a hammer? What's the difference between you and a nail?
Well, as for that, though my God in sovereignty does actually have a purpose for me that's definitive, and there's no way I can really escape it in that if he exists, and if I'm right about Christianity, he's omnipotent. I will say the Christian maybe counter to that would be the idea of the already not yet. So that though God does have a definitive purpose for us, he has given us the task in the time that we have to suss out what that is and to, in a way within providential design, try and go forward in a way that we think will be the most impactful, both for our own personal meaning and for bringing about the greatest good. So the even though you're right, technically speaking, God being sovereign over all will definitely have a definitive purpose for me. I, as an individual in time, not having God's perspective, it becomes incumbent to me to suss that out and figure that out. Does that make sense? So even though in the grand scheme of things, I guess I'd be considered a hammer and a nail, uh, I have to be the one to find out what my purpose is because there's just no other option for me. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'd like to be the person that gives the purpose, Not just finds and receives it, but like truly, like I am the one who is giving purpose to my life. That's a lot more
because I just
Sure, but as far as giving or finding, I will say either way, you escape the mentality of fatalism either way. Does that make sense? Because I do have to search and discover what my purpose is, better myself in every way so as to be better at whatever that purpose is. So I guess without getting into like really nitty gritties, we probably don't want to go down into the difference of discovering versus making one's own purpose, but it's not going to be the same as just absolute total fatalism as far as practically affects
Yeah.
the Christian.
Hey, friends, as interesting as this conversation is, I think we kind of moved away from our topics. Let's do one thing. Sam, I promise we'd go over some of your stuff, and then we would end by maybe giving a couple, maybe one or two reasons why I think that the Bible fails, even if God does exist, or why the Christian God fails. There's a couple reasons like I could point to. We talk about the Trinity a lot. I'm not really sure we want to do that again tonight, but like for me, I think one of the reasons why Christianity fails so hard is because it seems like the New Testament is just like a giant contradiction of the Old Testament. And it seems like the Old Testament painted this picture for like, hey, this is what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. And it gave us all these requirements. And then Jesus came and just didn't do anything. And so I'm looking at this book. I'm like, why would we believe that Christianity is true if he just didn't do anything God said he would do?
I'm going to hop down, but thanks for having me.
Quanta, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, doing great. I'll probably do my own live soon. Later.
Awesome. All right. So if I asked you, I said, listen, I believe in Yahweh, the God of the Hebrew Bible. And you're like, well, actually, Jesus is the Messiah that he predicted. He said it was coming. What would you point to in the Hebrew Bible where I can say, yeah, that is the Messiah?
Well, I think that you'd have to point to several things. The first and most obvious is the promise that the serpent's head will be crushed but that hasn't been fulfilled yet. So we have to fast forward to something like Isaiah 53, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yep. So I don't think that Isaiah 53 is about Jesus. I bet that if we read it together without the larger context, it might sound a lot like Jesus. I know that because I've done it dozens of times.
Right.
But I think if you include the wider context of Deutero-Isaiah, that's chapter 40 to 55, although scholars are debating that still yet, whether or not it starts at 35 or 40. If you read all of Deutero-Isaiah, though, he kind of tells you who the servant is on a couple different, like 10 different occasions. So for me, it's difficult to get to a point to think that there's a different servant that's going to come hundreds of years later that is kind of ignores the context of the passage. So like in 41 verses 8 through 9, it says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corner, saying to you that you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off." I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, interesting. The prophet says that Israel is a servant, and then he does it again in 43:10. He says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen." Like, okay, so does it again in 44, does it again in 44:21, does it again in 45, does it again in 48:20. But I think 48:20 is my favorite because it kind of illustrates what the goal of the servant is. And it says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." And then he tells you in quite a few places that he's going to exalt himself through the redemption of the Israelites when they leave the Babylonian captivity. And then when we get to chapter 52 and chapter 53, it is depicting them leaving Babylon, the servant leaving Babylon, right? Even though they got their asses kicked. So when I'm getting to chapter 52 and 53, I just can't find a good reason to think that the servant is anybody but Israel.
Sure. Well, I mean, it definitely is, in a sense, Israel, and that Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of Israel typology. Obviously, I'm sure you're intimately familiar with the idea that Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of Israel, or Jesus Christ is a symbol of Israel. Out of Egypt I've called my son. Obviously, that's talking about Israel coming up from Egypt. Why is that retroactively applied to Jesus? It's because the first writers of the New Testament believed that in Jesus there was a true fulfillment. Jesus Christ was the true fulfillment of Israel, and that's why us Christians have the theology of us being grafted into Israel, that we're grafted into Jesus Christ. However, in Isaiah 53, there are just some things that can't apply to Israel, which is why us Christians have taken the liberty of applying it to something messianic. It is by necessity something messianic, namely the innocence of the servant and how God crushed this servant despite his innocence, which obviously flies in the face of why God crushed the people of Israel. Does that make sense? God crushed the people of Israel because they had sinned. It was very obvious. Read any of the Psalms. I'm sure you're intimately familiar. You read something like Isaiah 53:9, and although he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth, it was the will of the Lord to crush him. He has put him to grief, and his soul makes an offering for guilt. He shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days, and the will of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. Like the by.
Hey, I'm a drop down. I got a shower.
Barcy, thanks so much for coming by today. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a great night.
Yeah, thank you. It sucks that the only two Muslims we got up here, one was a troll and the other one was just like the sweetest girl ever, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, damn, you know, we didn't really get any good debates on.
I know. We will, though. We will.
Well, thanks for having me up here. I appreciate it. Night.
Cheers, friend.
So, I mean, it is also getting pretty late. I'm also going to have to bow out pretty soon. Thank you very much for being so gracious with me. I mean, this is kind of a flop compared to what I thought it would be, but I definitely learned, so that's good.
That's certainly okay.
Isaiah 53:9, the entirety of Isaiah 53 seems to be indicating that this servant was punished as an atonement, punished for something that he himself had not done, but through his punishment, he made right to other people. I think that can't apply to the people of Israel. It can't really apply to any prophets. It can't. This is uniquely atonement, right? I mean, it says at the very end of the chapter.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you that this is using atonement language, but I don't. I obviously would disagree if you think that it can't be applied to Israel. So I'll explain using the context of Deutero-Isaiah and the writings of the same time period, like Jeremiah and the Psalms. So according to Deutero-Isaiah, the reason why they're punished is one, because of their sins, and two, because they're going to be a light to the nations when God exalts them. And the pericope starts out in verse 41 when he says, verse 1 and 2 in chapter 40, speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term and that her penalty is paid, that she has received double from the Lord's hand for her sins. So the passage is clearly laying out that, hey, these people, these Israelites, they've received double for their sins. Well, why would that? Why would God give them double punishment? Well, he goes on to explain in Deutero-Isaiah, it's because through their vindication, right, when they are redeemed from Israel, the nations are going to see that Yahweh is the one true Lord. So by God pressing them down lower and lower and lower and making them look like cockroaches in the eyes of the nations, when he does vindicate them and elevates them to their proper status, all the nations are going to see that Yahweh is the one true God. And this is painted as like a vicarious atonement. Because Israel suffered, the nations get to come to Yahweh. And it's not to say that the nation themselves were all perfect. When it talks about the servant coming out of Israel, or I'm sorry, coming out of Babylon, we're really referring to the righteous remnant. We agree that the righteous suffered alongside of the wicked in Babylon. But the righteous that come out, those are the ones that the Bible says have been refined in fire. In fact, in Zephaniah, he says that those that come out are going to be of the remnant. The remnant of Israel shall do no wrong, they shall utter no lies, nor shall deceit be found in their tongue and be found in their mouths. They will pasture and lie down, and no one shall make them afraid. So This is Zephaniah talking about the post-Babylonian period. He says, hey, those righteous remnant that are coming out of Babylon, they are going to be exactly what God wanted. They are going to be completely without deceit or lies, because it's the wicked ones that are going to be killed off by Babylon, and the righteous ones are the ones that are going to be left, which is why we also have a really interesting poem in Psalm. I believe it's Psalm 44. It says, you have rejected us and shamed us and have not gone out with our armies. You made us turn back from the foe, and our enemies have gotten spoil. You have made us like sheep for the slaughter and have scattered us among the nations, which is, so the nation of Israel in the Psalm is saying, hey, you've made us like sheep to the slaughter. And the theme keeps rendering itself over and over again, because there are righteous people among the Israelites that are like, hey, why are we suffering alongside these unrighteous Israelites? And the answer is so that the nation itself can be used to show the glory of God when they get smushed and then eventually elevated to status.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm obviously not in opposition to any of that. I think that that's all very, very true. But I think that as you get closer and closer to Isaiah 53, there, once again,
we can read through it if you want.
Yeah. I mean, it is late. You've been very generous with me. You've been very gracious with me. I'm really appreciative of that. So you okay if I read real quick?
Yeah, I'll just check it. I'm going to pull it up on the screen so everyone can see the passage. And typically, because it doesn't start in verse 1, typically you want to start to get the whole context in 52:10. 52:10 lays the groundwork for what's about to happen in the rest of the servant song.
Sure. All right. So reading ESV. What version do you have there?
I'm in the NRSV updated edition. The ESV is not terrible. I mean, I'm not mad at it.
All right, sounds good. The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of her, purify yourselves, you who bear the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go in flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard.
Awesome.
And
so
then
pause.
He talks.
So let's pause there, and we'll kind of collect our thoughts. So right now, based on verses 10, 11, and 12, what do you think is happening?
Israel is being called out from exile.
Right. And how is it going to happen? When God says that he bears his mighty arm, what do you think that means?
There's going to be, God's going to act in a way of providence that is a way for him to show off, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Egypt. Remember in Exodus, when he says he's delivering them with power and might, with signs and wonders through his mighty arm, this is what he's referring to. He says, he's like, hey, I'm about to act, and I'm going to free you, just like I did Israel in Egypt, which is why verse 11 and 12 are actually reminiscent of the Egyptian Exodus. Remember, in the Egyptian Exodus, they had to go out in haste. So he's actually, you nailed it. He's comparing this current Exodus to the prior Exodus, with one caveat that this is going to be even better. You don't even have to go out in haste. You can go out at your leisure.
Right.
All right. So then 13 and 14, go ahead. Yeah.
Behold, my servant shall act wisely. He shall be high and lifted up, and he shall be exalted. As many were astonished at you. So there's now a difference between the people of Israel and this servant. As many were astonished at you, O people of Israel. So his appearance was so marred beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of the children of mankind.
So I guess you said something like the difference between a servant and an individual. Can you repeat that again?
Sure. So there's a syntactical difference. The author of Isaiah is now making a syntactical difference between the general people of Israel and this servant.
Why? Why would we think that?
There's as many were astonished at you. So in a similar way that people were astonished that you guys just fell so low, people will also be astonished that this guy fell so low.
But if the metaphor is already the nation of Israel is a servant, I don't see why the you is now somebody other than Israel.
Well, the you is Israel. The servant would be someone different than Israel.
Why? Why would we think that?
Because of the syntactical difference here. Let me see.
I guess I don't see it.
Astonished at you. His appearance. So at the very least, grammatically speaking, the servant is being referred to as though he is different than Israel.
I guess I don't see that. So the author goes back and forth between referring to the nation or the group of people versus singular and plural. One of the best examples of this is verses 24 and 25 of Isaiah 42. Watch how it's actually make this 42, maybe it was verse 26. Give me a second. Oh, what the fuck just happened? My screen just logged out when I hit a button. All right, give me 1 second to get 42 up. All right. Oh, it was 24. I don't know why it looked different when I pulled it up the first time. Okay. So it says, who gave Jacob to the spoiler and Israel to the robbers? Was it not the Lord against whom they sinned? So this is really interesting. He refers to Israelites as they, and says, in whose ways they would not walk and whose laws they would not obey. Gotcha. So it's a they right here. And then,
would you agree that the they necessitates Israel to the robbers? The last identity that the they can be referring to in that specific verse would be Israel, and of course, that makes sense.
Right, yeah.
I don't see how that would be.
Well,
that doesn't seem even.
You have to let me finish reading to see it.
Sorry.
All right. So, in verse 24, he refers to Israel as they. He's telling a story. Yahweh was mad at them. They sinned, so he poured out his anger upon them, which is in verse 25. It says, so he poured out upon him the heat of his anger and the fury of war. So it set him on fire all around, and he did not understand. So within the same two verses,
that Israel was they, wouldn't it make sense that Jacob is him?
No, Jacob is Israel.
Yeah, okay, I agree. So then it's just referring to Israel in two different ways.
Okay, yes, exactly.
Jacob is the him and Israel is the they.
No.
That's not what we see in Isaiah 52.
No, it didn't say that.
In Isaiah 52, there's an opposition. There's like, you guys are kind of like this, and like, Sam is strong as an ox. I am not the ox. Israel, he was marred like you, which means he is now separate from you. Me being strong as an ox necessitates that I'm not an ox.
Awesome. And the reason why that can't work, my friend, is because if you look at the passage, Jacob and Israel are being mentioned here as a they, and the him is not referring to a single individual, right? It says,
I think that just seems a bit. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
So it says Jacob and Israel in verse 42, right? So these are groups of people. Jacob and Israel refer to all the children of Israel.
Same identity. So there's the metaphorical head of the people of Israel, Jacob, their father. Then there's the actual people of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
When it refers about they, it's probably Israel. When it refers to him, there's Jacob. There is an immediate context in this passage.
Jacob doesn't exist.
Clearly aligns the him with Jacob. There is nothing like that.
Jacob doesn't exist. He's dead.
I think that that doesn't seem honest to me. I think that I feel as though you're not. I don't want to accuse you. Would it at least be a reasonable interpretation if someone was to just read that? Would it at least be fair for them to think, the they probably refers to Israel and the him probably refers to Jacob?
I don't think so, and I can show you exactly why that doesn't work, because if you read the rest of Isaiah, he does this going back and forth between him, they, and we pretty often.
If the pronoun has a noun only 3 sentences before it, then I think that that's a little bit different than what we see in Isaiah 52.
But what I'm saying is that you can transition, like if you have a metaphor as a group of people being referred to in the singular and the plural, you're more than it's within your right to transition between plural and singular pronouns as you need, depending on how you're telling the story.
Of course.
Case in point, 43:10. You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant who I have chosen. So he's saying witnesses. There's a plurality of witnesses, and they're considered to be a singular servant.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and then
in
right
that
here,
context, there's nothing in that would make me think that the servant is distinct from Israel.
Right, yeah, exactly. There's nothing in Isaiah 53 that would lead one to believe that the servant is distinct from.
Isaiah 43. In Isaiah 52, there are many things that would make me think that.
Well, I know you think that, and I promise we're going to get there. We're just not there yet. So I understand your point of view. I used to hold your point of view at one point, and I don't hold that anymore. So nevertheless, the prophet switches between singular and plural, referring to the nation, with or without Jacob being present. So, for example, in 44, he says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant." Well, servant singular, right?
Mm-hmm. As is Jacob, because that's a clear metaphor.
Yeah, and you is plural in this instance. Same thing with back here. Back here,
sure,
referring,
that would probably be referring to Israel, which is plural.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is you can refer. You can refer to these people in plural or singular as you need.
100%. Whatever the context is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. In that specific context, I completely agree.
Okay, so then I guess I don't understand the argument. If the author is using a metaphor referring to a nation of people as a singular servant, I don't really know why we need to say that he has to use the word Jacob in order to then use a singular pronoun.
May I have your name real quick? I don't think I got it yet.
Yeah, it's Justin.
Or what do you want me to call you? What's that?
Justin?
Dustin?
Justin.
Justin, I'm sorry. Justin, if I say you are as strong as an ox,
mm-hmm.
that most people would take that to mean that you are not actually an ox.
I think we know, yeah. That's why when we look at Isaiah 53, it's just a metaphor for the nation being a singular person, which is made a number of times.
Well, once again, why does it say very explicitly that the servant, this individual, whoever he is, had done no wrong?
Yeah, because
and that he suffered for the sake of his people.
Well, it doesn't say that.
Yes, it does. It says at the very end of the chapter, the English says, "Soul, he shall see and be satisfied. By his knowledge shall the righteous one, my servant, make many to be accounted righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore, I'll divide him a portion with the many, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul to death and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many and makes intercession
but not his own
for the
people.
transgressors."
So it's not saying his own people, although it is true that the righteous remnant did bear the sins of his own people. But this is here about the nations. And before we get too far, because I think verse 12 is a really interesting passage that demonstrates that this couldn't be about Jesus. But I'd rather actually read through the whole thing with you because I think it is somewhat important. So when we're going to 13, 14, and 15, we just have the servant. It says, "My servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up. He shall be very high." And you would expect that because the author of this book goes back and forth between different pronouns for the servant as needed, and sometimes confusingly even. So you pointed out here.
Right, yeah.
So you pointed out here in verse 14, your edition says there were many astonished at him. Your translation actually said you. Yeah, and that's a very popular translation. Now, you might be interested to know that the manuscript tradition that records you actually has you in the plural. So that's really interesting. So if it says you in the plural, then what it would actually read is basically in one breath, he calls the servant a he in the singular and you in the plural, all in one stroke.
Well, as many were astonished at you, yeah. So probably the people of Israel, presumably. As many were astonished at you, his appearance was so marred beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of the children of mankind. So, does it make sense that the servant, the him, is distinguished from the you?
No, I don't think so. Based on my reading of the rest of Isaiah, because in Isaiah he refers to the nation of Israel, specifically the remnant, as a him, as a you, as a we, and even as a he.
Sure, but in this well, I mean, I suppose at this point we're probably just going in circles and circles. Should we continue?
No, I mean,
I guess here, let me try and summarize your point of view.
I don't think you're being disingenuous.
What was that?
So I don't think you're being disingenuous, and I understand the argument that you're trying to make. I just think that, if you read the rest of Isaiah, I don't think he's making as a semantic difference between Jacob, Israel, and the servant as you might want to read into this passage. He goes back and forth between plural and singular pronouns a lot, and you wouldn't catch it in English because typically in English, when you have like a plural you, it gets translated as we don't have like a plural y'all that we put in the Bible, but it happens quite a bit.
All right. If I'm not mistaken, your point of view is that the servant here is not all of Israel. It is the righteous remnant that has escaped the wrath of God. And because those righteous remnant came under suffering, even though they were righteous, they would fill the criteria of the servant of late Isaiah 52 and to Isaiah 53. Is that fair?
That's your general idea, and I think it'll actually become clear as we read through it. And I understand that this is like a highly poetic passage, and so it might feel like it's hard to pin down, and that's kind of how Deutero-Isaiah writes. He's very poetic, and sometimes it takes a little bit to actually like pin him down and say, what the fuck are you actually trying to say here, guy? But let's just read it, right? So verse 15, I think where we left off, it says, he shall startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him, for that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. And that's probably similar to what your version has, right?
It says, he shall sprinkle many nations in ESV.
Sure, yeah, it follows the King James rendering. There's some debate as to whether or not it's going to be sprinkle or startle. I don't know if it's worth our time to worry about the translation difference here. But I would say that if we're reading in context with the rest of the prophets, this actually checks out. So I would take you to like Micah 7:16 in relation to Israel. The nations shall see and be, he's talking about when they come back from Babylon. The nations shall see and be ashamed of their might, and they shall lay their hands on their mouths, and their ears shall be deaf. Which comes up in Zephaniah and Joel as well. This idea that when God vindicates his people from captivity, they're going to be shocked. Oh no, what the hell just happened? In fact, he talks in Isaiah, I think 56 and 59. Let me grab it real quick, make sure I'm quoting that one from memory correctly. He says that these kings are actually going to bring you their wealth. And he says they're going to be bringing you gold and silver. Yeah, I believe it's 49 verses 7. Yeah. Kings shall see and stand up, princes, and they shall prostrate. I almost said different word. Prostrate themselves because of the Lord who is faithful, the Holy One of Israel who has chosen you. Because this is the redemption of Israel. The kings are going to prostrate themselves before Israel.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, so what I'm saying is I'm reading 52 so far, and verse 15. I'm saying, yeah, that kind of matches what God says elsewhere about what he's doing with Israel. He's gonna cause the people. That was verse 49, not 59. He's gonna cause the people, the kings of the other nations, to be like, holy shoot, like look what happened. Like 59:11 says, yeah, the nations shall bring you their wealth with their kings leading possession. So I'm reading this. I'm like, I mean, it just seems to agree with what he says about the nation of Israel. So I can't see a good reason to put something other than Israel in here before, other than Israel.
Well, once again, if there was a metaphorical king of Israel, that could be both, right? Not metaphorical. If there was a king of Israel who the kings of the earth went to and bowed down before, not only they would be doing that to one, the king of Israel, who is the servant, and by proxy, because the king represents the nation, the entirety of the people of Israel as well. There doesn't need to be a tension there, I don't think.
Well, I do agree that if the kings of the nations are bringing tribute to the king of Israel, we would consider that fulfillment of this particular prophecy, but that is going to open up Pandora's box about whether or not Jesus was the king of Israel, which he certainly wasn't. I don't know if you want to have that debate right now, but it might not be worth our time.
I'd rather stick with Isaiah 53. I mean, rats, dude, it is way past my bedtime.
I get it. So let me just do one verse with you, and it'll explain my position. So my position is going to be different from yours, because verse 15 ends that which had not been told to them, they will see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. So he's saying, listen, these nations, they're going to see a thing that they weren't told about, and they're going to contemplate it. The very next verse seems to be a personification of those kings contemplating what they have just witnessed, just like we see in Isaiah 14 when he personifies the king of Babylon. It says, who has believed, your translation probably says, who has believed our report? Is that what you got?
No, what he has heard from us. I mean, it'd be the same thing anyway, but.
It is. It depends on how you translate it. But it says, who has believed our report and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? So I'm reading this and I'm like, oh, this is now a personification of what the nations are going to say when God redeems them. Because we know who the arm of the Lord was revealed to. It's revealed to the nations. So I'm reading this not from the viewpoint of Jews. I'm reading this now, 53, up until like verse 9 or 10, is actually a personification of what the nations are going to say. The nations are speaking here, not the Jewish people.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But I get that Isaiah 53 is notoriously difficult because of how, like, grammatically incorrect the author of the book wanted to be.
Even in content, like, it's just not true that there was no deceit, there was no violence found in him, and no deceit was found in his mouth. The very obvious reason the people of Israel were punished was because of their wickedness, because there was nothing but deceit found in their mouth. The Lord found no one righteous, no, not even one, which is why he was.
Well, that's Paul.
Was, forced.
That's the Old Testament.
Well,
I mean, the New Testament.
Again,
the Old Testament doesn't say
that's
that.
The New Testament quote in the Old Testament.
Right, but that wasn't a quote from the Old Testament. That's a quote that Paul gets from the Book of Psalms, and he mostly got it right. But I don't think it needs to be interpreted the way that you think.
The Book of Psalms is in the Old Testament. It is, it is something that's found in the Old Testament, and given that the Book of Psalms was written by the covenant people of Israel, it's fair to take that statement and apply it to Israel, seeing that the author of that particular psalm did just that.
Well, what I'm saying is the way Paul is using it is to say that every human being is unrighteous because they have sinned. But that's not the implication of the writings of the Book of Psalms. And Paul's...
Sure, I don't want to get too off topic. I agree with that. Paul took some artistic liberties with that. I'm not going to deny that. I think that if you see the Christian worldview, you would see that Paul, as an apostle, would have authority to do that. I don't want to get into that discussion right now. I'd rather just stay with Isaiah 53.
Well, I only bring it up because in Luke, it says that Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all the precepts of the law. And in the Hebrew Bible, it describes Joseph and Noah as being Tam and Tamim, which in Hebrew just means without blemish. So I have good reason to believe that there were some people that actually did live righteous, like completely righteous lives, just because the Bible said it. But that's beside the point. The point that you're trying to make is that the Israel was never perfectly righteous, but that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that, specifically speaking, when you dial out on the passage, it's clear from Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah that the righteous remnant coming out of Babylonian captivity, those people are going to be without sin. That's why Micah 7 says, hold on, Zephaniah, sorry, is what I was thinking of. Zephaniah 3 says that there will be no deceit found in their mouth. Let me grab it for you again.
Because all the people who were deceptive got killed off.
It's right. It says, I will leave in the midst of you a humble people and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of the Lord, the remnant of Israel. They shall do no wrong and utter no lies, nor shall deceit be found in their tongues or found on their mouths. So, or on their tongues and in their mouth. So Zephaniah and the other prophets are making this case that God needed to do the Babylonian exile to punish the nation of Israel, to bring the other nations to Yahweh, and to refine the nation of Israel so that coming out of Babylonian captivity is just going to be this righteous remnant who will finally do what God wants them to do rather than being this wayward, rebellious people. I would say this, Sam. I used to think that Isaiah 53 was about Jesus. I think the thing that convinced me pretty early, and this is going to be the scholarly position. If you debate or go read in some of the scholarly position on this, even like my new Oxford Annotated Bible is going to tell me the same thing. The way that this is about Jesus isn't through direct prophecy fulfillment. It's through typological prophecy fulfillment. So just like the other prophecies, like Hosea 11 that you quoted, is essentially a typological fulfillment. Isaiah 53, technically, most scholars agree, would be a typological fulfillment, not a direct fulfillment. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah,
And
I can see that.
I know it's the reason why that's such a compelling position, even for a Christian, is because if you interpret this as a direct prophecy fulfillment in Jesus, it basically just contradicts every other prophetic fulfillment in the Hebrew Bible if you're using the original context. I think the only way you can get to a Messiah that dies is through typological prophecies. You'll never get there using the actual prophecies of the Hebrew Bible, because the legitimate interpretation of these prophecies actually negate Jesus even being able to be the Messiah, because it says when the Messiah comes, like in Jeremiah 33, it says that there's always going to be a king on the throne of the house of Israel, and there will always be Levitical priests, in the plural, offerings, grain offerings and burnt offerings, basically in the temple. And then Ezekiel describes it, says the Messiah in chapter 46 is going to give this many lambs, this many goats, so on and so forth. So if the Hebrew Bible is saying, hey, when the Messiah comes, he's going to really sit on that throne and there will be Levitical sacrifices happening forever, that's Jeremiah 33:18. Well, I guess that just means that the Jesus stuff doesn't work anymore. If Jesus was the final sacrifice, then that means that God, the Old Testament, lied about doing sacrifices during the time of the Messiah.
Sure. Guess I'll have to look into the Jeremiah and Ezekiel. I will say that as far as the idea of a Messiah that dies as atonement, Isaiah 53:12. Therefore, I will divide him a portion with many, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul to death and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many and makes intercession for the transgressors.
Yeah.
It's not unreasonable for people to read that and think, there's someone who will pour out his soul to death, and in pouring out his soul to death, make intercession for the transgressors.
I don't think
that's completely unreasonable is not fair.
I don't think that is unreasonable. I don't think it is unreasonable. I think it's a view that can only come about if you're not intimately familiar with what the rest of the prophets are saying, or what even the rest of Isaiah is saying. So I think the context is actually what helps you to interpret this passage. But if you're looking at this passage, you're saying, well, this must be an individual. Well, it certainly couldn't have been Jesus. It might be somebody in the future, but it's not Jesus, because it says in verse 12 that he's going to be allotted a portion with the great and divide the spoil with the strong. Well, this is strictly military language. The spoil that's referred to in the Hebrew Bible means like war spoils, which he certainly couldn't have done. And then verse 10 says that if it says when here, im in Hebrew typically just means like if. But anyways, it says, if you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his offspring and prolong his days. But like Jesus' days were cut short and he didn't have any offspring, which means if this is about a human being, I don't know why we would make it about Jesus.
Well, I think that if Jesus Christ actually rose from the dead, then yes, he prolonged his day. And as for his offspring, I think a very easy way to understand that would be those who are Christians, those who follow Christ, the mini Christs. So the offspring, I think, would be metaphorical, but it's not unreasonable to take that as metaphorical.
Well, the offspring. So this is again the part where you and I are going to diverge. So you want to go to Isaiah 53 and say there's actually not a metaphor here. This is a straight literal prophecy about a human being. Then when we get to the one part that doesn't apply, you're like, actually that part's a metaphor, the part about the offspring. So I don't know if that's consistent.
Well, it definitely could be.
But also, it's important to recognize that in the New Testament, nobody is a child of Jesus. You're heirs with Jesus,
of course
it says.
There's not going to be any biological children of Jesus.
Not even spiritual. So it says that of the spiritual children that they're spiritual children of the Father, and that specifically they're heirs with Jesus, meaning they're siblings with Jesus. So when you share heirs with another person, you're siblings with them.
Sure.
So, like, I get why someone could read this without knowing the rest of the context and say, it sounds like it's about a human being, but I don't know how this gets you to Jesus. And it does sound to me like the authors of the New Testament wrote this, like they wrote their narrative about Jesus dying for your sins in light of this verse, or this chapter because like they needed to make a way to like, well, why did Jesus die? How could we? He was supposed to bring in the kingdom. He says he was coming back before the the end of that particular generation. He says that in Matthew 10, 23, 16, 27, 28, and Matthew 24 verses 29 through 34. But then you're like, well, what is he's dead. He's gone. So like, what else can you do? You're going to go back to the Hebrew Bible and say, here's something about somebody suffering. Let's apply it to Jesus. Or you're going to leave the movement. So you can see why the movement, not wanting to leave their Messiah, would go back to the Old Testament, searching for anything that sounded like Jesus and come up with basically one prophecy.
Why would they not want to leave their Messiah if he was proven to be not the Messiah?
A sunken cost
fallacy. At the end of the day, obviously there were dozens of messiahs at that time, and the one thing that all of them had in common, except for the cult of Christ, was that when the Messiah died, the movement died.
That's not true, though. Actually,
it definitely didn't explode like Christianity did.
Christianity didn't explode.
Even if the movement didn't die, it dwindled and dwindled and dwindled until it died.
Well, but that's the thing, is Christianity didn't explode. It never became really popular until the Romans adopted it under Constantine. Prior to that, and
why
even
would the Romans have adopted it if it didn't become popular?
Because Constantine's mother adopted Christianity, and they wanted a religion.
Hold
on, Sam. I'll tell you. Okay. So Christianity didn't have wide adoption. Even Origen, one of the early Christian writers who did most of the apologetics that many Christians today are still using, claimed that no, the Christians were few and tiny in number. And when we get to the time of Constantine, we find documentation of the same. They're not that large in number. They're basically just a subset of the Jews. And Constantine's mother...
There's 1 in 10 people in the kingdom were Christian.
That's not remotely true. It was like 1%. So that's why I'm trying to tell you. Constantine made Christianity a legal religion, and then Theodosius made it basically a compulsory religion, which is why it blew up under the first 3 emperors of that kingdom. So Constantine wanted to find a way to unite the kingdom, and Constantine was, I would say, even sympathetic to the Jewish position. If you look at Constantine's letters prior to him adopting Christianity, he's pretty critical of the Christians, but not so much of the Jews.
So by Kyle, I just Googled it. 10% is the general agreed upon number.
From who?
The first thing I saw, Kyle Orton's blog. The number of growth in Christianity in the Roman Empire was very uncertain, but there are enough data points to hazard a reasonable estimate. It is generally agreed that Christians, having started with a few dozen adherents in 30 AD, made up about 10% of the empire's 60 million people.
Who's the source?
300 AD.
But who's the source?
The exact source I'm unfamiliar with, but at the end of the day, all these people who are familiar with the sources are quoting me between 5 and 10%, which is a lot higher.
But you don't know who's quoting it. But you don't know who's quoting it. I guarantee you that percentage is coming from like a Reddit post.
That I see right now is saying the same number.
But I don't know who's the person.
What?
Who's the person?
This is just Kyle Orton's blog.
Who's Kyle Orton?
I don't know.
Here, right, so that's what I'm saying is when we're looking at historical sources, you can't just quote anyone who agrees with you. Like, you can go into history and see what people at that time period were actually saying, which is why I brought up the writings of Origen. Origen says that it was a small fraction.
Well, I mean, do you know who Bart Ehrman is?
I do. I know who Bart Ehrman is, and he specifically wrote a blog.
At the time of Constantine,
he specifically wrote a blog about that number being overblown, and saying that it was that large at the time of Constantine doesn't actually fix the problem, because we have numbers from during the Constantinian reign. We don't have numbers from before it, right? So the numbers happened after Constantine already converted and started forcing it on people. He literally demanded that Jews be forcefully baptized, and that all the books of Arius be burned, and anyone found with a book of Arius would be murdered. So, like,
sure. But real quick, you said that at the time of Constantine, it was about 1%. That's just not accurate, right?
Well, again, I disagree.
No, okay. Find me one scholar that would say that.
I mean, I'm sure I can do it. In fact, the number that I got was from a scholar. I'd have to go back and actually find it for you again. But what I'm saying is, we don't have numbers, like good numbers from the time prior to Constantine, because Christianity wasn't large enough for anyone to really care that much about.
I mean, okay, if you want to, I mean, this isn't the first time I'm looking into this, which is why I hazard the about 10% guess, right? So I've not even heard someone hazard a guess below 5%, and 5% is the most like conservative, which is, by the way, millions of people. And what's more, Christianity is weird in that it started at the place that it could have easily been disproved, and the Jews would have wanted to disprove it.
It was disproved many times over again. That's the point. So if you just read the early critics like Porphyry of Tyre and Julian the Heretic, and also I would add Celsus, it was disproven over and over again. People just didn't care. Okay, so that's the problem that you have with a religion like Christianity. Once it becomes like a nationalistic religion, it doesn't matter if it's true or false. Like people are going to adopt it.
Those guys are well before it became a nationalistic religion.
The religion of Rome, the religion
was illegal.
No, he wasn't. It was legal. The religion of Rome.
I'm sorry.
Was,
yeah, no, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. They were against the Christians, I think, is what I'm thinking of. I forget who wrote that.
Julian did.
There were many documents. What?
Julian did. And he reigned in when? 360 something?
What was that?
He reigned in 60 something or 360, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. There was a document that Origen was responding to specifically against the Christians.
Origen is responding to the writings of Celsus, and Origen came at the end of the 2nd century, beginning of the 3rd century. He wrote like he was born like 180 or something. But my point is Constantine reigned prior to Julian the Heretic. Julian the Heretic reigned like 30 years after, maybe 25 to 30 years after.
That was just a misspeak by me. Yes.
Right. So, but my point is pretty clear. Like the reason why Christianity had such a large following is because it was spread by the sword, and whether or not it was a large following or not prior.
By the sword?
Yeah.
Okay, before Constantine, was Christianity spread by the sword?
I didn't say at all forms in time. I said by the church, by Constantine and those who came after him, like Theodosius I, Theodosius II, all those people that were actually part of the official Roman leadership. They spread it by the sword. Prior to that, it doesn't appear to have been spread by the sword. I never claimed that. But what I'm saying is,
in fact,
whether
it was heavily persecuted prior to that.
Well, it was somewhat persecuted for sure.
There were like a lot of there were different, maybe 2-year, 3-year. I think the longest one was close to 10-year times of persecution. Then there'd be a break from the persecution. So it wasn't as though there was just constant persecution throughout. But when there was persecution, it was pretty heavy, and most of the time it tended to be in the east. There's a few isolated occasions when it was the entire empire. Most of the time it was in the east, which, as you can imagine, that's where Christianity started. That's where the persecution would be. Which, given that it was throughout an illegal religion, and periodically it being illegal became enforced. It's a surprise that it continued to spread like it continued to spread. And like I said, at the very beginning of Christianity, you have James, as Protestants would say, he's the brother of Christ that gets converted to Christianity. You have all the apostles, all the disciples of Christ, who saw their Savior die,
but they didn't.
They heard about him dying,
but none of that happened. None of that happened. They didn't write a single. They didn't write a single thing about it. So, like, what you're saying is you're reiterating the biblical story, just demanding that the biblical story is true. But I reject the biblical story. So Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John were anonymous documents.
You can't just. Do you agree that the biblical story was probably written by either eyewitnesses of the events or people who had access to those eyewitnesses?
They're demonstrably not. If you just read them, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are all written in a third person anonymously. Matthew certainly didn't write Matthew. He quoted his own conversion story word for word nearly from Mark, who wasn't even there and didn't change a single thing. That's a preposterous thing. Mark was the earliest of the Gospels. He wrote just after 70.
I don't think you can find me a single church father that doesn't think Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written by Matthew, Mark.
Why do I care about church fathers?
because they're the people who are interested in finding out what books are legitimate, what books aren't. So going back as early as we can, the only attestation we have of these gospels, the only reliable attestation that we have of these gospels from the earliest records, all claim that they were written by the people who claim to write them.
But
So
they weren't.
basically, I
But
have
they
good
weren't
reason to
there.
believe that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
But there's no evidence for it. Nobody that was alive at the time could vouch for it. There's nobody that was alive at the time of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John that
who do vouch for it.
No, they weren't alive there. They were alive way after those people were dead.
No, not all of them. We call them the Apostolic Church Fathers.
I know about them.
Okay, so then you know that that's not true.
They didn't.
Some of the church fathers
No, I know that you're wrong. What I know is that the people that were alive during the time of the disciples didn't write anything. Our earliest writings comes after the disciples have long because I've read them.
About Christianity from the first.
I didn't say that either. I'm talking about the authorship of the Gospels.
Okay, but you just said that
the earliest
no one who was alive at the time wrote down the things that happened. That would
no, I didn't.
That no one
I said that nobody that was alive during the time of the disciples wrote down that the disciples did anything. The earliest quotation you have is from Papias, and he's preserved in Eusebius's work. His own work wasn't even preserved. And what he says about the God, do you want me to tell you my response or not, man?
Sure.
So Papias says bullshit claims about the Gospels that don't even match what we have about the Gospels. That's why no one takes him seriously, and why Eusebius himself says that he is a fool with his own lips. So we don't have any early attestation of who wrote these things. All we can do is look at the actual evidence. And the evidence is that the earliest manuscripts were floating around without names on them. And Mark wasn't a witness to anything and clearly was the first gospel. Mark is copied.
No one claims that Mark was a witness to things. Basically, everyone agrees that he was someone who studied under Peter, who was a witness to things.
People don't agree on that. That's rumors, that's legends, that's church legend.
Okay, but what criteria do you have to disprove that? We have something, and we say, hey, listen, for as far back as we can remember within the Christian tradition, we agree to these things. For you to come along and say, hey, I just don't think that's true, and I just don't want to believe that those things are true, that seems disingenuous.
I didn't say anything about want to.
Okay, then
so
you just don't
believe. Do you want me to read you what the earliest sources say? No, I don't believe it's true because the evidence we have is contradictory against the claims. So Papias, who's preserved in Eusebius, says concerning Matthew, the presbyter, writes as follows: Matthew wrote the oracles in the Hebrew tongue, and everyone interpreted them as was able. Matthew shows no signs whatsoever at all of having ever been written in Hebrew, and we have no manuscripts of Matthew written in Hebrew, and I have no reason to believe that whatever he's referring to is the Gospel of Matthew that we have in our hands. So that doesn't work for us. So he also talks about the authorship of Mark, which also doesn't agree. And elsewhere, it said that Mark is a sayings gospel. It's not. Irenaeus says that Matthew also issued a gospel written among the Hebrews in their own dialect. Well, that certainly doesn't make sense either based on what we actually have. So just because there are early church people saying things doesn't mean that the things that they're saying are credible.
Well, of course not, but that's not the question. The question is, why would you believe that it's not credible? And just because you have some people who are confused on some of the details doesn't mean that you can throw out literally everything that we have.
I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is the authorship of these books are suspect in every way possible, and the earliest people to talk about the authorship of the books can't tell us accurately what they are. When they talk about these books, they're contradictory. They don't actually line up with what we have in our hands. So when they say things, I have no reason to believe that what they're saying is related to what we're holding in our hands. Maybe there was an early copy of Matthew that was written in Hebrew that was tiny and way different than what we have, and then people built on it at some point, but we don't have any evidence of that.
Well,
so, and I don't know if the gospel... I don't know if the gospel authorship is all that important. The point that we're asking here is, were there eyewitnesses? And I said, not that we have knowledge of. We have people writing about eyewitnesses, but the eyewitnesses themselves didn't actually tell us anything. So I agree that secondhand witnesses can be helpful. I'm not saying that all of the gospels are entirely made up in fiction. I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is I don't think that the providence of these gospels is really well laid out for a holy book. And I don't think that having eyewitnesses matters either, because there's eyewitnesses to all kinds of preposterous events that even signed off on it and became martyrs, like the early martyrs of Mormonism, including part of the 11 witnesses. And we've got lots of witnesses proclaiming that other resurrections happened as well, like the resurrection of Aristeas, the resurrection of Nero, so on and so forth.
Well, I suppose I'll have to look into these things. I think that.
Well, let me ask you a question. So, you know who Herodotus is, right? The historian?
Not really. I've heard the name once or twice.
He's a Greek historian. And also, you might have heard of Pliny and maybe Plutarch?
Plutarch, yes. The one no.
So in the writings of Herodotus, Pliny, Plutarch, and others, they talk about how they know, based on eyewitness evidence, that Aristeas rose from the dead and had been making appearances to people for like 100 years or more. But like, you don't think that Aristeas rose from the dead and was appearing to people, right?
No.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I don't know if people just claiming that there are eyewitnesses matters a whole lot. There's eyewitness for like Bigfoot sightings, UFO abductions.
I think that fundamentally, no one really cares if Aristeas rose from the dead. At the end of the day, 1 in 3 people claim that Jesus Christ is the divine Son of God who died and rose again.
But no one who was there wrote about it, is what I'm saying.
Maybe, but something happened with this Jesus figure that fundamentally, categorically changed the course of history.
And so did Muhammad.
Sure, but with Muhammad, there's a very different, like that Islam from its inception spread from the sword. Christianity, perhaps after the year 300 it did, but up until the year 300 it did not. Muhammad, there's no way to really disprove him other than the internal contradictions. It's just like, hey, Muhammad the prophet himself claimed that he saw a demon the first time that Gabriel came to him in that cave. Like,
am I understanding you correctly when you say that the Quran isn't true because it has a contradiction?
No, not just that. It's that the author of the Quran himself is a man that seems to be deeply, deeply troubled, and a man who himself claimed that he saw a demon.
Well, I think the New Testament does that as well. I think that Paul is out of his mind, and I think the writers of the Gospels are deeply confused because they contradict each other all over the place. They disagree on when Jesus was crucified, what his last words are, who was at the tomb first.
Sure, perhaps, but at the end of the day, Muhammad's a bit different in that Muhammad gave a oracle from God that wasn't actually an oracle of God. He had no idea. He had no way to discern between the two. The first time that he received a message from Gabriel, he thought it was a demon. It was only when he talked to his uncle and his wife, who was old enough to be his mother, that they convinced him that he wasn't, and that Muhammad was out of his mind for 6 months to 2 years. He was under a spell cast on him by a Jew. These are all things that would make me think that this guy is not a reliable messenger. So perhaps there is a little bit of difference when it comes to the details of the resurrection. The earliest creed that we have is given to us by Paul, and basically everyone agrees that it wasn't him. And what is that creed? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
1 Corinthians chapter 15. Yeah, we know about it.
Yeah. So
no one's saying that the early believers of Christianity didn't believe it. No one's saying that.
Sure. But the early Christians believed it, and in their belief of it, despite severe persecution because of it, it could have been very easily disproved. All they would have had to do was just, obviously not. At the end of the day, it wasn't easily disproved because 1 in 3 people still believe the gist of that creed.
But
it wasn't. But they didn't. It wasn't effectively disproved.
So just because some Jews were running around disproving the nonsense of Christianity doesn't mean that people are going to deconvert. Just like I can show you every lie that Jesus ever told, and you're not going to deconvert right now. Like, just disproving something to someone's face is nothing to whether or not they're going to stop believing it, because at the end of the day, most people are believing this stuff because they either had a mystical experience, or it makes them feel a particular way, or they just like the theology better.
Sure, and those are all legitimate enough reasons to believe. But when it's a bit different for the first generation and the people
What's
immediately
different?
after that.
Why is it different?
Because those people didn't already have the structure and framework of theology that I had. The apostles didn't have.
So what's theology have to do with whether or not the New Testament is reliable? Like the New Testament has fundamentally.
Well, I mean, we're getting into different. I didn't say that would be a claim that the New Testament is reliable.
But it's not. It can't even tell you when Jesus was born. It has like a 12-year gap between Matthew and Luke as when Jesus was born.
Okay.
Like, don't you think that?
I mean, at the end of the day, we know more about Jesus than we do about several emperors of the Roman Empire, for crying out loud.
So what?
All right.
We know about Muhammad more than just about any figure in history.
Well,
we've got like thousands of hadiths.
Well, Muhammad was not written in. It's a bit different. It's not truly ancient in that Muhammad came along 600 years after Jesus Christ. And two, it's
wait. Are you saying that Islam is not as credible, but just because it came 600 years later? I think it's actually 500 years or 450.
All I said was, one, it's not. The Christian documents are much, much, much older, or at least the Christian tradition.
What do you mean by older? Because like we have early Quranic documents that date like within a generation of Muhammad.
Sure, but Muhammad was a ruler. Muhammad was an emperor of the Muslims, basically. He was someone that it wouldn't be at all surprising to know a lot about him, because he had a lot of people following him and hanging on his every word, and people who went to war under his tutelage. Muhammad, he's like any other king, any other emperor. We know a lot more about him because he was more than just an emperor to the Muslims. He was the last divine messenger of God. Jesus Christ, though he was a messenger of God, divine son of God, he didn't have an earthly empire. He didn't have armies under his command, and he didn't make war on the entire world and succeed in large part. So Jesus Christ, the followers of Jesus Christ, did not have the benefit of the sword to back up everything they said. And we have to keep in mind, Christian documents, not thoroughly throughout, but at not small periods throughout the first 300 years when Christianity was not legal even, was very heavily persecuted. So, and yeah, it wasn't throughout the entire Roman Empire. Maybe at one time it was illegal throughout the entire Roman Empire, particularly in the East for large chunks of that time, from when Christ died to the year 300 AD. Christianity was periodically made illegal, and the Christian documents were burned, and the Christians were persecuted. So because of that, you would expect to see a lot less Christian literature just in sheer volume.
Actually, I disagree.
Basically,
so like
Jesus Christ wasn't a king and Christians didn't have the ability to defend by force their documents, unlike Muhammad.
If Christianity was as popular as you say it was, there should be a shitload of documents. We actually don't have them.
Oh, there are. There's just not nearly as many as there would be if it had not been persecuted.
No, I disagree. I don't think the persecution matters. Like, if Christianity was literally 10% of the Roman population, I have no reason to believe.
It's not me saying that. Freaking Bart Ehrman says that.
After. So this is my point. If Christianity was 10% of the population prior to Constantine, we should see a lot of people writing on it, and we just don't. If there was a lot of Christians in the early Jewish movement, like during the life of the 12 apostles, we should see at least a lot of Jewish people writing about it, and they don't. What we do find is a lot of contradictory evidence. Like the Gospels, to me, they contradict each other way too many times to think that this is a story that is given by eyewitnesses. Like, Jesus and Paul couldn't even be on the same page. Paul says he got his teachings directly from Jesus, but he directly contradicts Jesus on the law. Jesus says to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you have to follow all of the laws and teach other people to follow the law. And Paul says, nope, don't even get circumcised. If you get circumcised, Christ is of no use to you. Like, well, wait a minute. Ephesians 2 says that Christ abolished the law in all of its precepts and requirements, but Jesus says that that's not the case, that it's going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away. So, like, I find it very doubtful that Paul and Jesus had any meetings post-death, given that they just directly contradict each other.
Well, I suppose that we could get into the different theologies behind it. I think that when Jesus Christ is talking about needing to be perfect, he's talking about pre-new covenant, as he is the person who initiated the new covenant. So Jesus Christ, he is the one who, according to the Christian tradition, fulfilled every jot and tittle of the law. Therefore,
he didn't fulfill anything,
when he
though.
died and rose again, we have his holiness. Paul is saying, hey, listen, Jesus Christ already did that for you. So now you live by the law of love, and you no longer need to try to justify yourself to be, basically, Paul is saying you don't need to prove yourself to be perfect by following the law.
So my question is,
Jesus Christ already did that.
Should you follow the law?
Should I follow the Mosaic law?
Yeah.
No.
Right. But Paul says so. I mean, Jesus says so. Jesus says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus is just flat out saying, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the law, which you would expect if Jesus was a real Jew, because the Hebrew Bible says over and over again that this law is perfect and eternal, and that when the Messiah comes, the Messianic age, when God circumcises the hearts of the people, the law of Moses will be enacted. That's Deuteronomy 29:29 and Deuteronomy 30:6-9.
Well, I think that what does Jesus Christ mean when he says until it has been fulfilled?
Oh, he didn't.
Jesus Christ says that he's come to fulfill
he didn't say
the law
that.
and the prophets.
Nope.
Okay.
He says until. All right. So he says until all is accomplished, and all obviously includes everything he just said. Until heaven and earth passing away.
You just said that he did not say that he came to fulfill the law.
No, I said he didn't come to abolish the law, and when you say fulfill, it can't mean abolish. Right? If he's using fulfill to mean that the laws go away, it just means abolish, which means he'd directly contradict himself. Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've come to get rid of them. Well, that's the same thing.
No. I mean, I agree, but the thing is, he didn't just completely get rid of them. He didn't get rid of the moral standard, the perfect moral standard.
You don't believe that.
Hmm?
So, first of all, that's a separate talking point, but also I don't think you believe that. Verse 19, though, says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So, he wants you to follow the law. That's why he says, if you don't follow the law, you'll be least in the kingdom. Now, I don't think that you believe he got rid of the moral law, because there's lots of moral laws that I can guarantee you're not going to like. Like Deuteronomy 20, if a woman is found to not bleed on her wedding night because there's no blood on the sheet, she gets stoned. You don't like that moral law, do you?
No.
Right. So I'll leave you with this. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Deuteronomy 30. It's one of my favorites. And this demonstrates that Jesus probably agreed with his dad, and Paul was a heretic. It says, moreover, the Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. We would understand this as the Messianic period, right? When God finally circumcises the hearts of the people and they're all actually obedient. Sure. Yeah. Now, that obviously hasn't happened yet. It's some sort of eschatological thing, unless you ask Paul. Paul says it happens when you believe in Jesus. But listen to what it says in verse 8. When this time comes, you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today. And in Deuteronomy, this is the reiteration of the commands all in one day. So he's saying, at a minimum, during this time period, when this eschatological time period, when all the hearts are circumcised, you're going to follow these laws. So, like, it cannot be the case that Jesus put an end to the law, according to Paul and according to the book of Hebrews, when the Old Testament just says that it's going to happen forever.
Then you again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. Yeah, I think that for the people of Israel to do that, even in an eschatological sense, would not necessarily be in opposition to the people who are not ethnically Jewish, but in a covenant with Christ, so that there's a special covenant that the Jews have that the non-Jews don't have, I wouldn't see any opposition to that. There doesn't need to be a contradiction there.
Well, because Paul directly contradicts it. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 6:9 that the requirements were not applied to him anymore, even though he's a Jew. And in Ephesians 2:14 and 15, he says all of the requirements have just been universally abolished.
Oh. Well, it is now well past my bedtime. Thank you
Fair
for
enough.
being gracious with me. Sorry I couldn't be a better debate partner.
You did
definitely
fine.
given me a lot. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. I will log off. You'll probably be seeing me again. You give me a lot to think about, so it probably won't be for several months at the very least.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. I don't necessarily love this feeling. I'm going to try and prevent it from happening again. But Lord willing, you'll see me again, and hopefully I'll be able to give you better answers.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, listen, do some research, coming back, give me some answers. More than happy to have you back up again, and we'll find another topic that suits our fancy, and we'll have at it.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Right.
You have a good night.
Cheers, man. Nice guy. Hard to get challenged, though. I certainly understand that when you're getting pressed on some of these things pretty good. I think he handled it well, though. Hey, Cyber, welcome in, bud.
Hey, I can't be up too long because I'm going to be watching a movie with my wife. But I did want to bring up too, because you mentioned Pliny the Younger. Pliny's letter to Trajan is really telling about the persecution. He's writing in 111, and he's in Bithynian Pontus. It's the end of his career. Pliny the Younger was like the lawyer for the emperor. He served under 3 emperors, to include the emperor who, like, according to church tradition, put open season on the Christians. And when he writes to Trajan, he runs into the Christians. And he's like, I don't know what to do with them. I've never been in trial with them. I don't know what to do with them. And then he explains how he knows they're a religious group. And he explains that he tortured some of them and they made confessions. But when Trajan responds back to him, Trajan flat out tells him, don't hunt them down just for the fact they're Christian. Like, make sure they're actually committing crimes and then prosecute them for those crimes, but don't hunt them down by virtue of them being Christian.
Okay.
And I think this is like really telling when we actually take a look at history with the Christian persecution. It seems that they were being prosecuted for meeting in public without permits. Pliny also writes how he had to punish a volunteer fire department because they didn't have a permit.
Well, Celsus brings up too. Celsus says that the Christians aren't being persecuted for being Christians; they're being persecuted for holding secret assemblies against the laws of the Romans.
Correct. And there was another law that whenever you were presented an image of the emperor, because the emperor was viewed as a god, as Jupiter, that you would have to, at least bow to it. And these Christians, when Pliny talks, he's like, we know this was a religious meeting because when we got there, they were singing hymns. They meet once a week. He's just listing a bunch of things that you do at like a mystery cult. He's just listing a bunch of church things. And he presented them a picture of the emperor. They refused to bow, and he punished them. So it seems that they were prosecuted, not persecuted. These laws also applied to the Greeks that refused to bend a knee, to other nations that refused to bend a knee. They got prosecuted as well under these same laws. The laws are shitty. They're horrible, but it's prosecution, not persecution.
Appreciate it. That's good. Good, man. Well, friends.
But anyways,
I'm gonna read.
I was going to say, message me back. I sent you a text earlier, I think yesterday, concerning your Thursday streams. Let me know what you think.
Okay. I'm on it, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for having me up.
Cheers, y'all. I'm going to grab 5 super chats and get Darius in here next. Mike, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, please watch some YouTube videos on the amino acid glycine. I had terrible sleep problems for years, not anymore thanks to glycine. Have helped several other friends also. No way. Let me check into that. Hold on. Glycine, sleep. All right, I'll check in with some of that. I've never heard of glycine in terms of sleep. I'll definitely give it a look, though. I've just Googled it. It looks like there is some articles on it. So it looks like I'll have some literature to go on here. Thank you. And I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you again. Says always possible Jesus resurrected, but there isn't a God. Actually, I agree. Nothing about resurrection proves God existence itself, even if I grant it happened magically. Jesus could be a magic liar or an alien. True, it could be an alien. It could be true that one of the Romans gods resurrected him for purposes that we don't understand. There's all kinds of other ways other than he is in fact God. And Bob Southwell says, is there a way to create and use a mute function in OBS or whatever? I mean, yeah, it just depends on what your source is. That you alone control that would stop the stupidity of TikTok muting? Nope. There's no way to stop TikTok muting because the mute button from TikTok only works inside of TikTok. Like I can't mute TikTok by muting OBS. Like OBS is not feeding into the TikTok stream, if that makes sense. I'm getting the audio from TikTok. So like I could theoretically mute TikTok in OBS and the guest would be muted to everybody on YouTube, but I can't mute them on TikTok. There's no way to do it the other way around. If there was, I would have done it already. So fair question, but no, there's not a way to do it. And Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says it's not whether you win or lose, but how many people watching can lose their shit over the conversation. Several acronyms go here. Indeed, it's not just about winning or losing. It's about having the audience have part of the conversation and maybe learn something or maybe change their opinion along the way. And last super chat for now from our friend Chris. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, friend. That's super generous. I really appreciate it. Says Justin, if you had to build a concise Bible studies library, e.g., Bible study dictionary, 1-volume commentaries, etc., what would it look like? Also, thoughts on Bible software like Logos. Praise Doug. No metaphors needed. A literal rock. Good question, Chris. I do use Logos. In fact, I've got like $6,000 worth of resources on Logos. I love it. One of my favorite resources. My only problem is I can't. The books that I have on Logos, I can't import onto my computer. I have to use Logos to access them. So I've got an LLM that I created for my entire library, but it actually excludes my Logos resources, so I can't actually access those through my LLM. That being said, I would grab all of the commentary series. I would do the Yale Anchor Bible commentary series. I would do the international critical commentary series. I would do the continental commentary series. I would do the World Bible Commentary series. I would probably also do the American Bible Commentary series. I would do all of the Oxford commentaries that exist, all of the IV Press commentaries that exist, and I would get all of the linguistic dictionaries that are difficult, like the BDAG for Greek or Hallett for Hebrew and Aramaic, which I happen to have. And then I would get all of the first-hand resources from the ancient Near East and the Greco-Roman world, which I mostly have. One volume for that's helpful is the Context of Scripture. I think it's now a 6-volume series. So that's super helpful for that. I wish I can get in English a catalog of all of the tablets, like the Ugaritic tablets or the Alalach tablets. Those don't really seem to exist yet for Logos, but I would if I could. And last super chat from now from Unashamed Apostate, my friend. Thank you so much, as I want to give a shout out for recovering from religion. They have support groups in person and online and tech support, and it's free. They won't pressure or judge, just listen and support. Well, thank you for that, Unashamed. And yes, that is the case. Recovering from religion and freedom from religion, both amazing, I don't want to use the word corporation. I mean, amazing entities, helpful entities, charities. I don't know foundations. I'm not sure how we classify them, but anyways, they're amazing organizations that are doing the same work that we're doing, just at a slightly different level. All right, let's bring in Darius, and we'll keep the conversations rolling here, friends.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Darius, are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Yahweh. So I'm a Yahwist. But I guess I would say I'm a Christian. I'm a follower of the way.
So you're a Christian?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. So
now,
what do you...
Sorry, I'm sorry.
What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
Yeah, so I mean, the best argument for a Christian God is the emergence of that God throughout the continuity of history. But before I really get into that, I do want to just start by, I mean, I do follow your show. I follow Dr. Bowen, I think, actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sympathetic to a lot of the arguments and a lot of the science that you guys present, even a lot of the philosophy. But I think that there is, I think that you guys look at the same set of facts and come to a different conclusion around them. I think that, like, if we take a look at the claim, for example, your God is imaginary, is imagination co-locative? No, it's not. So if it's not
What do you think
co-located,
co-locative means?
so well, in my field, co-location refers to something.
It's like a server in somebody else's warehouse. Yeah.
Yeah. So if imagination is co-locative, then we can have the same imaginative thought at the same time, and you can instantiate that thought on demand. So, like, that's not people don't
How do you think
hallucinate.
co-locating imaginations work?
Well, if you were to prove something from imagination, then you would have to prove. I mean, like induction. So I'm looking at this from I don't like to unite faith and science. I have my faith. I'm a Christian, but I think that it's an improper application of scientific principles to try and. I mean, I think Sam, the previous guest, there was a couple of issues there, but the strongest proof, to just directly answer your question, is probably natural law theory, probably seeing the expansion of that and starting before Christian writings, so starting with Plato's and then moving into Aristotelian thought, Zeno, the Sophic thought. So I think there's and I would probably place myself within this line of thinking, probably alongside Kierkegaard. So I think that we do have to address the absurd that you show on your show, right? So there's a lot of things within scripture. I think, do we need, baby bone cancer? Well, we are not God. So for us to try and ascend past a set that, that, like, for us to try, we are contained within nature, to supersede that, to move into a superset, into supernature, as like Budziszewski, 2011. I just wrote a paper on that.
Was Zeus wrong for raping women?
I'm sorry?
Was Zeus wrong for raping women in Greek mythology?
Absolutely, yeah.
Why?
Because rape is totally wrong, no matter the time.
Not to Zeus.
So Zeus is incorrect. Which
no,
is why the thought
it's an internal critique within the Greek religion. If the Greek religion is true, is Zeus wrong for raping women?
Of course, he's wrong for raping women.
Why? He gets to decide what's right and wrong, doesn't he?
Well, he doesn't get to ascribe divine command theory because he is because he is not the prevailing god of the time. Whoever the prevailing god of the time is.
So who's above Zeus?
Yahweh.
Wrong. I said within Greek mythology. I didn't say within Christianity. So try this again. Within Greek mythology, if Zeus is the supreme entity and he rapes women, is he wrong?
Well, there's a pantheon, is there not? Or am I wrong?
Well, there is in Yahwistic worship as well, but yes, there are other gods. Yep.
So you're asking, is Zeus always wrong for rape, even if he is the god of the Hellenistic, yes, he's always wrong. Rape is always wrong.
Based on what metric?
Rape, because that is again, I would cite Plato. It is wrong for the general good of the society. So if
interesting.
Beneficial to the good of
the
whole society, then it is.
Gotcha.
And for the extemporaneous particulars of human flourishing, which and we get into the Aristotelian, perfect ruler ideas. But again, my argument is that natural law theory, so the Aristotelian.
So my point is, and I think you're just take a breath. I don't think you're moving too fast here. If it's wrong for Zeus to rape women, even though he is the highest deity within the Greek pantheon, then why is it okay for Yahweh to do anything Yahweh wants?
So I have faith that although I don't understand why
Well,
the divine command theory works, I have faith, and this is the nature of Christianity and Kierkegaard's argumentation, to leap into the absurd anyway and to trust and believe. This is the most honest
well,
representation of Christianity.
well.
I'm
What
sorry.
if I have faith in Zeus? That he's
So
actually got a good
Zeus.
reason for it, and that actually it's not wrong.
So the ontology. So like, can we discuss ontology for a brief moment?
Is it going to be an internal critique on the Greek religion?
uh, I will directly relate it back, yeah, to what
Okay.
you're saying. Yeah, so like ontologically speaking, I would define something as, and I don't want to get into like anything like that, uh, Mariological nihilism or anything like that. But what I would say is that if whatever is there prima facie is what is real. So if you argue for like a flying spaghetti monster or a teapot circling around Jupiter, that is uh, totally irrelevant to what is actually real, what we can observe. So what we can observe is that there does exist some faith called Christianity that has expanded the way that it has, more so than Islam, right?
Right, but
And it has expanded westward.
we're
So
talking about the
through like
morals of Zeus,
ontological.
though.
So if Zeus was God, then his ideas would prevail.
Gotcha. So then,
Whoever
so
God
if
is.
Zeus was God rather than Yahweh, he can come down and rape women as he wills, right? And then he never does anything wrong.
So he does do wrong, but he is able to do that as God by the definition of God being able to do.
Well, why is it wrong though?
It's wrong because we all know this to be true, and we know this because there exists a nature. And again, Bud Zazewski, 2011, suggests that a nature imposes a supernature. So
it's
like
wrong because we all believe it is?
Right? You're an engineer by trade, right?
I am, but are you suggesting that it's wrong because humans kind of collectively think it's wrong?
So humans do collectively think it's wrong, and it is wrong. And I would also agree with any atheist argumentation around uh, it arising as a social negation, some negative that harms society. Obviously, it harms the people that are being raped. It causes moral degradation. Of course, we've had since the beginning of time, and you're a Near East scholar. Is it true or untrue that rape was punished pretty excessively, even in the ancient Near East? It was wicked and despicable, but people still did it, and there was still.
Nope. Rape wasn't punished excessively, only if you violated somebody's wife and the wife wasn't a slave or the wife was already married. So if the woman wasn't married or she was a slave, there was next to no punishment.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I want to go back to your argument. You're saying that if Zeus comes down and rapes a woman, then because he's God, then that I'm not saying that. I'm saying God can do whatever he wants because he's God. That doesn't
So
mean
that
that
includes
it's right.
Zeus.
Well, he isn't because he's not like again, you are.
Well, again, I'm asking you to do an internal critique on the Greek religion, right? So here's what we're at so far. You're suggesting that God can do anything God wants in your religious framework. So I'm giving you a separate religious framework. I said, pretend that the Greek gods are real. Does that mean that Zeus can do anything that Zeus wants, and that we just have to accept that he's doing it on good faith?
What does it mean? What do you mean by accept?
Do we just have to agree that we can't question Zeus for raping women?
Well, by the virtue of us not being God, we wouldn't be able to.
Right, that's
So
my
even if
point.
we were able to, like, we wouldn't. I'm sorry.
Well, that's my point, right? So you're saying if Zeus is a high god and he decides he wants to rape women, we're not allowed to question whether or not that's a good or bad thing.
I think we're allowed to question it. I think you're leading me a little bit. Of course, we're allowed to question it. Sure.
Okay. So if I decided that, hey, I don't actually think that Zeus raping women is good. I think actually this Zeus might be kind of an asshole. Would I be wrong?
No, I have this problem all the time. Like I ask God all the time the theodicy issue. So of course there's the theodicy issue. What my argument is that even if there are the terrible things that exist that God allows, let's say that we're all the way Calvinism, right? And we believe that God ordains our very steps. Then yeah, we do have to kind of accept that. There isn't really too much of a way around it. I just accept that it will be unified at the end. So when I do, when I in my work, God is not something that is preeminent. Uh, you know, it's not something like I think you're assigning way too much value to like the veracity of events occurring or not occurring in the New Testament. I mean, you're right. Of course you are. Your posture is one that is historical, but I think you're applying something that can't even be applied because when we look at this Greek God, he doesn't even exist. So the God
Well,
you're
neither does Yahweh,
like,
though.
well, he does in so much that he is the prevailing, paternal figure, so to speak, of Western legal tradition,
So
right?
if
So we have
people,
natural law
oh,
theory
he
that
has nothing to
underpins
do
the
with
Magna
Western
Carta.
legal tradition.
It
So
underpins the Magna Carta, underscores the
under
English Bill of Rights.
under
So like we
the
can go down all the
under the
documents.
Western legal tradition, Yahweh is not specifically mentioned. There's lots of appeals to like the God of
I'll back off.
nature and to like a deistic God. I get
Yeah,
that,
but deism is from where,
but
right? Like
I don't think none of that matters. Listen, people used to
come on,
believe in
Christian.
God. Of course they're going to
It's Christian.
attribute. Of course they're going to attribute stuff to God. I don't really care about that. Just because people attribute stuff to God doesn't mean that the God is real. So when we're talking about if God is real, we need to actually ask: is there any evidence to believe that God is real? And within the God that we think is real, are there internal contradictions? And I think the Christian God has a lot of contradictions. I think the Trinity is logically insane.
Well, that's something that is not for our understanding, right? There's
Well,
things that
that's the point. If I described a God to you that was illogical and just said, "Well, it's beyond your understanding," like you're not going to accept that as an answer.
well, so why can't you? So I understand as a scholar, like the need for uh, falsifiable and testable evidence, observable experimental evidence. I don't see faith that way. You are trying to attach theological and historical methodology and correct
I'd accept
methodology
an
as a
argument.
critical scholar, right, of the ancient
I
Near East. And
I'd accept a good argument, like a metaphysical argument.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I believe that I can make a strong metaphysical argument for the Christian God, starting with Plato. So well before Jesus or that ideation. So I don't think that the arguments around the Bible, like of course there's going to be contradictions and consistencies. It's written by so many people over so many, and of course it borrows from uh, from the Epic of Gilgamesh and all of these things. We can hold nuance. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. I trust that. What I think the strongest argument is Kierkegaard's leap. God is an emergent, observable, right? So we all know, with the exception of some socio and psychopaths, again, and we know this. We all know that it is wrong to rape someone with like a lead pipe. That is
No,
universally wrong.
we don't know that because the Bible says that it's going to happen and God ordains it.
Where does that said in the Bible?
It's going to happen in Isaiah 13, 16, 17, Zechariah 14:2, and 2 Samuel 12, 11, and 12. I can read them for you, though. And Numbers 31.
I trust you.
So I believe you do. I just don't want to, I'm not lying. It says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped. And God takes credit for this. This is what he's going to do to the Babylonians as punishment. He says, "See, I'm stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold." And he says similar things elsewhere, like Zechariah 14:2. He's punishing these people by having them raped. So it can't always be wrong. There must be instances where it's okay.
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand why. I don't understand why the Bible says that. I can't defend that, but what I can say is that there does exist a natural law that I can point to well before like Hobbes or anything like that. Like I can point to there's a strong intellectual discourse starting from like can we talk about Zeno?
Sure.
So Zeno has this idea of a cosmic city, and I'm sure you already know this. I'm saying this for the audience. There's this cosmic city, and there's this idea that even if you do have a perfect right law, right? So the idea is that if we can have right reason, then you can have a right law, right? And if you can, well, if you can reason, then you can reason rightly, right? And if you
I
can
mean,
reason rightly, then you can
yeah,
arrive at a right law. If you
it's
can arrive at a right
similar
law,
to like Plato's Republic.
yeah, orthos nomos. So you can have this right law, and from this right law, you can have, well, it can't apply perfectly because there's going to be what's called the extemporaneous particulars of human flourishing. So these are the things that we can't really address: holocausts, famines. These are terrible, terrible things that happen, and they happened all the way back then too. Uh, so that is worth consideration. It's not totally disparate. This is relevant because we have the idea of a perfect ruler, right? So this perfect ruler is someone who can make judgment calls when things are difficult, even though you have this, idea of a law. So when we arrive at
But
constitutionalism,
why do
the
we think
idea that
that?
a human being is a constituted person with innate qualities, these are things that have been observed from 300 BCE. So
But why would we grant that this God, if it exists, is good at all?
because humans have the propensity to be good.
But I'm talking about God. Why would we grant that? Because humans have the propensity to be evil too. So why would we think that the God who created all this nonsense is good? It's a tough one, I know.
He chooses to be good.
But how do we know that?
He tells us that he chooses to be good.
Would an evil God tell us that he's evil?
I think I would like to believe that he's perfectly honest, and he gives.
Would an evil God be honest?
Can an evil God be honest?
No, would
Like
an
the
evil
definition
God
of
be
God,
honest? Like if God was evil, like he's not going to tell you he's evil. He's going to be like, hey, I'm dope. I love you. We're homies, but also I'm going to come fuck you up.
Do you think that? So are you going to make me argue from the framework of like a Yahwist?
No, what I'm
difficult
saying
for
is,
me
when you believe in a God, you actually don't have any reason to believe that that God is good. That's can only ever just be an assumption.
Can we say that the moral framework that has been codified throughout history continuously through like legislative effects, again, Magna Carta, English Bill of Rights, going back through these documents, there do seem to be prevailing themes of justice. There do seem to be.
I agree.
So these
But
prevailing
what's that got to do with
ideas
God?
come from, since they are innate, the inductively observed throughout nature, right? This has to come from something that is supernatural. It's the idea of a supernature. So if
I
you
don't
have
think so.
nature, then there exists supernature, and this is
Why?
argued by Buddha's. This is argued by, I can't pronounce his name. I can spell it, or perhaps you can pronounce his
Pete
name.
Buttigieg.
Not.
I'm just fucking around.
He does the trains, I think. But Bud Suzuki in 2011, he's a philosopher from the University of Texas at Austin. And to be perfect open disclosure with your audience, he is a Christian. I disagree with a lot of his writing, but he is a philosopher. He's like a William Lane Craig, type fella. So
Well,
he can do philosophy.
let me ask you a question, because it seems like humans' propensity to want justice goes back a long way. I think they disagree on what justice is, which is probably where I would press. So for a long time, it was thought to be okay to punish like the entire family of somebody who did something wrong. So for example, let's say somebody unjustly killed one of my cousins, or maybe two of my cousins. Well, it might be just for me, to go and murder a couple of their cousins, even if those cousins had nothing to do with the situation. People thought that that was acceptable in tribal warfare. But nowadays we would say, no, that's not acceptable. We can't do that kind of nonsense. So I'm not sure that just because we have an innate sense of justice, that tells us anything about what justice actually is. I think our definition. What's that?
Do you believe that it hasn't been consistently taboo throughout history to kill other humans? You don't think that's the case?
No, not necessarily. In fact, in the Bible,
like it's always been bad. For everyone that says that it's bad, there's 10 people who would say that, or excuse me, for every 5 people that say it's good to murder someone, there's There's way more people that would say that it's not. If it weren't so, then we wouldn't.
Well,
We
but
would have way more killings.
But we're not talking about murder in general. We're talking about blood feuds. Blood feuds is when somebody kills somebody in your family, so then you kill somebody in their family, even if that person had nothing to do with the initial killing. And I can give you an example from the Bible. So, for example, it says in 2 Samuel 21, there was a famine in the land in the days of David for 3 years. Year after year, David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord said, there's blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to the death. And remember from the book of Joshua, they were supposed to let the Gibeonites live peacefully. The whole deal. And then Saul went back on his word, and, or on that covenant with the Gibeonites and murdered some of them. Anyways, so the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. So now David calls the Gibeonites. He's like, hey, God's been mad at us because what happened to what's left of the Gibeonites. And says, now the Gibeonites were not of the people of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. Although the people of Israel had sworn to spare them, Saul had tried to wipe them out in his zeal for the people of Israel and Judah, which is what I said. David said to the Gibeonites, what shall I do for you? So he's like, okay, listen, there's a blood feud. God's mad. God's mad that the Gibeonites were murdered, even though Saul made a covenant or the Israelites made a covenant under the name of Yahweh that we wouldn't wipe you out, and Saul went back on it. So they asked the Lord for help, and this is what they come down with. It says, they said to the king, the man who consumed us and planned to destroy us so that we should have no place in the territory of Israel, let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon and on the mountain of the Lord. And the king said, I will hand them over. So that's what happens. King David selects 7 members of King Saul's household, and then they're impaled. It says the 7 of them perished together, and they were put to death on the first days of the harvest at the beginning of the barley harvest. And then God was clearly appeased, because it says at the end of that, they did all that the king commanded. After that, God heeded the supplications of the land. So what we've got in the Bible is a God who actually is like okay with blood feuds because he's maintaining one on purpose.
So would the Christian address of this would be one of them that I've seen is that the preeminence of blood feuds in the past, when people are more tribal, people have become less tribal over time. Literally less tribes, as they get like annihilated and wiped out throughout history. So, as that is the case, some Christians, dispensationalists, I think, and again, you're an expert in this. I'm not. This isn't my field. And by the way, I do really quickly want to say I'm not a William Lane Craig guy. That is just another philosopher who happens to be a Christian coincidentally. But yeah, just to really quickly address the presence of blood feuds and what looks like a shifting framework, moving the goalposts. A dispensationalist would just say God works in different times, and he says okay to divorce at some points in Scripture because of the hardness of their hearts, right? So these goalposts move throughout history because of divine command theory, which I struggle with, but I just have to have faith that that is the case. So these blood feuds are less they're less prevalent now because people are less tribal. People aren't. It's less kosher to do so. There's a society and a framework that is inspired deeply by that Western legal tradition and natural law framework that I talked about. That would suggest that it's detrimental to the good of society that Plato talks about, that Aristotle talks about, that Aquinas talks about, that Hobbes talks about. So I've cited 5, 6, 7, 800 years at this point of the prevalence of a natural law theory that speaks to the goodness that's written on people's hearts. And even though there is and I do want to let you know, like, yes, there is terrible atrocities in Scripture, but the Bible is not prescribing those things necessarily. I think in this case, it actually might be the case that he is, right?
Yeah, because so the basic premise of the argument is that, listen, blood feuds are unfair and unjust just by the nature of people that weren't involved in the killing being killed. It's just an unjust situation for the person being killed. The second premise would be, well, God endorses blood feuds. At a minimum, he endorsed this one. So then the logical conclusion would be, hey, we have at least one instance where God endorsed something that was unjust.
What do you think? So how isn't the most faithful thing for me to do as a Christian who has come into contact with a lot of these ideas, actually starting with Dr. Joshua Bowen and then tangentially with you and others. I think the most faithful thing for me to do is to look at this and say, my faith is my faith. If I try and science my faith, if I apply the same rigor and methodology to my faith, then it's not faith anymore.
No,
Right? Is it
I'm not doing science. I'm just talking about applying logic.
You are applying a scientific methodology, and we can.
What,
I don't
logic.
think that I don't think it would be. You are
this,
100% applying.
This is metaphysics, right? So this is what you're using. You're using philosophy, right? I'm just using philosophy too. I think my logical syllogism here is sound and valid. Blood feuds are not just in any time frame. God endorsed blood feuds. Conclusion: God endorses unjust actions, which would be a contradiction because Deuteronomy 32:4 says He's just in all of His ways.
So the problem is that you are tying God to, let's see. So blood feuds are not just in any time frame. I agree with premise 1. Premise 2 is that God endorses blood feuds. So if God does it, then it's not unjust.
So there we go. So then what you have is premise number 1 would be you nailed it. You did exactly what you needed to. So what you have to do from your point of view is say, actually, no, blood feuds aren't unjust in all times. So what that means is, they might be just even right now as we speak.
So why can't I say that the Israelites who came out of Canaan, who, like, I've listened to a lot of these like lectures and talks, they a lot of the times just did whatever they want and then said that God told them to do it, right? So it's like, isn't that religion? Isn't that a lot of what religion is?
I mean, the question then you're asking right now is, hey, did this Bible story actually happen? And if we're going to question this Bible story, we can kind of question all of them, right?
I'm not assuming scripture is. I believe that the autographs, which we don't have access to, are inspired, but still written by men. Even the autographs, right? I would say that. So, like, I throw Paul out. I think I agree with you on everything you've said about Paul, 100%. I would say that I follow Jesus and what Jesus said. What Jesus taught was to follow. And Matthew 28:19 says, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe everything, not some things, everything that I've commanded you. Yeah, will be with you until the very end of the day." So, or the age. So God is telling us to do something. Jesus, the God man, is telling us to do something totally different than Paul. They thought that he was someone from Satan, an angel of Satan, right? So this is what the Bible teaches. This is the truth. And in my opinion, from what I've read, I don't think Paul's right. But I think that that God, and I think that the Israelites, I think God is, maybe the Israelites misunderstood God. I think they misunderstood him. And I don't think that God said to do those things, because why would God say to do those things? I think the people who wrote it down got it wrong.
So if we're going to go into the Bible and find things that are difficult that we don't like and say, oh, then maybe they wrote them down wrong. But I guess I don't really know what the point of having this book is, because like Moses theoretically wrote like 614 laws. How can we know if any of those laws came from God?
Well, the 10 Commandments, right? So like, I have a question. The Deuteronomical idea of there being like multiple Isaiahs, the law being placed there like ipso facto after the fact, right? So there was a lot of issues with they literally were describing a society emerging in the ancient Near East. And if we look at like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, you see the same thing, the emergence of religion, right? Coming from a people who you would think are doing agriculture, right? But they're doing religion, right? So you see religion arising from the ancient Near East, elsewhere, obviously in Egypt. So I think that you're seeing different expressions of religion, and some of it is barbaric and terrible. But we can.
But why would we say that the barbaric tribal religion of the Israelites is true, but the barbaric tribal religion of the people in ancient Anatolia were not?
Because they got annihilated and the Christian God didn't.
So if your culture gets wiped out, it means your religion wasn't true?
No. I'm saying that like whoever the god, you can't be God if your God gets like trampled, you know. So
Well,
if
then what do we make of Yahweh getting his rear end handed to him by Marduk?
well, where is he now? Right, Yahweh
Well,
is still preached, and people are Yahwists to this day, but people are not following it. I don't
Marduk
know if you.
already proved his might, and he's on vacation.
I'm unsure what you.
I mean, he already had his boxing match with Yahweh and won, and now he's going off fighting other stuff.
But that's not the religious consensus, and by that I
What
just
do you
mean
mean by
majority.
what do you mean by religious
I
consensus?
mean
What's
by
that
majority.
mean?
I mean majority. Like the majority of the world is Christian, followed by like Islam, right?
So what?
So it might be Islam now, right?
I
Like
mean,
once Rome got.
pretty soon it's gonna be Islam. Again, I don't know what majority does for you. It doesn't. Majority opinions don't really mean anything to me. Like it, just because a
Well,
lot
you
of people
can't be
believe something
God.
doesn't mean it's true.
Well, yeah. So the idea is the preeminence of Christian ideation, and whether you want to say that that's because of war or not, right? You can. I think that there can be solid arguments that the Byzantine Empire was warding off attacks from the Ottoman. That like there can be different ideas, right? But I think that if we look at the Western legal tradition and the Christian ideas, deistic ideas, God ideas, right, that largely align with the God that we see throughout uh, the New Testament, um, we can start to see that there is this emergent God across the entire world.
But
Uh,
the New Testament
through
contradicts the Old Testament on the nature of God, though. Like
love
in
and
the Old
meekness.
Testament, it says that God is one and He shares His glory with no other, and that every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh. But the New Testament says that Jesus shares the glory of God, and that He's actually three in one, and that every knee is going to bow to the name of Jesus. It doesn't seem cohesive. It seems like contradictions.
Well, it's three in one. I mean, it's
What's that even mean?
do you accept syllogisms?
I do.
Do
I
you,
love
do you,
syllogisms.
okay, yeah. So, like, by the like, this is, I think, and I think this is something that should be addressed. Is oftentimes you'll have this conversation and you'll say, well, I'm Yahweh because I fulfilled the prophecies and this, that, and the other. But you didn't. You literally
I
did not
did.
go and sit on a donkey. When did?
I did.
Do you have a picture of it? Do you have anyone who wrote about it?
I actually did. I did it, and my brother did too. We were at the African safari in Port in
I
uh
totally concede that point. That was a little.
yeah, in Ohio. You don't think riding a donkey is special, right? You know people ride donkeys.
But Jesus is this figure who they protected the writings, right? Didn't they protect the writings? The
I don't think
scribes,
so.
it wasn't holy to them. They didn't
I mean,
keep
it's
it
holy.
like holies.
Not until the Masoretic scribes, really. So prior to the Masoretic scribes, there wasn't like a single scribal tradition that they could lean on. There was a whole slew of tribal traditions. And to be honest, like a lot of scribes couldn't even read what they were writing down. They were just copying it letter for letter. They had learned how to copy, but they didn't always actually learn how to read it.
So why can't you have faith that like you have a lot of biblical training? Why can't you take the nice things of Christianity? So for me, what Jesus provides me is he provides me like peace and hope, and he doesn't come up in any of them like my teaching or my classes or anything like that. Like God is not this big part of finance for me. Like I don't have
Well, I would
conversations
hope
about.
not. He said to give all your shit away. That dude did not like finance at all. He's like, hey, go find some coins and some fish.
Well, like I mean, I think that God is like religion is like totally separate, and to make it and to disagree with the metaphysical argument of the natural law, like I haven't really seen an address of that. You are taking
Well,
the
I
examples
can
of
give you
some.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, so natural law basically says that there are things that we kind of know instinctually, naturalistically, that are right or wrong based on like some sort of shared perception of nature. But that can't be true because like we can't agree on things. We can't agree on whether or not slavery is right or wrong. We can't agree on whether or not women are people or versus property. We can't agree on whether or not justice applies to the nobles versus the commoners. Like even in the Bible, like we find that you can kidnap women in war, But you would never allow that today. You're like, no, you can't just kidnap women in war and make them war brides. But the Bible's okay with it, so it can't be like that. We've got this.
Activities
What's
done
that?
by the Bible well, the Bible does prescribe it. I did read that.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 21, he prescribes it.
Yeah, so he does give a treatment of how to take like female brides out of like war. I think my response to that, like I think a Christian defense of that would be, it's bad, it is immoral, and we have to trust that God. We have to believe. You have to, because you're not God. Like,
no. So we just have to believe that it's okay to kidnap women.
I don't think it's okay, but God said it's okay, and that's what God said. Like, I didn't say that. God said.
So then,
I'm
just objectively speaking, is it okay to kidnap women in war?
No, like that's.
But God said it is.
I just don't understand why God did it.
And
I don't trust the people who wrote it down.
The why is irrelevant, right? If God said you can do it, then you can't say that it's wrong to do. Because God says, in fact, he says in Deuteronomy 12:28 that by doing these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So that means this is one of those things that's good and right.
How can we trust that that's actually what was said?
Well, that goes back to the point that I was making earlier. Like, if the passages we don't like, we're just going to say, actually, we don't think that came from God. Well, what stops me from saying, hey, none of this shit came from God?
Well, so I don't think any of Paul came from God, because he's totally contradictory in every way. There's no harmonization. So like for every time you say that there's a contradiction, I promise you, like you guys did this the other day. And this is the part that I think is slightly a little bit, like I feel like you guys should give a little bit more credit to some of the arguments. For example, it is logically consistent that Judas could both have unalived himself by hanging himself and then falling into a pit.
Oh, disagree.
Why do you think that's not possible? You don't
it says
think that someone could fall and
it says he fell headlong. When you get broken off of a rope, like say you put a bad rope on a tree or something, you don't fall headlong. You actually just fall feet straight to the ground.
So like you're making an argument that he couldn't have fallen headlong because the kinematics don't line up?
That's how gravity works. Yeah, you don't just flip over while you're falling out of a tree. Like if you're hanging,
sure you do. Centripetal force. I took physics as well. Centripetal force.
Hold on. Why the fuck did my live stream get a violation? Hold on a second. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Live is not eligible for recommendation. You know what? Fuck TikTok. TikTok's the worst thing that's ever been invented. It's not you. Don't worry about it. Be careful with some words like hanging yourself. But the point is, like, I know enough about physics to know, like, if you're being hung and the rope breaks, like you're not just gonna randomly go like head over heels. Like there's some stuff that has to happen. Also, like how high of a tree do you think this was?
I think it could have been like off like maybe like a cliff type of deal. Like so like who's to say like if this man is falling like yes I understand like he'll negative 9.8 meters per second, you multiply it by his mass or whatever, like we can all do that, but what I'm saying is like that is not faithful to reality, because centripetal force is like centripetal force is a good example. Or what about multiple bodies and gravitational, like again you're speaking only in with respect to I'm not an engineer. I got a degree in math, but like my point though is that there's a fair bit of physics, and I think it would be wrong to say that, like who's to say that like something didn't like hit him, a branch didn't hit him and cause any and he got tied up in the thing and it started swinging around and there was a lot of wind, so
listen, there's a lot of things it could say. It didn't say it, but it's interesting to me that we're kind of stuck on this because I actually didn't bring it up. You did. It sounds like this is something you're wrestling with, not me.
I think that I think strong argument, like we can say that these people were human beings who didn't write down well what God said, and I think that religion arises out of society. It's emergent. The laws and the ideas of Jesus Christ what he said is still being preached. We are not hearing much from Zeus or Aphrodite,
So what
right?
though?
And huh?
I guess I don't know why we keep going back to this well of, well, Christianity is still popular, therefore it's true. Like, I don't really care if it's popular. Like, if 90% of the world believed in Islam, Islam would still be untrue.
I agree, but like you wouldn't see people changing their minds about. Like I
So?
don't hear. Well, yeah, that's maybe not the strongest argument. I think that. So how do you describe the emergent, unified themes that present themselves throughout the artifacts of the Magna Carta, the English Bill of Rights, the United States Constitution, and the hundreds of constitutions that have
They were
arisen
the
since?
same people. Like the people who did the Magna Carta and the Bill of Rights and whatnot, these were all part of a humanist movement that came out of a place in Europe where people weren't getting what they considered justice. They were getting persecuted specifically by the Catholic Church. You got to remember, a lot of people that came over from Europe to America during that time period came over because of what the religious people were doing. And so I agree that if you have a group of people that leave a persecuted nation, a lot of them are going to kind of come to an agreement on some of the stuff that they don't want. But to say that they're unified and all in agreement doesn't say anything about whether or not the religion is true.
It came from their religion.
And
So
it
a
did
lot
not.
of these writers, well, so the deistic ideas that did like if we like read through the Federalist Papers, we read through John Jay, and we read through Jefferson. Like if we read through the primary source literature, like yes, it's way more deistic. There's not really a strong Christian argument, but it's still the argument for these ideas that are inscribed. So how are you going to posit this new philosophy that's this modern atheism? And again, it's like that 2011 flavor of and it's strong. It's like four horsemen atheism, though. Like when we look at it, because you're making these arguments that it's like the Hitchens argument. Well, it's kind of ridiculous, and there's the moral inscrutabilities and all of these issues. But the problem is that those are just particulars. That exists everywhere. That's not a disproof of God.
Well, you don't have to disprove something that doesn't exist. I mean, that's like, I think that's a misapplication of what's happened. Like, it's the burden is almost always going to be on the person who thinks that the imaginary thing exists. Like if I said that the tooth fairy actually inspired the Magna Carta, now it's the burden's on me to say that the tooth fairy, or to demonstrate that the tooth fairy did it.
Well, I'm saying that we can observe
Well,
inductively these
actually,
principles. These principles.
I could give you the same inductive argument. What percentage of people do you think feel that it's beneficial to clean their teeth?
Oh, beneficial?
Yep.
I'm going to follow some kind of Pareto distribution and say 20%.
That's it?
I'll say 20%. Yeah.
Hold
it's
on.
Either 80% or 20%. That's my guess per the Pareto distribution.
Well, according to the dentist websites, only about 2% of people report not brushing their teeth, and looks like about 70% of people in the Western world brush their teeth. So it's a pretty high percentage. Now, what if I told you the reason why people brush their teeth is because the tooth fairy will send you to tooth fairy hell if you don't brush your teeth?
So are you making like an incentives argument? I've heard this on the Thinking Atheist podcast. Like, I find this very unconvincing.
Well, I'm not making that argument. What I'm saying is, how do you explain the fact that so many people find cleaning their teeth to be beneficial, when in fact it's also true that the tooth fairy said that cleaning your teeth was beneficial? It seems like the tooth fairy was the one that inspired this natural law about cleaning teeth.
Because that's not how induction works. With an induction hypothesis, you have to show that there exist multiple cases, right? So when you took your proofs class, remember that you have to have multiple cases. You have to have multiple base cases before you can induction.
Multiple cases of what?
Multiple cases of the same thing occurring, which is how we
like brushing teeth.
Make a causal inference based off of an induction hypothesis.
Like brushing teeth.
Yes.
Yeah, multiple people do brush their teeth.
So, well, how many people are saying that the tooth? How many people are saying that the tooth fairy, right, is saying that it's a good idea to brush teeth?
Shockingly, a lot. In fact, one of the earliest religious movements within my channel was people who followed the Tooth Fairy. In fact, put a 1 in the comments if you still follow the Tooth Fairy. I'm going to see a lot of 1s in the comments.
Your comment section hates me.
Nah, they don't hate you. They just want
stronger.
Just want you to worship the true deity, the Holy Tooth Fairy. So, my point is.
Point here with induction, what you're saying is that, like, what I'm saying is that you have to have multiple base cases. We have several emerging people saying, like, hey, these are the rights that are good, and the oldest continuous religion that we do have being, well, Christianity, that didn't get annihilated or changed around a bunch, and I guess it did through the Catholic Church, but we have this unified idea of morality and a moral compass, what's innately good, what's innately bad, and we don't have that about the Tooth Fairy.
But
right? So we have your case, and we have all of your followers' cases, which is maybe 1,200 people, but we have billions and billions of people.
But they all disagree with each other.
But they don't disagree that they've all had an interaction with the risen Christ. So we have this.
But they do.
Do that?
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
true or false that there are billions and billions of people who believe that they have had an interaction with Jesus?
Are there the same amount of people who have had interaction with other gods?
Not more. You think more?
I'd say, given that Christianity is not actually the majority, it's like 1/3 of the population worldwide, and say, yeah, obviously they're going to be outnumbered. So again, this doesn't actually fix the problem that you have here. The problem that you have here is you're suggesting that something's true because a lot of people believe it to be true, and that's never really going to be an adequate source of determining what is true, even if those people firmly believe it.
I don't think you would see like the realistic and literal expressions of these beliefs across societies, civilizations, times, because it hasn't occurred in any other. No other religion has impacted theology as much.
Well,
I mean,
every religion has its own theology, which means every religion has a 100% impact on its own theology.
So all of the people who are saying that they've had an experience with Jesus Christ are not in contradiction. There may be in contradiction in the characteristic, in the manner, in the measure, right? But they are all saying.
Was Paul in contradiction?
I think that Paul was delusional and had severe mental illness.
Me too. So do I. I agree that other people who have similar delusions are in the same boat, is what I'm saying.
Do you think that the Bible is only reliable when it talks about Paul's delusions, or do you think it's reliable when it talks about other things, or is it only sometimes reliable?
No, I don't think it's reliable when it talks about Paul at all. That's why I don't believe that Paul met Jesus. Why I don't believe that Paul got taught by Jesus. I don't believe that he actually. Who did Paul?
Paul had his own gospel.
That's why I don't believe in the Gospels or in the writings of Paul, because they contradict each other.
But that's the incorrect conclusion. Like I agree with you on the availability of the evidence and what it looks like, what it says. But what I'm saying is, like, we wouldn't have this aggregate of behavior toward a God, an inclination to do the good thing, right? There's nothing.
What good thing are you talking about?
Like altruistic behavior.
What does that to do with religion? Have you not met Buddhists?
How would you? Well, they're doing it because they believe in some kind of like karmic idea, right?
Yeah. So doing things for your belief is not evidence that your belief is true.
But so that's not altruism, though. As an atheist, how do you describe altruism? Because altruism is.
Buddhism has altruism. It's built into the tenets.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, there is altruism in Buddhism.
Okay.
Right? So you're not supposed to seek wealth. You're not supposed to seek property. You're not supposed to seek worldly assets for yourself. In fact, you're supposed to give that away and serve. So like altruism can exist in like any religion. It doesn't matter if it's related to the Christian religion or not.
So do you not have, like, what happened when you became a Christian? Was it just like an emotional experience? You don't believe that you had an experience with Jesus Christ?
Not important or relevant at all to this conversation.
Okay, that's fair. I apologize. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
So my point is, like, when the Bible is full of things that even you as a Christian have to say, well, I don't think that actually came from God. All it does is it makes more and more of the Bible seem less likely, especially because the God described in this Bible, I have to believe that the God violates the laws of physics in order to exist, and the laws of physics and the laws of logic, which I just don't think is a necessary leap that I'm willing to take.
do you think that how do you deal with Kierkegaard, either or, and the absurd? How do you deal with that? Because I think that that would be a beautiful reconciliation for what you are describing. To say none of this makes sense. The evidence is to the contrary. I know better, right? Kierkegaard agrees with you until then, and he says, "But I am not God."
For what?
For you to then conclude, so everything you've said to that point is sound and valid, right? But after that point, to then make the conclusion, ergo God does not exist, does
Well,
not.
it actually is more reasonable to conclude than ergo God exists anyways, despite my actual like rational thinking faculties.
Is it more reasonable to believe that flawed human beings said that they were God themselves and built the Tower of Babel and did all these? What I mean, we struggle with the archaeological evidence, I think, of that. But if we are to look at this, these Canaanites who became Israelites from the southern highlands, and we were to say that these people who were trying to survive, of course, they're going to have a conquering, and Yahweh was a God of war, was a God of the sea and storms, right? Because they needed to have flourishing, they needed to have land and stuff. So all of this points toward the necessity of a God. Yahweh is the
Why?
perfection of that.
Why does any of this point towards the necessity of a God? And why
Because
would we think that Yahweh is the pinnacle of that?
Because he takes over the qualities of Baal and El,
So,
and by him doing that, that's him showing that he is the dominant God. So if like Zeus
well,
comes along and throws Jesus off a cliff, well then Jesus might not be God. But
well,
like if Zeus would
Zeus
do
and
that,
Jesus don't exist is the point. Right? Just because somebody has like a mythological status that's really high doesn't mean that they exist in the real world.
I mean, we create mythic legends all the time, right?
I know, and they're all myths. So what I'm saying is, listen, we have lots of data points from history demonstrating that human beings make up mythologies and religions that aren't true. I have no reason to believe that the Yahweh religion isn't just one of those made up religions.
So you wouldn't say that the principles being that Jesus directly taught being the preeminating idea of love and compassion and goodness, and that being purported through all of our laws and legislative processes and republicanism, and having a slow
Nothing
legislative.
about Jesus' teachings made it into our laws. Jesus says don't even have kids.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, did Paul say that? Because
Jesus says don't own possessions, sell all that you have and give it to the poor.
What about Jesus? Is it like, okay, like I know I'm kind of clinging here. What about Jesus is like a Nazarite, the Jesus Way podcast? What about those ideas of Jesus as just who he said he was, and throwing away a lot of the Pauline elements and just accepting Jesus as the God man and just accepting what he said?
I think if you get rid of Paul, you have a Jesus who is a Judaizer that believes you should follow all of the law of Moses. And I think that the law of Moses is barbaric and heinous. And so if that's the version of Jesus we have to cling to, I think it's one of the worst editions of him.
But I've heard other folks make the argument that the Deuteronomical legislation and laws that came there were added after the fact, and the only things that we do have are truly like the Ten Commandments, not those 600 laws that appeared.
Well, that's not what they take. Typically, the earliest legal code is called the Covenant. The Covenant Code. It's in Exodus. About 3 different chapters worth of laws. After that, probably came the Levitical Law Code, and then after that is going to be the Deuteronomic Law Code. The Deuteronomic Law Code probably written during the reign of Josiah, maybe even by Jeremiah's father, which is why we see a huge crossover between Jeremiah and the Deuteronomy Law Code. That being said, just because these things were written in different time periods, that doesn't actually make the problem go away, because Jesus believes that these things did come from God in full.
He doesn't necessitate that the exact way that it was written necessarily, right? Because he was a tecton, he was a carpenter, he was a builder, right? So he did traveling for his work and stuff. I'm not totally convinced that he would have known all of the stuff, right?
He doesn't. That's the problem. Jesus was the Son of God theoretically, and he had a view of the Old Testament like most Jews did, that Moses is real, the law was given, and you should follow it. So when Jesus says to follow it, when Jesus says to follow it, where it came from no longer matters. He just says follow it anyways.
I think the Essenes and the Nazarenes are probably like I think that's probably a better place to look if we are to look at Christianity and Christendom, especially if we're to argue the goodness of God or if Jesus of the New Testament is worth following. I think it's so easy, right? Because most Christians are going to try and defend Paul. I think Paul's an idiot.
Paul is an idiot. I'm with you.
Like I could write endlessly in critiquing him, but I would never speak badly of Jesus. I love Jesus. I promised that I would follow him for the rest of my life, and I intend to, even if I no longer believe it, because I promised that I would. So it's like I have to, right? Isn't that what the Bible says? I have to do it.
You don't have to. So, once you realize he doesn't exist, you don't have to do anything.
Well, I don't want to go to hell.
Well, once you realize he doesn't exist, you're not going to worry about hell. You're not going to think about the Christian hell the same way that you don't think about the Islamic hell right now.
Well, I think that I mean, well, hell is not even real. Like Hades and Sheol, right? Like Jesus never talks about. Well,
Unfortunately, he does. He talks a lot about hell. Yeah.
You know, so can we accept Jesus as he says he's God? But I think that if we just accept that and accept that the New Testament writers maybe got, and some of the Old Testament writers got a lot of it wrong, they weren't there, some of it was made up, but we can still accept that Jesus is God because he said he was God, and we can't.
But why would we accept that?
Because we can't find his grave. We don't know where he was.
So what?
He was
Show me Aristeas' grave.
Was he a celebrity at the time?
Yep.
Okay. Was his body protected by like a Roman guard?
Nope, and neither was Jesus's.
That
story is literally only told by the Bible. Only the book of Matthew even. Not even William Lane Craig thinks that part's credible.
Well, to be fair, I don't agree with William Lane Craig on a lot, but
true.
I should not have invoked him because that set everybody off. I guess, yeah, I don't think we're going to agree. So I would ask you a question, very respectfully. So like, as a scholar, as someone who did used to be a preacher, and as someone who has spent a significant amount of your life studying this professionally and contributing to the scholarly community, and I'm guessing is deconverted because you're an atheist, right? I don't know if you would describe yourself as that. So for me, I throw away Paul. I just say I follow Christ. And I like the Nazarene ideas and the Essenes, but I am a little bit nervous about the tenability of a faith that does prescribe some of the atrocities in the Old Testament. And I think that I have to just accept that these things were written incorrectly by people who were trying to, like, again, not the Akkadians, who are the people that the Israelites were attacking? The Amalekites or something like that?
The Amalekites, and there's a couple other groups, the Philistines they hated, and also the Babylonians and Assyrians.
Yeah, so these sieges, these events, I think a lot of times we see this in scripture. The Israelites do the exact opposite of what God tells them to do. Yahweh and his Shura and all that and his consort. So like they're worshiping other gods. Yahweh has a wife in some instances, right? So I think that people are getting this wrong, and if we just look at Jesus, I don't know if there is a historical Jesus. I don't want to speak out of turn. I shouldn't have said that. Like I don't know.
It sounds like let me summarize this. It sounds like you like Christianity, but you're probably coming to the realization that it's not as sound of a position to hold on to as you would want it to be.
Well, when I went to grad school, it became um, when like critically engaging with material makes it more difficult. But I just try and have faith that God makes it all work, right? Yeah,
Well,
I just need to
I
trust
get
that
it.
God is.
I used to think the same thing. Let me ask you a question. Don't you think it's just more possible that if there's a God, it's not the God of this book?
Well, who would it be?
Well, it could be a God that you've never heard of because he's so far beyond your understanding, or she, that not a book would even come close to adequately describing. But it certainly can't be a God that's self-contradictory, right?
Why not? If he's like, does there exist does there exist a set that contains the empty set? You know, like how many elements are in the empty
Well,
set? You know, like
that's
I don't
a
think it's.
that's a problem imposed by misusing words. Like that's not a like these types of paradoxes aren't real paradoxes. Like the
Sure
empty
they are. The
set that includes a set.
Fugano axioms are 100% real.
So, well, no, what I'm saying is the problem only exists because people are using words to describe something that they know isn't in existence. What I'm saying is, if there is a God, why would we think that it's already been described by one of these other religions? If only one of them, if we're like, listen, all these other religions are wrong, well, except for this one religion, and then when you look at that one religion, you're like, well, actually, it looks like a lot of stuff in this isn't true either. What's more likely, that that one religion that's full of problems is the one true religion, or that there's a God out there that's not really adequately described by any of these religions, and maybe you don't get to find out until you're dead?
I would be more inclined to not believe in any God.
Well, welcome to
Because
atheism, my friend.
well, I would be more inclined to believe that there is no God if there isn't some leap, Kierkegaardian leap for me into the
Mm-hmm.
into an abyss, right? Like, because Kierkegaard would say everything that we just said, and he says, "Have you read much of? I'm sure you have. You've read it probably more than I have."
I read a little bit. I was kind of forced to in seminary, and then when I got the Fear and Trembling, I'm like, okay, well, maybe I don't like this guy so much.
So he's extremely dense. I can't think of a more dense writer in theology for me, anyway. And when I read him, I see someone who struggles with the evils, the pervasive evils that do exist, and he says, "I don't like. Do you think there's something bigger than you out there? You don't think that there's like some collective conscious, like, because you're talking
Well,
about
there could
the
be, but it's
universe.
not this God.
So if there is one, so why do you think there is one as opposed to not one? If there's some kind
Well,
of collection, like,
well, I don't think there is one. I'm just trying to be as charitable to you as possible because it sounds like the realization is setting in that this God is not good evidence for it. But like, listen, just because one religion isn't true doesn't mean you have to become an atheist. I'm just saying that like this religion just on the face of it clearly cannot be true. It's self-contradictory. It's full of lies. And so like, okay, well, great. Maybe this religion's false and another God does exist. We just don't know about it.
so you think the Christians just got it wrong? You think they're just wrong?
Yeah, and that's why the New Testament is mostly written by Greeks, and it was populated by Greeks and was adopted by Greeks because the Jewish people at the time period largely and overwhelmingly rejected this Jesus nonsense because it directly contradicts the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible over and over again tells you that the Messiah is going to do a number of things, and Jesus didn't do none of them. So as a Jew, you wouldn't have a good reason to adopt Jesus. But if you were a Greek and you're like, hey, this Jesus guy died and rose from the dead, you're like, oh man, this happens sometimes. In fact, they thought various Caesars died and rose from the dead. They had a number of people they thought died and rose from dead. So if you're a Greek, like, oh, let's add another god to our pantheon. Great, we got another one. It was not a big deal.
Yeah, they would just instantiate like some other god to come in. But they distributed all of the attributes or the functions of God, rather the functions, the things that God does, whether that's the agriculture, the rain, or fertility, right? Venus. So I think that yeah, I think I can't not be a Christian because I said I was going to be a Christian. So like I believe believe in God because he tells me I have to, and I'm going to burn in hell if I don't. And also, I love him.
Well, you think you do. When I was a child, I loved an imaginary friend, and then eventually I grew out of it, right?
Why can't it be something that doesn't, like, for me, my religion is just my religion. Like, this
Mm-hmm.
doesn't come up in my work. It doesn't come up unless I'm having a religious discussion with friends and stuff. Why can't it just be like, doesn't religion, doesn't, you're arguing if the God is real, not if it offers social benefits. Well, if it's real because the people are experiencing benefits from it, like, even if there is a placebo effect of that God, even if we do have randomized control trials showing that prayer doesn't work, we do have the belief. We actually do have research showing that longevity and long-term outcomes for patients who are spiritual and are religious. That's Registered Dietitians of America. They have data on
Sure,
that.
but that has nothing to do with Christianity. That's just for religious people in general. And we actually learned too that there are non-religious groups that have similar outcomes. Like there are some tribal groups that still practice a lot of really healthy habits, like taking care of the elders, not collecting a lot of monetary gain, like you living communally in groups and supporting each other. They actually live very long, very healthy, productive lives. I don't think it's the religion's not the thing doing it. It's the social practices that are helping them.
You don't think that the social practices are a consequence of religion? You think it's the other way around?
Yep.
Then why don't we have terrible religions that do
that rape and pillage? We do.
I just don't think it's my religion.
But they did.
In some cases. So.
Quite a while. Like the most dangerous place you could be in the Western world, in America specifically, if you're a child, is in a church. There are 3 times more children sexually assaulted in churches than in the next nearest assault location, which happens to be school. And it gets even more stark because not all children in America actually have to go to church. They all go to school.
What happens if you control for the Catholic Church? I bet those numbers go way down.
Oh, Catholics go way up. They're worst offenders.
That's what I'm saying. If we count Catholics out of that data set,
well, they're Christians.
The number of the incidents would go down.
It would.
Churches.
It would, but it's still going to be higher than anyone else.
If the Christian God didn't exist, then why would he be isn't the definition of God that there are no other gods before this one God? So if this is the preeminent God, then by definition, he's like the super God because he hasn't been extinguished. So if you can extinguish the Christian God, then your religion, it's like Agario. Like I used to play this game when I was in high school 10, 12 years ago. And you can go and you could eat a blob. And if you eat that blob, then you are now the chief blob. So if you can eat the chief religion, right? If you can do that.
That actually already happened.
Who?
The God-eating penguin did.
Well, why have I never heard of him? Has he been translated?
The same reason why people never heard of Jesus in the 2nd century. It just happened.
Well, so Sam, I think, defended eyewitness testimony very poorly. But even if it was written about well after the fact, these people wouldn't have had the philosophical understanding to be able to discuss.
No, but what I'm saying is, you not knowing about the God-eating penguin has nothing to do with it existing.
Do you have any evidence to support your belief in a God-eating penguin? Because I have inductive base cases to show
it revealed itself to me.
Like Paul.
Yep, last night actually in a dream it revealed itself to me, told me that it ate all of the gods.
So we agree that it's lunacy for like special revelation. It's supernatural. It's I don't believe that there's any special revelation. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. But I think that ended, and I think that if that were the case, we would hear more base cases of this penguin eating the god.
Well, he just did it.
We don't. Well, that's one. So if we need more base cases.
Well, now we've got a couple thousand people that have heard of it just during this conversation.
So, but we have billions of people who. So you need to get a few more people. because that's the way it works. Whoever the chief god is, right, is.
I mean, you're trying to demand that the God eating penguin be as famous as Jesus when he literally just did the thing. The day after Jesus died, he wasn't famous.
Well, so okay, I promise I'm not trying to be cute here. I genuinely think that if Islam superseded Christianity, right? If Muhammad, right, superseded Christianity in followers and aggregate followers and diminished the Christian God in a substantive way, I don't think I would be a Christian anymore, because then the Christian God is not God, because there's a bigger God that has come and eaten that God and diminished it, and it's no longer the preeminent God.
I just told
So
you
by
that's
the
the God eating
definition of God,
penguin.
well, again, we don't have real cases of that. That's
We do.
rhetorical device.
Nope.
Where is it?
It's beyond your understanding. You can't see him.
Can you point to his attributes?
Can you point to God's attributes?
I can. Natural law theory. Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Zeno.
Well, we already discussed that. That doesn't
1,000
work
years
because
of history on
people
that.
don't believe that natural law gets you to anything useful. That's why they couldn't agree on slavery for thousands of years.
So that's collective humanity. We still haven't agreed on it because slavery still exists.
Sounds like natural law is not helpful then, is it?
It is, because we know it's wrong. So that's
How?
for it.
How do we know it's wrong?
Because we're discussing the moral pervasiveness.
But they didn't. People don't think it's wrong. I talk to people all the time that don't think it's wrong.
But we both know that you don't. We both know that they know
No.
that they're lying to themselves.
No, that's
Romans
not the
is
case at
correct.
all.
Paul is correct when he says that or I don't know if Paul writes it. I think maybe it's written in Corinthians. Law is no longer written on tablets of stone; it's written on the tablet of your heart. So
are you suggesting your case depends on mind reading now? Like you're just saying all the people who are okay with slavery actually weren't okay with it. They were just lying.
yeah, of course. Yeah, they weren't okay with it. Nobody's okay with it.
Well, how would you know that? Were you reading their minds? Did you not read the writings of the people who were pro-slavery in the South? Like, did you?
Because the arguments were bad and it's wrong, and I've written
the arguments were Bible based.
Well, slavery is in the Bible, and we're given commands regarding slavery in the Bible. And
We have nothing in the Bible that would tell us slavery is wrong.
If there is neither female nor male in Jesus Christ,
or Jew or Greek, do you think men and women cease to exist?
Well, the treatment of slaves vary based off of.
But do you think men and women cease to exist?
No.
All right, so you can't say that got rid of slavery then.
It was the differentiation of like the castes, right? So if there's no more Jew, there's no more Greek. That means that the laws that applied to slavery to the Israelites and the laws that applied to outside neighbors that weren't Israelites, the laws regarding slavery went away, right? Because
Nope.
there's neither female nor Jew nor Greek.
Doesn't say that.
They didn't go away.
The laws regarding women didn't go away.
Sure, they did. The people, women cut their hair all the time, and they don't cover their heads.
No, in 1 Corinthians 11, he told them to do that.
Correct, and they don't do that anymore. So it goes to show that Paul.
But that means they ignored Paul then.
Yeah, Paul is just a weirdo.
Okay, so then you can't use Paul to justify getting rid of slavery then. Like, if you think Paul's not a credible source for head coverings, he's not a credible source for slavery.
Yeah, that is a selective argument.
Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, talks about how he's being unjustly condemned for allowing slavery. And he's asking, who condemns us, right? It says, not the Bible, it justifies it. The good of society, for if they go where it exists, they find that society recognizes it as good. What then is their standard? The good of mankind? Is it seen in the diminished resources of our country? Is it that seen in the diminished comfort of the world? Or is it not reversed, or is not the reverse exhibited? It is in the cause of Christianity. It cannot be, for servitude is the only agency through which Christianity has reached that degraded race, the only means by which civilized has been elevated. And there were a number of Catholic popes who agreed, and early Christian thinkers like Ambrose.
So for every Southern pastor that gave some kind of treatment about slavery during the Civil War, you had Northerners that did the same thing about why it was wrong.
But they couldn't appeal to the Bible.
Well, and the Southerners didn't either in their state constitutions when
No, they did.
In their secession they cited not religious rights, right?
They did.
It was
Want me to read them?
it was the slave trade, so it was directly a citation of slavery, and whether that's endowed to them through. Well, if we're going to pull up, we should pull up is we should pull up the state constitutions, which are citing slavery, and whether that's through manifest destiny or through other means is, to be debated, but it is debated, right? So this is directly now like intersecting with my field. So I'm happy. I'm extremely comfortable in this area. I have my books
Sure.
Right here. I have the primary literature with me.
Look up the writings of Stephen Hale, the commissioner of the Alabama Secession.
So
he
is
says,
he making an appeal to?
Yep. It says, what Southern man, be he slaveholder or non-slaveholder, can without indignation or horror contemplate the triumph of Negro equality and see his own sons and daughters in the not distant future associating with free Negroes upon terms of political and social equality, and the white man stripped by heaven-daring hand of fanaticism of that title to superiority over the black race, which God himself has bestowed. So he says God himself has bestowed superiority of white people over black people.
So that's not unique to him, and that is literally eugenics, and that's not a mainstream idea. That's racism and eugenics, which are not supported by Christianity.
And that's not eugenics. Eugenics is about breeding.
Yeah, so are you familiar with the extension of this and the pigman and the idea of how this like follows through the 18th and 19th century? So like
I know,
so there's this,
I know about how the eugenics plays into the racism of African Americans being like what they would consider subhuman.
Yeah. So the idea of slavery, though, of course, the South, they're going to cling on to that. But the North, again, if we look up primary sources from the North, you see a totally different treatment of it. And again, slavery was the reason for the Civil War. Obviously, there were issues with trade. You had, you actually had, trade lines being taxed. You had the railroad issues. You had farming as the major center of industry in the South. Industry was kicking off in the North, but you had issues in the North too. You had the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire. You had all kinds of issues, right? So I don't think that trying to tie this to God, while slavery existed and people said it was okay because God said so back then, that's the same thing people are doing today. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying I don't understand why people are saying that. I think it's wrong.
But what can you point to demonstrate that it's wrong? Because the Bible doesn't say that it's wrong. That's my point.
Well, what I'm saying is I would point to all of the thinkers that the aforementioned thinkers.
But I could easily just point to the ones that disagree.
Well, those are not.
So this is like the equivalent of my dad can beat your dad up. Right, pointing to people that agree with your philosophy isn't really proof that your philosophy is better. You actually have to make an argument.
So if you're going to argue from like the farthest edge of the Overton window, then I don't think that that's representative of what people actually think, right? So the prevailing ideology is that the natural law theory.
You mean when slaves were legal?
Huh?
You mean when slaves were legal?
What about when slaves were legal?
I'm talking about the Overton window. I'm trying to figure out like when.
Yeah. So the Overton window being like now, fast forwarding today. So slavery today is still legal, right? Like in some areas.
So why would you think it's wrong?
Well, because the law is not a right law, right? It's not orthos nomos.
How do you know that?
Because it is not benefiting the good of and the welfare of all of the people in that society.
Who says it has to?
Socrates, Aristotle, Plato. Like if you
so
want to disagree with them,
if your source is Plato, then it sounds like you should believe in the Greek god. It sounds like you got the wrong one because As it turns out, Plato didn't say slavery was wrong. Socrates didn't say it was wrong.
Well, actually, they did. So Aristotle and Plato both make, well, specifically Aristotle. So I see what you're getting at. You're talking about the idea of the citizen, right? So the citizen not being anyone except for a land-owning white man, right? But this thought is challenged by Zeno. So the idea of having castes, things like that, are kind of thrown out by the idea of if we can reason, then we can reason correctly.
Plato says that the acquisition of slaves is difficult and they're not easy to manage, and one should punish them properly and not spoil them.
Is that what the Bible says?
So Plato said. The Bible says something similar too, actually.
So it's saying to be good to those who are even your slaves, right? Is that what it's saying?
No, it says not to spoil them. Punish them properly. Don't let them be spoiled. Exodus 21 says you can beat them, and if they die a couple days later, you're not held accountable for it.
So I don't think Aristotle says that, though. Aristotle
supports the I looked up Plato.
Of the polis, right? So so Aristotle is Plato's student, right? So I don't want to hide the ball here. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and when you see that the concept of the polis and the general welfare of all of the citizens of that society, and it's the virtue, right? So being virtuous.
Have you read Politics?
Yeah, I have.
In Politics, Aristotle says it is clear that some men are by nature free and others by nature slaves, and that for these latter, slavery is both advantageous and just.
So he's differentiating between citizens and slaves, slaves being people who are incapable of thinking on their own behalf. So the way that slave is defined there is someone who is incapable of thinking on their own behalf.
No, again, this is not just about incapacity.
For everyone in the audience,
no, this is not true. This does not say that slaves are only people that are mentally incapacitated.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that slaves are considered people who are not virtuous within that society. That is Aristotle's
No, show me the quote for that.
Sure, I will pull up the literature. I can actually cite it. Why am I doing that? Yeah, the literature on this. Let me pull up a paper on this. I have it on demand.
No, just quote me. Give me the actual source where he says it.
I will, because.
Gotcha.
Yep, I promise that I will. All right, so. Okay, so. And what is the specific claim again that I made?
You're suggesting that according to Aristotle, the only people that are slaves are the mentally incapacitated.
Yeah. So I will read this for you. This is my writing, and I'll cite all my sources, and I can provide them as well. I'll send them in the chat. So since humans range from quote unquote natural slaves to quote unquote absolute kings in Aristotle's view, no single universal fits everyone. Corbett, 2009. Regarding natural slaves, Kraut, 2002, provides a treatment of Aristotle's slavery, discussing the reasoning behind it and emphasizing that those who are incapable of reasoning themselves but do understand it are effectively slaves. While the language is strong, it provides for useful context when considering the reach of the idea.
I'm not interested in what paper you wrote about it. I want to hear what he said.
Yeah, so I'm happy to pull up Corbett 2009. So this
No. I want you to tell me what Aristotle said. I'm not interested in what other people said about him.
Yeah, so Aristotle says he defines that in laws, which is actually Plato, not Aristotle. Plato's laws, you see the definition of a slave is someone who is not virtuous, incapable of right reason, and not.
That's what I'm looking for. Where can I find that quote?
You can find that in laws. You can go and read it.
I actually.
PhD. I'm not here to do the research for you. I cited Corbett.
I have it open in front of me. If you let me know where it's at. What chapter?
Can you give me a moment?
Yep.
Thank you. Because I will pull the direct. Like, I don't understand why you don't believe that I didn't do my homework, but for your argument's sake and for your viewers, I'm happy to show my work.
I'm not actually aware of any early Greek thinkers that said anything about making only slaves of like the people that are mentally deficient.
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's a misrepresentation of what I'm saying.
Who is a slave according to Aristotle, or who's allowed to be a slave?
No. There are natural slaves, right? And then there are slaves who, like, the word slave is misconstrued and misunderstood there. That's not, you are not contextualizing that properly, and I don't think that that's honest, and I'm pulling up the source.
I'm just asking you, when I say slave, I'm talking about a human being owned by another human being.
Yeah, so that's not at all what's being talked about here.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about, yeah, so I'm talking about like metaphysics, and I'm talking about the three major works by Plato, the thought of Aristotle, and again, I didn't think that I would have to go back to the primary source when it's in a peer-reviewed journal. Do you think that that is something that is reasonable for me to have to do
well, if the question is Plato said something or Aristotle said something, then I think you should actually go back to what they said. Like if I quoted you something, if I said the Bible said something, and then rather than quoting you what the Bible said, I quoted you what somebody else said about it, you would understand why that wouldn't be a correct way of doing anything.
Again, if we have peer-reviewed research that has synthesized this already, I have read it, but I am literally having to, like, I'm on ResearchGate right now requesting this article because I'm not signed in with my institution. So there are licenses for these things, as I'm sure you know. Let me try one more time to pull up the direct quote of try one more time. Okay. Yeah, so like yeah, so this is a proof of exactly what I'm saying. Politics 1.4, 1254AL-13. This is the claim that slaves are, again, and if we define the word slave as someone who is incapable of reason or right reason, we would say that they are not merely a tool for action, rather than production. So the point of having a slave isn't to have material belongings; it's to
right. But I'm asking you to quote it for me.
Yeah. So I will read this exactly. I mean, it's literally in Greek. I can't read Greek, but topos text.
You can get it in English.
It's do we trust the translation? Do
I
we
mean,
trust the translation, or should we?
Yeah, I think doulos in Greek is pretty easily translated into English.
Doulos is slave. Yeah, so that's so this is translated by Harris Rackham, and let's see. So the exact is
because I'm looking at politics right now, and it says I'm in 1.4, and it says a slave is a living possession and property, a number of such instruments, and the servant is himself an instrument which takes precedence over all other instruments. For if every instrument could accomplish his own work, obeying or anticipating the will of others, like the statutes of Delius, or the tripods of Hephaestus, so on and so forth. So he's just saying that the slave is someone's property.
So that, I think, is a fundamental misreading of what is actually being said, by virtue of it's quite literally not saying what you just said that it said.
I can show you the exact text.
Yeah, let's put it. I think we should put it on the screen so that people can actually see that what you're saying is literally not what's being said. And I'd like after you describe it or provide some explication, I'd like to discuss it as well.
Yep. In referring to slaves, it says, and so in the arrangement of the family, a slave is a living possession and property, a number of such instruments.
Oh, so you're not going to continue to read? Okay, so I'll.
Oh, I can read more. The servant
Excellent. Yeah,
is
please read the
himself
rest.
an instrument which takes precedence of all their instruments. For if instruments could accomplish its own work, obeying or anticipating the will of others, like the statutes of Daedalus or the tripods of Hephaestus, which, says the poet, of their own accord entered the assembly of the gods, if in like manner the shuttle would weave and the plectrum touch the lyre without hand and guide them, chief workmen would not want servants. So he's saying, because tools like the lyre can't play itself, it can't work itself, the tool that we call a slave or a servant is far superior to other tools because it can actually act and anticipate.
So the idea here that is being illustrated, again, there's a lot of hyperbolic. Slave does not mean slave here. This is not the
Well, what's
Bible.
it
So,
mean?
and I'm happy to provide the actual meaning of this, but I
Well,
want
what
to
word is
outline
used
it.
here?
So this is totally separate from the Bible. This is actually like a real area of study that's like they give people PhDs for this stuff. So what's being discussed here is the slave is someone who is not capable of living virtuously, right? So someone who lives as a despot, someone who lives as someone who is a moral vagabond, right, is not someone who is considered virtuous in the society. If you are not considered virtuous, then you are incapable of being a citizen. If you are not a virtuous citizen, then you are not capable of free thought. So that's the idea of the natural law. If you are not capable of being a constituted human and operating in that, right, then you are not, you know, then you are a slave. So it would suppose that people who do have mental illness, people who don't meet whatever benchmark of the time, right, we would probably say that they're a slave. But there were also protections at that time in some places for people who did have uh, who were deformed or who had issues. I mean, they would beg, and the fact that they were begging shows that they weren't being annihilated and killed, which shows that again, even in ancient societies, they had a way to treat the poor. They had a way to treat those who weren't less than, aside from just killing them, right? So or unaliving them. In some cases, they did, but the prevalence of an existing society, and again, going back to specifically what's being said here about.
I mean, according to what I'm reading right here, Aristotle is even making a case that you can have conjugal visits with slaves.
So, like, I mean,
you know that Plato and other people that went to the symposium were fucking little boys too, right? They don't care about these people.
So there was a lot of problems, and those are addressed. But where do we get the idea of platonic friendship from?
That's not from Plato or Aristotle. It's just how the Greek word is used.
Gotcha. But what is the etymology of that? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it comes
I know
from,
you know what that is, but do you know what the etymology of that is?
It comes from it comes from the Greek word. Yes, I know it's related to Plato.
Yeah. So meaning that it is not okay. There's a line in the sand. At some point, it becomes not okay.
No, it's not the case. We're not asking about the difference. We're not asking about the difference between platonic and non-platonic relations. We're asking about the difference between owning a person and not owning a person.
So what I'm saying here is that the reference to slavery in regards to the polis is not in regards to chattel slavery. It's literally in regards to intellectual slavery. It's in regards
No, it says that they're property.
Where does it say that they're property?
I just read it for you. It literally was right there. It says, and so in the arrangement of the family, the slave is a living possession and property.
Can you be your own property? Can you self-regulate yourself?
We're talking about slaves, which is owned by somebody else.
Can you be a slave to yourself?
No.
Then how people sell themselves into?
That's an adorable metaphor, but you can't own yourself. A slave is strictly someone owned by another person. This, you have to understand, this is getting sad now. Come on.
Okay. I don't think that I think that the virtuous man that Aristotle and thinkers after him, Aquinas, Hobbes, right? I think they're pointing toward the the inviolable things that make us humans, our conscious, our sense of right and wrong, which
Sure.
again aren't totally arbitrary. If it weren't, like
And
Justin, if it weren't so, then I would like what would
and
stop you?
none of that could help them understand that slavery wasn't right or wrong. They all agreed that slavery was just a natural form of life based on the laws of nature.
If that were so, then why wouldn't it be arbitrary? Why would we now have it be totally incorrect for slavery if it was totally subjective? It never was subjective. It was always
Exactly. Thank you. I don't believe in objective morals. You do. See, that's the whole point here. You believe in objective morals. You can't give me the foundation for them. Your foundation is like this, like flapping in the wind.
It's 1,000 years of philosophy, Justin, and you haven't
Well,
substantively.
they don't agree. Right? You can't say that philosophy is my objective moral when they don't agree. So like, what do you mean philosophy is get your objective morals?
So some people do disagree, but we have this like we have this. Would you agree that there seems to be a linearization around Christian thought and ideas?
I don't even know what you mean by linearization.
What do you mean? You had to linearize things all the time and
Yeah.
differential equations, like.
I don't know what you mean in terms of the morals of the Christians to linearize Christianity.
Yeah, so the thought starting in one place and being extended but not distended, right? Being extended and not being taken away from, being properly extended throughout history. And there is a clear line of that thinking that has literally not been imitated anywhere else in history.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What in Christianity hasn't been implemented elsewhere?
I'm saying the thought. So like if you
What thought?
like Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, like Augustine, like all of these, like Aquinas, Luther, Hooker, Calvin, like Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, and then eventually like Rawls, right? You and like there's a clear line of thinking here. And
I don't know what that means. Like modern philosophies are like 66% atheists.
Yes, that's my point.
So it sounds like if philosophy then is an indicator of anything, it's an indicator that God doesn't exist.
Well, we have subsidized the things that a God might do to more certain things, like a jury, right? So instead of having a witch trial and burning someone at the stake, we now have a jury by your peers. We have the Fourth Amendment, which prevents unlawful, search and seizure, right? So
that existed prior to Christianity.
Yes, yeah, yep. But
I don't understand what Christianity has to do with any of this.
Because Christianity is literally the expression of these things that we know to be true, and we've subsidized these actions to.
But it's literally not. Christianity can't be an extension of what we know to be true, given that it's just patently false, and it endorses things that we don't think are true, like slavery is okay, owning women like property is okay, selling your daughter as a concubine is okay. If we know those things to be false, then Christianity can't be some sort of a linear connection to it.
I don't think any Christian agrees with that, and I think it's much easier to just say that people wrote.
Agrees with what?
I don't think any Christians agree with like grape or slavery or
they used to.
Women.
They used to. For the vast majority of the church, until like the 1700s, they were still allowing concubines.
That's not good.
I know, because the Bible says it's okay to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're trying to compare what Christians think now to what Christians have always thought, and there's never been a unified Christian thought. That's why Martin Luther was okay with confiscating the property of the Jews and burning down their synagogues.
He was a notorious anti-Semite, though. Notorious.
So were most Jews. So were most Christians. Most Christians were anti-Semites for a long time.
Do you think it's cherry picking a little bit to pick Luther? Like, come on, Luther.
Nope.
He's the biggest anti-Semite in like history. Aside,
he's the linearization of anti-Semitism in Christianity.
In the American expression of it, potentially, right?
He was European.
He came over here, but
Luther came to America?
His ideas did. Sure, they did.
Oh, sure. They went everywhere. Yeah.
My question is, how do you reconcile, like, because I have no doubt that you've had plenty of Christians tell you like, well, you're just like denying the truth that you know, like, but we both know that it's always wrong to like hurt other people. So if you that is something that is known across all religions,
It's
across
not
all
though.
societies.
It's not.
You don't think there's a universal law of not hurting other people?
If there was, then the ancient Jews wouldn't think that it's okay to commit genocide. They wouldn't think it's okay to murder babies. People are like literally right now. Look at what happened between Israel and Gaza. There are innocent people that were harmed, and they think that they have a reason to justify that. People don't agree on these morals, even if you think that they do.
I think that people use the Bible to achieve terrible actions. In the same way
Gazans
people
aren't
use
Christian.
Islam and other texts, and people will do terrible evils in the name of religion that will turn, that'll make your skin crawl. But that doesn't mean that the actual faith is incorrect. Like, if
But
Jesus was a real person?
that was your argument. You're saying that the reason why this religion is correct is because it somehow comports with our modern notion of morals, but it doesn't.
Then why is like the war in Iran bad? Or like, nobody disagrees that war is bad. Who
But
disagrees?
again, a lot of people think war is acceptable, and so did the people in the Bible. God thought that war was acceptable. Listen, society has moved beyond these barbaric religions. That's why a lot of people, most people agree that we shouldn't be engaging in senseless wars anymore. But that wasn't necessarily true even 100 years ago. In fact, even now, there's a high percentage of people in Islam that are in favor of both Sharia and jihad, and they're heavily in favor of killing apostates because not everyone agrees that killing is wrong.
Killing is always wrong. Slavery is always wrong.
Not if you're Muslim.
Well, I think it's wrong if you're a Christian.
Not according to the Bible.
Well, I think that people incorrectly wrote down what God was saying.
Well, then we shouldn't trust the book. Right? Either Christianity is an outflow of some naturalistic phenomenon, or it's not. Like if it's not an outflow of nature and the book can't be trusted, then it's time to throw it away, man. Just pack it up. You're done.
But Jesus was like real though. And
so what? So was Muhammad.
Well, like the Essenes and the Nazarenes, like they continued what Jesus was actually doing. Like we can point to people who followed the Jesus.
So what?
Who followed the Jesus tradition early on.
So what? We can do the same with Muhammad. We got hadith that are from like within his lifetime.
Well, I mean, they had to spread it through like caravans of like, rape and violence. That's
so
not how the early followers.
So did Judaism in Israel. Judaism and Christianity both spread by the sword. Especially Judaism. Judaism formed with, hey, go murder these people.
Yeah, but not Christianity. Like that was
Christianity is Judaism, according to you.
Well, Judaism gave birth to Christianity.
So
the Canaanites, right, came out of the southern highlands, and the Israelites, and they were the Hibaru or some such,
That's not. You don't want to do the Hibaru conversation.
Well, I'm not trying to be right. I think I can learn a lot from you on that. But
the Hibaru only sound like Hebrews in English. In actual Hebrew, the Hebrews are called Evrit or Evri, and they're from the ancestor Ever. So when you look at it in Hebrew, it actually doesn't sound as convincing as it is. The Hibaru or the Abiru were basically just nomadic people. They existed all over the place. In fact, during the period of King Idrami of Alalach, he actually went down into like the plains of northern, well, it wasn't called Israel then, but he went down into the plains of northern Palestine and collected quite a few of these supposed vagabonds and actually made like a vagabond city up in Anatolia and like waged war. They were just basically nomads that were okay with waging war, like the Gutians.
I think a good closer question for you would be, what if you're wrong and you die? I know what happens if I'm wrong and I die. If I'm wrong and I die, oh well, right? But if you're wrong and you die, what if you go to hell?
Well, what if you go to Islamic hell?
I don't think
what if you get there. What if you get reincarnated as an ant because you didn't achieve enlightenment because you thought that the Christian God was okay?
I don't think that I'll like if I got reincarnated I said and.
Like your question assumes that only Christianity is true, right? That it's Christianity versus atheism, but you could be wrong about any other religion.
So I guess maybe a better question would be, what do you think that I should do with what are some, because I'm going to guess that the weakest point that you would say in my argument is that I'm unable to tie a unifying like theory over the goodness of human beings because humans historically maybe haven't been so good, and that the Bible being, like, I'm a Christian, right? The Bible contains atrocities. I would describe, like, I can't say they're all descriptive because some of them are prescriptive. What harmonization, if there is any, can exist for me? It's my understanding that Dr. Bowen's wife also an Assyriologist, but
Mhm.
has decided to arrive at the other side of that coin.
She's still a theist, yeah.
How can I harmonize some of these things? And for me, like, maybe the ultimate thing isn't a desire for truth. Maybe it's a desire for comfort in some of the niceties that now it is the desire is for truth in my professional work, as a scholar, as someone who is engaging with the literature, like as an economist. Like, that's something that's extremely important to me, but it's not like my faith is not intermingled at all in that,
Mhm.
right? So how can I move forward in an intellectually honest way that doesn't totally destroy like my theology? Because it's a pretty quick deconversion process from here. If because like I'm not stupid. Like, of course I've thought about what you've said before. I've seen you before. Um, what are ways for Christian scholars to maybe separate the Christian from being? I don't want that to be
Mhm.
attached, right? I want to.
Well,
Dr. Bowen and I both have the same alma mater, so.
mhm. One of the things I would say is, I had a number of professors, even though I went to Christian institutions, that I would classify as agnostic. You can believe in some agnostic form of God and still like prefer that God to be similar to the God of the Bible and just kind of get rid of the bad stuff. But my suggestion is like, listen, if you're gonna take a form of God that to believe in, and it's really more based on your own logic and your own reasoning, then you don't really need the Christian God. Like, you can call it God, just maybe don't call it the Christian God. Like, if believing in God really helps you, like, and you really need that, I wouldn't take that from you. I've got people who went through like narca, I want to say the name get banned, NA and AA, who they feel like having a higher power really helps them. And I'm not going to go to them and say, hey, you shouldn't believe in God. So if like believing in God really like somehow finds benefit for your life, have it, but maybe just be honest with yourself as, hey, maybe it's not actually the God described in this book.
Yeah, because like there's no way, like that is like the idea of biblical inerrancy is not something that was ever really like where is that in scripture?
That's the
Like
problem. Yeah.
Jesus contradicts all like if he is the fulfillment of it, then he can do whatever he wants, right? But like my understanding of this all has just been my religion is my religion. I've seen the apologist arguments. I'm not a young earth creationist. I believe in evolution. I actually, if anything, maybe would take you to task on your infinite regression, and because I don't think there's enough energy to perpetuate that continually. I don't think that we can have an
Well,
infinite amount of regresses because there's like cosmologically speaking, the other doctoral candidate, he made really, really, really strong points. Like, I don't know, maybe
well,
God is this quantum idea. What if God is just the quantum problem?
if gravity exists, though, then you can never get rid of energy. You're never going to run out of energy. Like, if you took two static items and placed them in outer space with nothing else around them, like, they're going to eventually start moving. Anytime you have movement, you got energy.
What do you think? I think that the unified field forces split, and I think there was a big bang. I think there was a beginning. I fail to. So the law of conservation of energy, yes, it obviously only applies vacuously because of like heat transfer, all of these different things. but this was my frustration. Sam made a strong argument and then defended it very, very poorly because a total complete lack of understanding of any of the science. If there's any mapping one to one of the splitting of the field forces, Genesis 2 and stuff like that, I don't even really believe that. You have to start getting into ideas of like time dilation, which is something that I used to try and reconcile with young Earth thought, but I believe the universe is 13.86 billion years old. Humans have been around for 300,000 years.
Why would we believe that the universe didn't exist?
Because it's not really a closed system, so I haven't seen any science to suggest that the universe is a closed system. And philosophically, like I think the closer we get to like understanding any of this stuff, like I did a little bit of graduate math and topology in grad school, but my physicist professors told me, they said that they don't really understand it and that gravity wins, and that's kind of all that they really know at this point. It
I
seems like a
agree.
really open question.
I think
It doesn't
gravity
seem like
wins.
Yeah, like I like he did supersymmetry. His name's Dr. James Cook. He did his PhD at NC State. Yeah, I'm not trying to be an apologist. I'm trying to say that I think that I can hold on to like some kind of theistic evolution. I think that I can hold on to Jesus of Nazareth and believe that people corrupted the things that he said. And Paul is a great example of this. I think Paul is actually, maybe you should clip me saying this. Paul is the greatest apologetic for Jesus Christ, because why would we include all of that stuff that Paul wrote if we didn't also admit that humans are flawed and that there's a much greater Paul, so to speak, right? Don't follow Paul as he follows Christ, follow Christ.
Well, that's one thing. Well, listen,
and also, I'm not a Trump supporter. I am not a Trump supporter, by the way.
I believe you. I believe you.
Like, this is insane.
No, you can't study it.
I'm literally a Democrat socialist, by the way. So
yeah, you can't study economics and support Trump. Don't worry. I wouldn't have accused you of being a Trump supporter. All right, listen, it's way late. I was supposed to be off here like an hour and a half ago, but I thought we were having fun, so I kept going. Awesome. But thanks for hanging out with me. We probably went for like 2.5 hours. I thought it was a fun conversation, but come back and check in with us sometime in the future. Let's see where you're at. Again, like there's nothing inherently wrong with believing in God. I'm just make sure that the God you believe in actually is tied to something logical. I don't think this book is logical.
That is a fair conclusion. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much. And yeah, you have a wonderful evening. I appreciate the discussion.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Nice guy. I hope he gets through it okay. I remember being in the phase where I was just like relentlessly fighting against what became the inevitable. It's hard, and he didn't sound like a bad guy. He's just doing what everyone does. You're fighting it, tooth and nail. But what are you gonna do? That's part of the process. Clever Moniker says, we never mind doing the Trinity. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Actually, Dove, I love talking about the Trinity. To me, it's my favorite pretzel subject, where you actually just get to watch somebody turn into pretzels. The Trinity, everyone thinks that they can explain it, but nobody can. And Gentleman says, is Jacko trying to move a sofa? Wow, the pivots. Oh, fuck. Yes. Hold on.
Pivot! Pivot!
Nailed it.
Pivot! Pivot!
All right, that's a long one. We got some pivots in there. Pat says, yeah, this all great designer needs to be shit. Yeah, needs to be sacked. Didn't do a good job. Failure. F on the paper. And Pat says, when God commands murder, like, you know what? Listen, murder's always bad unless God commands it. Then you get to do special pleading, and because reasons, right? Hank says, Jacoby would fail remedial sandpit. Hold on. Wait, what? What's sand pit? Hold on. Sand pit. I feel like this is a joke of like the easiest game on the playground, failing the sand pit. And I could agree with you. The Jacoby wasn't he wasn't doing a whole lot. And Pick, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks for everything you do. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Picket Beads. I really appreciate that. Also, good question, says Jesusaurus Rex. You know what? Good question. I liked you until just now. I would never name anything I liked after Jesus, like Jesusaurus Rex, but I get it. You were doing your best there, friend. Still love you. And Pat says, when they use science to back up their claim without real studies, experiments, or reality, but only use ancient magic fairy Gnostic candy equals slow death. It really does. I do enjoy, though, like people do love to make like generalized claims about science and history without being specific. And I've found that over the course of time, like when you press them on the actual claim, quite often they don't actually know where it came from or why it holds true. They're just kind of generally repeating like something they heard, like they saw it in a headline. Former prophet, my friend, thank you for the super. That says update. Dad is doing good. Love to hear it, buddy. Sturdy went well. Doug provides. Rock hard for Doug. Your cooking got me through the wait. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, former prophet Nathan. We're happy to hear that he's doing well, and hopefully you're doing well. I know this is a super difficult time. Really is hard to watch when your parents go through this. So we're with you, friend. And Shifty Ozers says, have you considered a rebrand to Justin Reads the Bible? Got a unique ring to it, if you ask me. The problem is Joel already got it. Joel Reads Bible already beat me to the punch, so I can't do it. I would. It's a good name. And River Nate says, is Jeebus the first death by cop in recorded history? Well, I'll tell you what. He's not the first, but now that you mean it, like now that you mention it, the way Jesus went out is absolutely like the 21st century death by cop. Like you're just like fuck around and find out, but you're doing it on purpose because you want to get capped. That definitely reminds me of the biblical Jesus, actually. And PDX Geek says, I was saying maybe a hot dense state was a celestial being. When it dies, oh, interesting. It explodes, and now we are microbes in the corpse. That's an interesting phrase. I don't know why we would think that. If there is a God, and it was just the singularity or the moment after the singularity, and then it died, I just don't know why we would call it God. At that point, I would question, like, what's the definition of God we're working with here? Because it sounds like you and I might have a different one. Possum Fish, hey, thank you for the super difference. Says, I would scare my cat away from electronic equipment using compressed air can. Oh, the spray sound scared her. Always enjoy the show. Well, thank you, Possum Fish. I appreciate the suggestion. I can get some compressed air cans. It's not hard. You're right. The air out of it probably sounds like a hissing, which they probably don't like. I'll have to get one of those. I do know also, hold on. They hate the sound of like these singing bowls, like these guys here. Don't like that at all. Now this is a small one. They don't mind this one too much. I've got a bigger one downstairs. They hate that sound when they're like climbing on the tables and counters. You just ring that bowl and they're scampering right out. But I need a bigger one for the office so I can ring it up here. Dave is made. Thank you for the super chat. Says, an atheist influence here in Brazil recently went through a horrible tragedy. I'm sorry to hear that. His son and child's mother both passed in an accident, and you can guess the horrendous things the loving evangelical Christians are saying. Well, if I know anything about Christians, they're saying horrible things about him and saying God did it, because that's what they do. Never mind all the Christians that die horrible deaths, right? The Ministry of Doug, hey, beautiful name, my friend, says, stupid day. Oh, stupid day at work and feeling like I'll be quitting tomorrow. Well, listen, I've been there. So I'm glad to come home to my favorite streamer. Holy shit. I know you meant to say streamer, but I kind of like favorite steamer. To be fair, I think that's a good line. No shade to other creators, Rocker for Doug and Simply What for sharing. Well, thank you, the Ministry of Doug. I really appreciate that. And listen, there are other more entertaining, more charismatic streamers out there, I'm sure. So I really appreciate y'all that come and hang out with me, even though I talk about like really boring Bible shit and I drag you through mind-numbing conversations demanding to see quotations from Aristotle. I get it. That's boring for some people. It's exciting for me, though. And Birdkeeper Mikey says, thanks again for providing this platform for spreading truth. Hope to join you in the online debate space when I'm not in a job that I could face repercussions for doing so. Rock hard for Doug. Chest hair rocks. Oh, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Birdkeeper. Actually, when I was still working my engineering position, people would send letters to literally the fucking president of my company. It was crazy. The religious people out here are out of their minds. Like they have no boundaries. Like just the fact that I exist, they're out here trying to like ruin our lives. That's one of the reasons. And the amount of death threats I get, like it's crazy. People are nuts out there. Be safe, friends. Games Onesie says FKA Skeptic Sam. What? What's FKA? Damn it! Now I gotta look this up. FKA meaning formerly known as. I have no idea why I was. All right, Games Onesie. All right, you are formerly known as Skeptic Sam. Thank you for letting me know, Skeptic Sam. Hey, Justin. So the counter apologetics didn't quite work out for me, but I'm about to start a gaming channel. Hell, congratulations. So thanks much for trying to support my old account. So Skeptic Sam, I don't know why it didn't work out. Did you become a Christian now? Hold on. Let me find out. I guess I'm confused why. I see I'm still subscribed. I don't know why it didn't work out for you. Maybe did the debates not go the way he would hope they would go? I don't know what else to think. But I mean, nevertheless, listen, I'm subbed to your account still. So if you drop a video, I'll be able to access it. So just, let us know. Hope you're doing well, friend. And Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, Gretchen. Actually, I'll be seeing you in person soon over at the California meetup. So linguistic miracle is Arabic for metaphor. Okay, yeah, cool, got it. Linguistic miracle had me, by the way. That was a wild conversation. I know some people get bored doing the Muslim stuff, but for me, it's always funny. And Gretchen says, Mikhail, Justin, I've watched all your videos, but also I'm about to run the same tired Islamic lines on you and M's. Sure, pal, get bent. Gretchen, I'm with you. I don't understand how somebody can come in, watch the same debate over and over again, get the same information over and over again, see the theist lose over and over again, and then think to myself, I want to come in and give the identical same fucking debate. Like, how do you think it's going to go for you? Oh, well, I'm the big, that's why, like, my debating career, I didn't get into it on a whim. Like, I had been watching people like Matt debate for a long time, and I'm like, I knew I could do a good job. I was like, listen, I have a good education in this field, and I think I'm really logical and good at doing resource work. So it wasn't like I just jumped into it by accident. I was like, no, I actually think I could do this for good reasons. I had good reason to think I could do it. Whereas a lot of people get up here, I have no idea why they think they could do it. Like, they've exhibited no skills whatsoever in doing any of this type of stuff. I'm the Big Cheese says, general God concept cannot argue for a God that is source of morality as opposed to being amoral. I agree. The generic God concept, there's no good argument for it being all loving or all good. That's why, I'll press the question, how do you know that your God is good? And it always evokes the same response. You don't and you can't, right? You have to presuppose it. And May Meow Meow says, thank you for trying to insert some rationality into people detached from reality who worship a Sky Daddy. Well, listen, that is kind of the goal of the channel. And I realize that it's hard, but you got to remember, like, once upon a time, a lot of us were on the other side, and it took a lot of persuasion to get us over. But I'm willing to put in the work to see the harvest. Pun intended. Sorry, Jesus, you're dead now. Mostly Gizzard, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I had to protect my cables from cats with citrus spray oil. That's what worked best, in my opinion. You know what, Mostly Gizzards? This is actually the case. This is what I've heard. Some citrus on the stuff. Citrus oils would actually last longer rather than just straight up evaporating off. Let me see if I can find some though real quick. I bet they've got some citrus oil repellents on the Amazon. So do quite a bit, actually. I'll give that a look. I really appreciate it. I thought straight water would be fine, but a preventative measure would be even better. So I don't even have to resort to the water. But former prophet says that wasn't communism. It was state capitalism. Yeah, dude, listen, the amount of people who don't fully know like what communism did is pretty wild to me. And they constantly confuse like the SS with being communist. They weren't. They were by name socialists, but that really wasn't actually the case either. But like, I don't know, they were a far right wing fringe religious movement, and violent too. Exact lead. Thank you for the super chat. Says Christians feel crazy nihilist. Wait, Christians feel crazy nihilist. I think you mean nihilist. What more nihilistic than hoping? What is more nihilistic than hoping for the end of the world and not caring what gets her on the way? This is a fair point. Like, if Christians are nihilistic, it's only because of because of Christians' eschatological view that the end is nigh and that they have to usher it in, like by building the third temple and other nonsense like that from the Book of Revelation that they haven't actually read properly. If that is the case, that nihilism is basically nothing else matters and only the end of the world, and you could definitely count the Christians in. But I think the one thing that Christians would differ on is Christians aren't really waiting for the end and then just the end. Like, they're waiting for the end of this world so that they can enjoy the fruits of the next world, which means they're not really nihilists. They're just more like throwing away this one life to get a different life. Whereas in the atheist worldview, like you just have the one life. There's nothing at the end, so it doesn't really matter. Sherry, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. It says Alex Tech Chew Proof Cable Protector, Amazon. Oh shit, let me check that out. Alex Tech. Fuck, I can't type this late at night. Alex Tech Chew Proof. Oh, a cable. Sorry, my brain. A cable protector, like a plastic cable protector. We'll see. I've actually got some of those. I'd have to find some that are like in Teflon. Maybe not Teflon, something that's like steel braided or something, because that wouldn't, I think the cat would just chew right by that. I get it though, but it's a good suggestion, Sherry, but I think I've got too many cables to work that out. I'm sorry, you can't see how many cables I'm working with back here, but I'd need like 15 of them, and I don't know, it just seems like it'd be, might be kind of a burden to do, but I think the spray-on thing might work. Maybe I'll try the cable protectors after that, who knows, but, they make quite a few different cable protectors. I've used many over the years. Maybe I'll find one that works. Maybe I combine the cable protector with the citrus. And Joe White says, good to see Justin talking to someone he can have equal fun with. Actually, I would say we had two very, very fucking long conversations tonight. I know the audience probably got tired of them. We had two very long conversations where it seemed like they were operating in good faith, and I think maybe we even made some progress. And I realize, guys, but please, audience, I understand that some of these long conversations are boring as shit for you, and I apologize for that. But the reality is, if I feel like I can make movement with somebody, if I feel like I can gradually win them over to my position, I'm going to spend some time on it. Because remember, the goal of this channel is not just to cook people, right? The goal of the channel is to win hearts and minds to our position. The goal of the channel is to get people to agree with us. And sometimes, you have to have long, difficult conversations with somebody in order to make it happen. Jennifer says, we have Shem Tov's Hebrew Matthew medieval. It's true. In fact, I've got a copy. Well, fuck, it's over here. I've actually got a copy of Hebrew Matthew. But yeah, it doesn't look anything like what we would expect for an early Matthew. So I get you. If you do want a copy of Matthew, Shem Tov's, certainly something you can take advantage of. Also, the Moody Bible Institute publishes their own edition as well of the Gospels, all of the Gospels in Hebrew. Peace Loving Cake says, Sam must have bought the new Amazon Echo chamber speaker. Alexa, whisper sweet lies into my ear until I believe they're true. Oh, shit. Well, Sam, he was indoctrinated. He's trying, though. We were all indoctrinated a little bit. Coco, my friend, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says early church fathers said the earth was flat and killed people for saying otherwise. So church fathers said holds no more weight than Simon says. 100% agreed. Every time someone brings up the church fathers, I'm like, why the fuck do I care about the church fathers? Like, if they couldn't agree with themselves, then I don't care. Like, they don't hold any weight or authority to me. I get it, though. Like, if you can't appeal to the Bible, I don't know, maybe appeal to somebody else you think you might have authority. Hey, Get the Lawnmower says, found info on ancient magic practiced around Jesus' era. Magic items found. Various incantations in magical language. Maybe Jesus was into it. Listen, the Egyptians at this time period were super well known for doing magic, actually. There's tons of magic and incantations from ancient Egypt. That's one of the things you'll find in the context of scripture. You'll find a huge section on incantations. Highly recommend it. And Randy says, this boy's Bible fanfic is hilarious. Well, he tried, right? He tried. The Bible fanfic is fun, though. Like, it's true because somebody 200 years later said so, right? And Not a Robot, good to see you, buddy, says, so Sam, you're saying your religion is true because the people who believed it's true believe that it's true? That checks out. I mean, that was the root of the conversation. It's true because other people believed it to be true. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for Sharon and Justin's fucking rock. Thank you for that. And yeah, like, listen, if all you have is, well, people that were there at the time believed it to be true, doesn't really get me very far. People at the beginning of every religion think that is true. Cool Cat says, at least in the kingdom of heaven, it implies that there are defined social tiers in heaven. Agreed. Which makes Jesus default Regina George of the afterlife. Fair. And it is true, though, that in like the Jesus version of the afterlife, there's absolutely some kind of like hierarchy, like least and greatest, and people that have different roles and whatnot. And if you read Isaiah 65, when the new kingdom, new heaven, new Jerusalem, new earth, all that bullshit happens, it seems that the same thing is there. Not going to get rid of hierarchy. Paul lied. Space Lord says, Christians, joke's on you, persecutors. I'm into this martyr shit. Persecutees, maybe? Hold on, yeah, those being persecuted, they very well could have been into that, actually. Maybe they had a fetish kink, right? Or a kink fetish, or, hold on, abuse fetish? I'm not sure what to call it. Some people have fetishes for that shit. Tana, thank you for the $10 super chat, and hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you for that. It says, as a Texan, your stream keeps me sane when speaking with some of these people around me. It's rough out here, Justin. Keep doing what you're doing. Praise Doug. Well, thank you. And yes, it is rough. I'm lucky that I live in the north, and it's not an invasive species for me. I get some reprieve. But down in Texas, man, you're getting it from every side. And Jodica says, proof of God, Cheetos and bacon are delicious. Checkmate, atheist. You know what? That's a pretty good one. The one that still haunts me, the one that keeps me up at night, is premise number 1, all dogs go to heaven. Conclusion, checkmate, atheist. That one's hard to overcome. That's a tough one. Actually, I don't know what to do with that one just yet. I might still convert. Not a Robot says, so God is real because you imagined him. Gotcha. Listen, well, that's every precept argument ever, right? God is real because somehow I can imagine him, right? That's the ontological argument. Chodiga says, oh wow, name dropped a guy you described as similar to William Lane Craig. What a trustworthy source. I believe in blood magic now. And listen, name dropping can be fun. Like if you have somebody that the other person admires, name dropping can be useful. But generally in debates, no one gives a fuck about name dropping. For every one scholar that agrees with you, I can find one that agrees with me. Name dropping isn't all that important. Always look for the consensus view. The consensus of scholars, right? Finding one fridge scholar is meaningless. Peace, Love, and Cake says the Bible teaches you how to be an obedient slave. Agreed. Not how to be a good person. Trying to get morals from the Bible is like trying to get a Trumper to stop chugging the orange Kool-Aid. Yep. Peace, Love, and Cake, I agree, actually. No fault with that one. Getting morals from the Bible is like trying to, well, I'm not going to say it. It's horrible. There's no good morals that you need in the Bible that you can't find elsewhere. iReactor, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm sick of the argument that if you're a moral person in the West, then you're at least a crypto Christian is wild, by the way. Jesus didn't invent morality, dude. Listen, I get it. If you're a Christian and you're trying to defend the religion, you don't have a lot of tools in your toolbox. You're going to say stuff like, well, without Christianity, you wouldn't have the things that you're enjoying right now. Well, first of all, not only is that not fucking true, it wasn't true back then of those people, the people living in any time period in the past. They weren't enjoying the joys of their society because of Christianity. It just happened to be that they lived at a time period where Christianity was flourishing, and also so did humanist ideas, just like today. And God Eating Penguin says Jesus is 3 in 1, just like Man Bear Pig. You know what? This is true. And Man Bear Pig is real. I know because South Park said so, and also because what the fuck was his face from Al Gore? Al Gore said so as well. And Al Gore is super serial, y'all. Miss Tammy, thank you for the $1.49 super thanks popcorn. Big W friend. And also Philodragon. Good to see you, Aaron. Says, isn't cafeteria Christianity so convenient? I pick and choose, and no matter how terrible it is, I keep eating the old spoiled dishes by faith. Yes. Yes. That's the weird thing with the cafeteria Christian nonsense. It's like, listen, if you're just picking and choosing the nonsense that you like, just throw the book out. What are we doing? Why are we still reading this book if we're just going to pick and choose the stuff that we like? We can do that without the book. We don't even need the book for that. And Zan Batu says, I'm currently deconstructing from Mormonism. Oh, congratulations. And was wondering if you can point me to some information or creators that deconstruct from that belief. Rock Frederick. Well, there are some creators on TikTok or YouTube. On YouTube, obviously, one of my favorites is going to be Jimmy Snow. Jimmy Snow is actually ex-Mo. There's a couple of ex-Mormon creators. Give me a second. I follow another one. I just have to think of their name. Alyssa Grenfell. Alyssa Grenfell is a very popular ex-Mormon. She's got like 500,000 followers. Her channel's dynamite. I'm trying to think of. There's definitely got to be others. There's a guy on TikTok I like a lot who's ex-Mormon. Give me a second. It's Shane. 1 second. Sorry, I gotta mute this tab real quick. TikTok just opens up full blast every time I open up the website. Shane something or another. He's a friend of mine. It's been a while since I talked to him. Damn. Why isn't the last name coming to me? Oh, because he changed his channel name. It's now called Shane Deconstructs. Shane _ Deconstructs on TikTok. Really cool creator, ex-Mormon, just dope individual, highly recommend. And there are others. If you go to YouTube and TikTok and just type in ex-Mo or ex-Mormon, you'll find a bunch of them. In fact, even during this live stream, I bet there's some ex-Mormons in the chat that'll wave their hand at you. Troy's double the flavor, double the Z. Thank you for the $70 super chat. That's humongous, friend, and very generous. I really appreciate that. Huge W. Says, love your content, brother. Keep it up. Well, listen, I'm trying. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm trying to do as much content as possible, and also contain my sanity, not lose my mind. So I'm gonna keep doing it, friend. And thank you for supporting the channel. I can't do it without support from friends like you. And Carissa, thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's super generous, and it helps the channel a lot. Also, again from God Eating Penguin, says, hell yeah, I ate the fuck out of God. Indeed. I was glad to see that we were able to use the God Eating Penguin tonight in an adequate argument. I thought it was a lot of fun. I think it went well, too. And Classy Harper says, does Marcy have a YouTube channel? If so, name? No, sorry, Marcy doesn't have YouTube yet. But she is on TikTok. So check her out on TikTok, y'all. If you can't find her, just go to my profile and type in Marcy. It'll pop up. Or I think it's Marceline. Hank says, can we have an enslavement apologist timer? Oh, maybe. The problem with setting up timers is it's actually inconvenient from a creator standpoint. I don't know how helpful it is to explain why that is the case, but it certainly is the case, actually. It's getting timers in OBS is kind of a nuisance. I have to get a better method for that. Maybe if I get a better method, I'll add more timers. And Kenneth says, Darius, I can't read Greek, so we trust the translation. Well, Darius, which language are you using? Are you basing your argument on? Cognitive dissonance is strong. You know what? I think, Darius, was experiencing some cognitive dissonance, but I think he was trying. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to get too mad at it because I know I did as well. I remember when I was deconstructing, I there was so many times where like I knew what the right answer was, but I couldn't bring myself to come to grips with it. I think that's all part of the process. It's hard to watch when somebody else is doing it. I know that much is really hard to watch. But when you're in it, you're just out there fighting for your life. Like you ever I don't know if anyone played sports, but like I remember being in like football games, and I was lucky to go to a school that had a pretty good football program. But I remember a couple of times where we're like in games, we're like, well, we're fucking cooked. Not gonna win this one, but you're still fighting tooth and nail. Like no matter if you think you're gonna win or lose, right? I think religion's kind of that way. There's a lot of people that, whether you think it's likely that it's going to win out and be true, you're going to fight for it tooth or nail anyways, because it's bringing some kind of value to you, you know? And Kay says, your god fella is abhorrent, son. Well, that is, yes. Yeah, the god of this book's not a good dude. And God Sinner, thank you for the additional super chat, says the church took so many L's that it reformed time and time again. They moved the mass, graves, PDF files, and callers want to suggest they have it right this time. Sad, gross nonsense. No spinny for caller. You know what? It's a good point because, like, listen, modern Christians will be like, well, those other Christians in the past weren't real Christians. You know, in 1,000 years, people are going to look at Christians right now and be like, well, they weren't real Christians, right? This whole they weren't real Christians thing never works out well. And Kayak It 67, thank you for the additional super disc, says every child ever. My dad is super powerful and mom is pure and innocent. Sound familiar? Grow out of this toddler's forever dream already. It is that way. And I think part of it is evolutionary programmed into us, because like we want to have like this everlasting parent that loves us and cares for us, going to be proud for us, and you know, went before us and has like a mansion prepared for us and all that nonsense. And while as nice as that is, you know, to feel in the tum-tum, no evidence for it. Not the Bible, Jason. Great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, lazy Christians, you need to prove your faith. I saw a true Christian shit into a cup on a live last night to defend his Jesus, and Jesus loved it. Listen, I don't know what kind of live stream you're watching, but if there's a live stream where people are literally scatting for Jesus, you let me know. I need to find that. That's wild. And Shifty Oars says, if Justin Reed's Bible is too similar to another channel, what do you think about the name Juxzo? No way that will overlap with anyone else. I don't even know what that means. What does Juxzo mean? I think based on the way branding works, that Justin Zone? Juxzo, maybe? Maybe, I don't know. Just Looking says, it was on Thinkers Live. Somebody on Thinkers Live shat into a cup. Man, I got some fucking questions for Thinker next time I talk to her. Holy shit. Okay. Purist QI? I hope I said that right. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I just want to say, love your content and keep it up. Thanks for not babying them. Hey, thank you, Pierce. I appreciate that. And you're right. When they're nice, I do want to give them space to breathe and articulate, but I don't want to baby them. Babying them is how they stay in the faith in the first place. We don't need that. We need a little bit of tough love. And Jay, thank you for the spirit, says they were socialists in the same way the DPRK is a democratic democracy. Exactly. It hardly matters what people like that label themselves, honestly. That's where I'm at. Even if you call yourself a socialist, if you are actually in a dictatorship, you're not really a socialist. You're just part of a dictatorship, you know? William says, Granix bitter apple spray on Amazon. You know what? You're not the first person to mention that specific one, by the way. Let's see. That specific spray, somebody, like 2 people in real life have already recommended it to me. So I'm going to go right now and see if they have one for cats. I see a bunch for dogs. I wonder if the cat formula is the same. Well, they've got a 2-pack even. Okay. Adding it to the cart. Thank you. I really appreciate that, William. Hopefully it'll work. I'll be spraying down these cables soon. Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, my son is going to jail. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that. My son is going to jail and then rehab so he doesn't go back to prison or die. There's nothing anyone can do about it, and I'll be sad enough on my own, but I wanted to tell someone, so everyone, anonymously. Well, listen, we're sorry to hear that. That's a really rough thing to experience. It's one thing to go to prison yourself. I think it's another thing to have one of your children experience. Like, it's one thing for me to get hurt. It's another thing for my child to get hurt. I would much rather get hurt than my child get hurt. So I'm sure right now what you're going through is like crazy fucking hard. And I'm sorry to hear it, Bacon and Bush. But hopefully with the rehab and getting connected with the right people on the way out, hopefully it won't have to be a repeat experience. Sometimes it is. Let's hope this isn't one of those things. Martin in the comments is asking thoughts on racism. It's fucking horrific and it's a real problem. I'm not sure what to say. Heather says Artemis 2 is awesome. I agree. Artemis 2 is single-handedly dunking on all the flirts right now. They don't know it, but it absolutely is. And King Nast, hey, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. From one Justin to another. Hell yeah, we got another Justin in the house. Thank you for that, Justin. Huge W. And not the Bible Jason come in and again says, make a Christian uncomfortable once a day. Every little bit counts. Maybe a bi-monthly window flyer during church service. Get creative and have fun. Listen, I agree. Listen, we can do a flyer. If you want to do some deconstruction zone flyers, I'll gladly do a flyer that you can like put on people's windshields at church or something. It'd be a lot of fun. I have been thinking more and more about just doing like a billboard. I think a billboard would be an exciting thing to do, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work out. I mean, they're probably pretty pricey. I don't know what kind of people would call in. And to be fair, they'd probably all call in at the wrong time. I don't know. Nevertheless, friends, listen, it is now 2:15 in the morning. I think I've read all the super chats. I'm way past my bedtime. I'm never supposed to be up this late unless like a Friday night. This happened to... But I'm going to be live tomorrow night with John Cohen. John Cohen is a good friend of mine. He's been doing his own live streaming, and he is amazing. So anyways, John Cohen and I are going to be streaming tomorrow. Let me see. I'm going to find who's online right now. I assume this time at night, Archthinker's live, but I don't see Archthinker live tonight. Who's live right now that we can go send a raid to? I know a lot of people have already checked out because it's so late. Our numbers are pretty small, but it'd be nice to do a live stream, or a live raid to somebody that's streaming. Let's see. I don't see... Oh, fuck, the Inquiry couple is on tonight. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Okay, so two friends of mine, two very good friends of the channel, are live right fucking now. I should have been done a long time ago. We're going to go raid Adele and Rock Hard for Doug's live stream. They have a YouTube channel together called Inquiry Couple. Inquiry Couple. If you click on the name of the stream, it's going to be at Inquiry Couple. At Inquiry Couple. They're literally live right now as I speak. And they're having good, honest discussions with believers about the Christian religion. I don't know if they're going to get into any atheist topics, but they are for sure doing ex-Christian material. And they're amazing. They're adorable and sweet and kind and understanding. Let's support them. Let's send everybody a huge raid to the Inquiry Couple. In fact, I'll put a link in the Discord. 1 second. We got a link in the Discord. Let's go raid the Inquiry Couple. We got a Justin raid. I see one person already in from the Justin raid. Let's see. We need like, there's 100. All right, we just got up to 19 people watching. We need to at least get to 100 people watching over here. Come on. We've got like over 1,000 people still watching my stream. No reason why we can't get at least 100 people over to the Inquiry Couple to get a good Justin raid going and support two members of our community that have done a lot of work supporting others. Before they started their live stream, they've been in these streaming communities supporting all the other channels. doing research and super chats and doing memberships and whatnot. So, friends, let's support everybody in the community. Let's get over and do a huge raid on the Inquiry Couple. It's at Inquiry Couple on YouTube. I did put a link directly into our Discord channel. And I'll meet you over there in just a minute and say hi. But when I get there, we need like 100 people up in there. I'm serious. Doug will be very disappointed if not. Also, Jay says rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Jay. All right, friends. I'm out. I got to go to bed. I love y'all. See you again soon.